Chapter 201, Cloud Empire 21. Chapter 201, Cloud Empire 21. The silence that took over the hall was dense, almost palpable. Tao and the disciple of the Scarlet Rock sect faced each other at the center of the arena, separated by only a few meters. There were no weapons. Neither of them seemed bothered by that. Tao said, relaxed, assuming a simple stance, his feet firm on the ground, his body slightly inclined. The disciple did not respond. His chi exploded all at once. He charged like a falling rock, the ground beneath his feet creaking lightly. His punch came straight on, heavy, loaded with raw energy. There was no refined technique in that strike, only condensed force. Tao took half a step to the side and blocked with his forearm. The impact echoed through the hall. Someone near the arena murmured. Tao felt the shock climb up his arm, but he did not retreat. He twisted his hips and responded with a short strike to the opponent's abdomen, releasing chi at the instant of contact. The disciple was pushed back 2 steps, the air escaping from his lungs. Without giving time, he roared and charged again. His blows came in sequence. Elbows, knee strikes, and low and high punches, all carried by a rough, almost savage aura. Tao began to retreat, not out of necessity, but to observe. Tao is just testing, commented Qin Luo of the Gray Blade sect, crossing his arms, having already seen the outcome. Responded He Yun of the Celestial River Alliance. In the arena, Tao suddenly changed. His body stopped retreating. At the instant a punch came straight toward his face, he tilted his head, grabbed the opponent's arm, and turned, using the man's own weight to throw him against the ground. The impact was dry. Before the disciple could get up, Tao was already on top of him. One knee pressed against his chest while the palm of his hand descended, releasing concentrated chi. The floor of the arena cracked slightly. The disciple shouted and forced his body to the side, rolling and pulling away before the blow could hit him squarely. He got up with difficulty, breathing heavily, but his eyes were shining. He snarled. This time he gathered chi in both arms. A dark red energy wrapped around his fists as if they were extensions of living stone. He stomped his feet against the ground and charged, striking in a straight line. Tao crossed his arms in front of his body. The impact made the arena tremble. Some spectators held their breath at such overwhelming physical strength. Tao slid back a full meter, leaving marks on the ground, but did not fall. His eyes narrowed slightly. He said in a low tone. Then his chi exploded. Unlike the opponent's raw energy, Tao's chi was dense, controlled, flowing through his body with precision. He advanced, and his strikes became too fast for ordinary eyes, but none of those present were ordinary. Punch to the shoulder, elbow to the flank, short knee, strike to the abdomen. Each blow came accompanied by a precise release of chi, entering the opponent's body and exploding from within. The Scarlet Rock disciple tried to endure, tried to counterattack, but he was overwhelmed. Finally, Tao concentrated everything into a single strike. He twisted his body and struck the opponent's chest with an open palm. The chi exploded. The disciple was thrown backward, crashing onto the arena floor and sliding until he stopped near the edge. He tried to stand, but his legs failed. Silence then flooded the hall. Tao announced, stepping back. Servants moved quickly, but the disciple raised a hand, signaling that he was conscious. Tao approached. He asked, extending his hand. The young man took a deep breath before responding. Tao nodded and helped him to his feet. It was a good fight, Guayin. Your foundation is solid. Guayin did not respond, but inclined his head in respect before leaving the arena under restrained applause. The hall murmured. Commented someone from a Southern Wind dynasty. Added Mo Qian of the Azure Mountain Alliance. Tao took a deep breath and returned to the center of the arena. He said, smiling. His gaze swept across the hall. It passed over the Deep Roots sect, the Southern Wind dynasty, and then stopped. The leader of the Gray Blade sect raised his head immediately. Tao said, with slight amusement in his voice. Qin Luo smiled. He stood up and, without even running, took a single leap. His body crossed the space of the arena and landed exactly at the center without raising dust. The instant his feet touched the ground, he was already holding the sheathed sword. The atmosphere changed. Tao felt it first. An invisible pressure swept through the hall. Qin Luo placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and began to draw it slowly. The metal sang. At the same instant, several swords present in the hall vibrated lightly within their scabbards and stands. Someone murmured, not very surprised. Tao entered a guarded stance. His qi began to flow intensely, covering his body like a second skin. Qin Luo finished drawing the sword. It was simple, without adornments, but its blade seemed to absorb the surrounding light. The first slash came without warning. A line of sword energy cut through the air. Tao dodged by instinct, feeling the cutting qi pass centimeters from his face. The ground behind him was marked by a clean cut. He advanced, releasing a wave of qi with his fist. Qin Luo merely rotated the sword and cut the wave in half. Commented Mei Li, who was now beside Kirian. Tao intensified his attacks. Bodily strikes, qi explosions, direct charges. Qin Luo retreated only as much as necessary. Each attack was deflected or cut with surgical precision. The sword always seemed to be in exactly the right place. The sound of impacts echoed through the hall. Commented Yin Ling, lightly furrowing her brow. He has too. Kirian commented briefly, sensing Qin Luo's sword intent with a certain interest. Tao felt the weight. His qi was beginning to drop, even if only slightly. Even so, he forced one last advance, gathering energy in his legs and torso. He charged like a projectile. Qin Luo took a step forward, and then the sword shone. In the next instant, the blade stopped centimeters from Tao's neck. The strike made everyone fall silent. Qin Luo held the position for a second. Tao said, smiling, breathing deeply. Qin Luo sheathed the sword. He then turned, and his gaze swept across the hall, evaluating those present, while Tao left the arena. His eyes passed over the blood court. They stopped for a moment on Kirian. The crimson eyes met his. Qin Luo frowned slightly, but looked away. His gaze then fixed on another point. At the table of the Cloud Academy, he said, calling the Academy's principal disciple to the arena. Chapter 202, Cloud Empire, 22. Chapter 202, Cloud Empire, 22. The name echoed through the hall. The principal disciple of the Cloud Academy rose calmly. His movement was simple and unhurried, but immediately drew attention. Around them, several conversations ceased completely. He walked to the arena without showing anxiety. Each step was steady, controlled. As he climbed the steps, his gaze briefly rested on Qin Luo, evaluating him with neutrality. Yunhao said, his voice firm. Before Qin Luo could respond, Yunhao closed his eyes for an instant. Something changed. Kirian noticed immediately. The qi around Yunhao retracted, as if being forcibly compressed. The pressure that had previously hovered subtly at the core formation realm disappeared, and his energy visibly dropped, stabilizing at the same level as Qin Luo. He murmured. Qin Luo did not seem offended. On the contrary, his lips curved into a restrained smile. Yunhao nodded. Qin Luo advanced first. His sword cut through the air in a clean, direct arc without waste. The sword intent followed the movement like an invisible blade, seeking to cut even before physical contact. Yunhao evaded with a precise lateral step. At the same time, he rotated his body and struck with an open palm, loaded with condensed qi. Qin Luo rotated the blade and blocked. The impact made the air vibrate. The two moved again. Qin Luo advanced with short and long cuts, alternating angles, seeking to open gaps. Yunhao responded with minimal steps, dodging by centimeters, counterattacking with precise punches and kicks, always at the exact timing. There was no excess. There was no waste in any strike from either side, murmured a disciple of the Gray Blade sect, somewhat tense. Indeed, Shirkong replied, serious. Qin Luo increased the pressure. The sword's intent intensified, becoming sharper and more present. Invisible blades of chi streaked across the arena, leaving thin marks on the ground. Yuanhao retreated 2 steps, absorbing the rhythm. Then he advanced. His fist struck the side of Qin Luo's sword, deflecting it slightly. In the same motion, his knee rose toward the abdomen. Qin Luo twisted his body, narrowly avoiding it, and replied with an ascending cut. Yuanhao crossed his arms, qi concentrating in front of his body. The cut was blocked. Impressive. He is blocking sword intent with qi alone. Yin Ling commented. The fight continued like that for several moments. Exchange after exchange. Cut, block, dodge, impact. Neither of them retreated more than necessary. Neither made clear mistakes. Qin Luo breathed in a controlled manner, but the consumption of qi was beginning to show. His sword intent remained firm, but demanded constant concentration. Meanwhile, Yuanhao seemed far too stable. Kirian watched in silence. Yuanhao was fighting as if this were merely an exercise. His qi did not waver. His body showed no sign of fatigue. Kirian said in a low tone, "He nodded slowly." Yes. Qin Luo felt it too. His eyes narrowed. He retreated 1 step and then advanced with everything he had. The sword cut in a straight line, carrying full intent. The air was torn apart, and the pressure made some spectators hold their breath. Yuanhao did not dodge. He raised his hand. The cut struck the open palm. Qi collided. For an instant, everything seemed frozen. Then, Yuanhao pushed. The blade was forced aside by brute strength. Qin Luo retreated 2 steps, surprised. Yuanhao said calmly. He took a deep breath, and then released a terrifying pressure. Marks suddenly appeared. Light blue lines began to spread across his skin, starting from the chest and extending along his arms, neck, and face. They glowed softly like living circuits beneath the skin. The entire hall felt it. A crushing pressure descended like an invisible mantle. Some young cultivators swallowed hard. Others widened their eyes. Maidi murmured. Baiju completed, his voice low. Kirian felt the air grow heavier. It was not merely pressure from qi or elevated cultivation. It was like a hierarchy. It was as if Yuanhao existed on a naturally higher level, even with his cultivation reduced. Qin Luo felt the impact directly. His body stiffened for an instant. The sword intent trembled, almost imperceptibly. He murmured, adjusting his stance. Yuanhao raised his right arm. Only the arm. The blue markings concentrated there, glowing more intensely. The qi of the environment began to converge, forcibly drawn to that point. Kirian commented, with slight surprise. Yuanhao extended his index finger. He said, the beam was fired. A thin, concentrated line of blue energy crossed the arena at extreme speed. There was no explosion. There was no exaggerated sound. Only absolute advance. Qin Luo roared. His qi exploded. The sword intent manifested completely. He gripped the sword with both hands, planted his feet into the ground, and cut straight ahead, releasing everything he had. The intent took form. An invisible blade collided with the blue beam. For an instant, there was resistance. The arena floor cracked. The air screamed. Then, the sword intent began to give way. The beam pierced through. Qin Luo's energy shattered like glass under pressure. The sword was forced aside, vibrating violently. The beam stopped centimeters from Qin Luo's forehead. Absolute silence took the hall. Sweat ran down his face. His arms trembled. His qi was in disarray. Yuanhao lowered his hand. The blue markings began to fade slowly, as if they had never existed. The pressure in the hall dissipated. Qin Luo took a deep breath and then smiled, exhausted. He sheathed the sword carefully and inclined his head. Yuanhao nodded. Your sword intent is strong. If you had more experience... Qin Luo laughed briefly. Meanwhile, Kirian remained silent, his eyes fixed on Yuanhao. The latter noticed Kirian in his peripheral vision, and in his mind, he already knew whom he would challenge. Chapter 203, Cloud Empire 23. Chapter 203, Cloud Empire 23. The silence was already broken immediately. After the fight, Yuanhao remained at the center of the arena for a few moments, breathing in a regulated manner. His chi had already stabilized, and the light blue marks had completely disappeared. Even so, the memory of the pressure remained in everyone's mind. Then he turned. His gaze slowly swept across the hall without haste. It passed by the Gray Blade sect, the Earth Forge, and the Southern Wind Dynasty. Some averted their eyes, while others held his gaze firmly. Finally, he stopped. At the table of the Blood Court, Yinhao's eyes locked on Akirian's crimson eyes. He said in a clear tone. A murmur spread through the hall. Baizhu leaned his body slightly forward. Yin Ling frowned. Kai remained motionless, arms crossed. But everyone was unconcerned. After all, they knew Kirian's strength. Yinhao completed it. The entire hall turned its attention to Kirian. For an instant, no one said anything. Then Kirian stood up. His movement was simple. There was no haste, no hesitation. He merely pushed the chair back and took the first step. Murmured someone from the Celestial River Alliance, surprised. But, whispered a noble at a distant table. Kirian walked toward the arena with absolute calm. Each step was steady. His chi was neither concealed nor exaggerated. It was simply there, clear for all to feel. Sixth stage of the Chi Liberation Realm. The lowest among all the young people present. Even so, no one laughed. No one mocked. Not even Yinhao. On the contrary, as Kirian approached, Yinhao felt something strange when looking at him. It did not come from the chi nor from the body. It came from his gaze. The same feeling of being superior to others now affected him, but in the opposite way. Somehow, he felt a slight pressure coming from Kirian's eyes, as if he were superior. He knew those crimson eyes were not normal. They observed him as if this were just another confrontation, as if he felt nothing at that moment. Kirian climbed the steps of the arena and stopped a few meters away. His gaze swept over Yinhao for a moment, evaluating without hostility. Kirian said, his voice low and without emotion. Yinhao nodded. Yinhao said. Kirian replied. Yinhao brought his hand to the spatial ring. A soft glow appeared, and a sword appeared in his hand. Unlike Qian Luo's blade, that sword was long, light silver blue in color, with discrete runes engraved along the edge. Someone from the Earth Forge commented. Kirian raised his right hand. He did not call anything from his spatial ring. Instead, something from within his body. From his fingers, blood began to emerge. First in small droplets. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, the blood expanded, condensing in the air. In a few moments, it took shape. A long, massive red spear. The surface looked solid like metal, but pulsed lightly, as if it were alive. Ancient runes formed along the shaft, engraved directly into the darkened blood. That, murmured Shirkong, his eyes narrowed. Lin Xiao said, serious. Kirian gripped the spear firmly. Dark red chi flowed through it naturally, as if it were part of his body. Kirian said. Yinhao did not reply. He simply advanced. His body exploded into motion, the sword tracing a fast, precise diagonal cut, loaded with blue chi. It was a clean, direct strike at the exact point to force a defense. Kirian moved at the same instant, but did not retreat. He took a minimal lateral step, rotated his body, and the spear rose in an arc, intercepting the strike at the perfect angle. Metal and blood collided. The impact echoed. Someone murmured. Yinhao did not stop. He rotated his wrist and turned the block into a second cut, lower, aiming at the leg. But Kirian was already there. The spear came down in a short thrust, forcing Yinhao to retreat half a step. Kirian's crimson eyes glowed faintly. He saw every movement, every muscular contraction, every blood flow, even before it manifested in emotion. Soon, they began to realize Yinhao was not an opponent for Kirian. Not when it came to battle technique, whispered one of the nobles in the hall, in contained shock. He knew how Yinhao was a genius in battle, but against Kirian none of his strikes worked. Yinhao increased his speed. Successive cuts, rapid charges, precise movements without waste. But Kirian responded at the same pace. The spear spun, blocked, and thrust, always at the exact instant. There were no excess strikes, nor any hesitation. This makes no sense, murmured Nan Feng Yu in a low tone. It was then that everyone realized Yunhao had, in fact, not lowered his cultivation further to match Kirian, and even so, he was still losing ground. Yunhao felt it. He felt that he was being anticipated. Every time he tried to change the rhythm, Kirian was already prepared. Every feint was ignored. Every real strike met resistance. Yunhao thought, clenching his teeth. He retreated one step and released more qi, returning to his original cultivation. The pressure of the core formation realm emerged. The air around his body began to vibrate. Baizhu said, attentive. The light blue marks began to appear again on Yunhao's body, spreading across his chest and arms. The pressure returned to the hall, heavy and dominant. Some spectators felt difficulty breathing, but Kirian did not move. It did not affect him in any way, but his eyes narrowed as he realized that Yunhao was finally taking the fight seriously. Yunhao advanced with everything. The strike came loaded with physical strength and condensed qi, enhanced by the special physique. There was no technique, only pure power. Chapter 204, Cloud Empire, 24. Chapter 204, Cloud Empire, 24. Kirian knew the instant Yunhao's strike came. If he tried to face it head-on using his spear and his own body, he would certainly lose. There would be no margin. There would be no time for correction. Yunhao's sword descended, carrying too much power, too condensed, further reinforced by his physique that surpassed the ordinary. Kirian would suffer severe injuries upon that contact. That certainty was clear. And at the very instant that certainty arose, something changed. It was a rational decision. The best way to defend took over Kirian's mind. The cold was born within Kirian. It was not a common cold. It did not come from the air. It did not come from the environment. It was a cold that emerged from the inside out, spreading outward. The air around the arena trembled. Kirian's crimson eyes changed. The deep red dissolved, giving way to an absolute sky blue. At the center of each eye, the pupils reorganized, taking the shape of perfectly geometric, symmetrical, and extremely precise snowflakes. A shiver ran through the hall. Someone murmured, voice low. Kirian did not think twice. The ground in front of him froze. Not slowly, not in layers. The ice simply exploded outward like a solid tide. In a single instant, the arena was flooded by thick plates of ice, which rose, overlapped, and compacted in front of Kirian, forming an irregular, dense, living wall. Yunhao's sword struck the ice. The impact was brutal. The ice shattered in multiple directions, splintering into hundreds of crystalline fragments. Sharp shards flew through the air, ricocheting off the arena's barriers, some embedding themselves in the ground with dry sounds. But the strike did not pass through. The energy was dissipated before reaching Kirian. The shock pushed Yunhao several steps back, and he planted his feet on the ground to keep his balance. His eyes widened for a brief instant. Before he could react, Kirian focused his gaze. The change was immediate. Ice appeared at Yunhao's feet. It did not form slowly. It did not climb. It simply appeared, wrapping around his ankles, climbing up his legs, advancing over his arms and torso, until it reached his neck. The ice was translucent, but it pulsed with a pale blue light, far too cold to be ignored. Yunhao's body began to stiffen. His expression turned into pure horror. The cold pierced defenses. It ignored physical resistance. It attacked the circulation of qi directly, freezing the flows. He tried to speak, but his voice failed. Then he screamed, a loud, raw scream, laden with pain and shock. Qi exploded around his body. Not only his internal qi, but the qi of the environment. The light blue marks on his skin shone with maximum intensity. The air around the arena was forcibly pulled in, converging toward Yunhao like an unviable storm. Yunhao's special physique reached its apex. He was able to use a portion of the ambient qi as his own strength. The qi from within and the qi from without. His body became a core of absolute attraction. The energy of heaven and earth was forced to align, crushing the ice that bound him. The frozen layers began to crack. First slowly, then one by one in cascade. Then they shattered. The ice exploded into pieces, crashing onto the ground like heavy white snow, covering the arena in frozen fragments. Yun Hao fell to his knees for an instant, breathing with difficulty. His chest rose and fell irregularly. White vapor escaped from his mouth with each breath. He raised his head. He looked at Kyrian with extreme caution. He knew that attack he had made earlier was not something someone at the 6th stage of the Qi Liberation realm should be able to stop. And yet, Kyrian not only defended but counterattacked. With a single move, he had almost lost the fight. Yin Hao thought, his heart still racing. The same thought echoed in other minds around the arena. What an aberration. If it weren't for the difference in cultivation, I'd say the fight would already be over. Luo Feng, who had been acting discreetly until now, said loudly enough for many to hear. Kyrian was now at the center of the arena. His body emanated an extremely cold energy. The air around him seemed heavier. Even outside the arena, some spectators began to feel their skin prickle. The ground beneath his feet was completely frozen. He let out a sigh. The air that left his mouth was thick and white, like mist. Within his eyes, within his dantians, the energy began to move again. Yun Hao sensed the danger. Kyrian was going to attack again. This time, he did not hold back anymore. The ambient qi responded immediately. Invisible currents of energy converged toward Yun Hao. The light blue marks on his skin flared with even greater intensity. Then, an armor formed. It was not solid like metal. It was made entirely of condensed blue energy, covering his torso, shoulders, arms, and part of his legs. The pressure emanating from him tripled. Some in the hall frowned. Others felt an instinctive urge to retreat, even while seated. If I were in front of him, murmured a younger noble. But Kyrian remained unfazed. In fact, Kyrian found the chance to finally face someone from the core formation realm interesting. The cold around him intensified. His eyes gleamed. A great amount of qi was used. The temperature of the arena dropped countless degrees. The ice on the ground deepened, thickened, and became absolute. Yin Hao advanced. His speed was even greater now. There was no longer a sword in his hands. Only his body, reinforced to the limit by 2 sources of qi. He threw a direct punch toward Kyrian's chest. A simple strike. Pure. Destructive. Kyrian merely raised one hand. A casual gesture. From the ground, the ice responded. A giant spike of ice violently emerged from the arena, thick as a tower, sharp as a spear. It rose in a straight line and met Yun Hao's fist head-on. Chapter 205, Cloud Empire 25. Chapter 205, Cloud Empire 25. The impact made the entire hall tremble. The spike cracked, but did not shatter immediately. Yun Hao's fist sank a few centimeters into the ice before being stopped. Waves of energy spread out. Both were thrown backward. Kyrian slid several meters, leaving a frozen trail on the ground before steadying himself. Yun Hao was thrown even farther, rolling until he stopped near the edge of the arena. Silence took over the environment. No one spoke for a few moments. Then, murmurs began to arise. What kind of monster? Kyrian straightened his body slowly. Yun Hao stood up on the other side, his gaze fixed, serious, filled with respect and caution. He truly could not gain an advantage against Kyrian, and would have to fight seriously against someone so far below him in cultivation. Yun Hao advanced again. His body moved in a straight line, crushing the ice beneath his feet with every step. The blue energy armor vibrated, absorbing the impact of the cold and the pressure of the environment. The qi around him continued to be pulled aggressively, keeping his strength at a constant limit. Kyrian did not retreat. The ice responded before the thought even finished forming. From the ground, spikes rose in sequence, one after another, forming an irregular defensive line. Yun Hao dodged the first, crushed the second with his forearm covered by the armor, and pierced through the third with his shoulder. Fragments of ice flew in all directions. Kyrian raised his hand. A wall of ice formed in front of him, thick, compact, and reinforced by multiple overlapping layers. Yunhao collided with it with his entire body. The wall cracked, but did not give way completely. The energy of the impact dissipated along the frozen surface. Before Yunhao could adjust his movement, ice spears appeared around Kirian. They were not slow. They were fired like projectiles, cutting through the air with sharp whistles. Yunhao twisted his body, blocking two with his arms and deflecting another with his shoulder. A fourth struck his side, but shattered upon contacting the energy armor. He advanced another step. Kirian lifted his foot and lightly stomped the ground. The ice spread in waves. Thin needles emerged from all sides, rising at unpredictable angles. Yunhao jumped, spinning in the air, crushing some with kicks and dodging others by mere centimeters. When he landed, another wall was already in front of him. Damn it, Yunhao muttered through clenched teeth. No matter how much he advanced, Kirian always maintained the same distance. Not a step more, not a step less. The hall watched in tense silence. Some had already stopped breathing normally. Others could not fully follow the movements. The constant cold made the environment uncomfortable, and the pressure of Yunhao's qi made the air heavy. Someone commented in a low voice. Another replied. Indeed, Kirian realized this clearly. A freezing gaze was no longer enough. Yunhao's energy armor blocked direct freezing. The cold still affected him, making his movements more rigid and continuously draining qi, but it did not paralyze him as before. That armor is an ability of his special physique, Kirian concluded. Even so, he showed no haste. The ice continued to obey. Yunhao advanced once more, his fist wrapped in blue energy. Kirian responded with another wall, followed by 3 spikes rising from the ground at different angles. Yunhao destroyed one, dodged the second, and was forced to retreat from the third. The rhythm repeated itself. Advance, defense, long-range counterattack, retreat. After several exchanges, Yunhao stopped. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling more heavily. Vapor escaped from his mouth in dense clouds. His eyes narrowed as he evaluated the ice-covered arena, the partially destroyed walls, and the broken spikes scattered across the ground. This would not work. He straightened his body and assumed a different stance. His feet spread slightly apart. His arms moved to the sides. She began to concentrate not only around his body, but also above him. Mist began to form. It was not ice. It was condensed vapor, thick and slowly swirling. The air became cloudy, reducing visibility. Some cultivators leaned forward. Baizhu murmured. Yunhao opened his mouth and shouted. The mist reacted. All the energy concentrated into a single point in front of Yunhao. A gigantic fist of blue energy formed, dense and slowly rotating, before being launched. It advanced like a projectile. The speed was absurd. The air was pushed backward, creating a visible shockwave. The fist tore through the arena, crushing ice and leaving a trail of destruction in its direct path toward Kirian. Kirian did not move. His eyes shone. The energy in his dantians was released in a controlled manner. There was no explosion, only an immense, precise flow. The ground in front of him responded. Ice appeared in successive layers, one over another, forming a complete defense. Not just a wall, but an entire structure, reinforced, compacted, integrated into the ice already present in the arena. The cloud fist collided. The impact shook the hall once again. The frozen defense trembled, cracked in several places, but held. The energy was dissipated, spreading in waves that swept across the arena. When the mist began to dissipate, Kirian was still there, unharmed. Yunhao clenched his fists. The exchange continued. He used 2 more techniques, varying the angle and trying to force an opening. Kirian always responded in the same way, with an almost absolute defense. Neither of them could advance beyond that point. After dozens of exchanges, it became clear to everyone. If they continued like this, they would have to reveal even more of their strength. Kirian knew this. He could use another ocular pair. The sword eyes surfaced in his mind. Their offensive power was superior. With them, he might be able to pierce Yunhao's energy armor. But he was not interested. This was not a decisive fight, nor a fight to the death. There was no need. Before he needed to decide, Yunhao retreated. He took a few steps back, breathing deeply, his body still enveloped by the blue armor, but clearly more cautious. He sighed. It seems it won't end anytime soon if it continues like this, he said in a serious tone. He raised his gaze to Kirian. Chapter 206, Cloud Empire 26. Chapter 206, Cloud Empire 26. The silence in the hall was absolute, broken only by the distant sound of restrained breathing and the occasional crackle of melting ice in the arena. Yunhao's energy fist still echoed in everyone's mind, just as Kirian's unshakable defense did, which had turned the arena into a frozen battlefield. A murmur began to arise, low at first, but growing like a wave. "A draw," whispered a young man from the Earth Forge, his eyes wide. "That kid from the Blood Court. He hasn't even reached the peak of Qi Liberation Realm." "It wasn't just enduring," replied another from the Blue Mountain Alliance, leaning forward. "He forced Yunhao to use his special physique to the limit." The local nobles, watching from more distant tables, exchanged nervous looks. The Blood Court always sends monsters. Remember their master. At the Cloud Academy's table, the disciples beside Yunhao were motionless. One of them murmured, "Young Master Yin, did he really draw with you? With those eyes, that must be a celestial physique." Yunhao said, looking into Kirian's eyes. His gaze, fixed on Kirian, carried a mixture of respect and deep analysis. "It was a good fight," he said at last, inclining his head slightly. Kirian returned the gesture, his blue eyes with snowflake pupils blinking once before returning to their usual crimson. The ice around them began to dissipate, melting into harmless puddles. He said nothing, merely turned around and descended the arena steps with the same calm with which he had climbed them. Yunhao followed shortly after, leaving the arena empty. The hall erupted into conversation. Unbelievable. Those eyes, they change color. It must be an ancient bloodline inheritance. Tao, the host, smiled broadly as he saw everyone's excitement throughout the hall. "Well, I understand that everyone is excited. After all, that was quite a spectacle." With Kirian and Yunhao's departure, the arena did not remain empty for long. The hall was stirred, and several young people saw the opportunity to shine after the previous spectacle. The first to step up was Nan Fengyu from the Southern Wind Dynasty. With a confident smile, he challenged a disciple of the Scarlet Rock sect. The fight was quick. Nan Fengyu used agile movements, creating gusts of wind to unbalance his opponent, who counterattacked with heavy punches and rocky defenses. In the end, Nan Fengyu won with a gust of wind from his fan that hurled the opponent out of the arena without serious injuries. Next, Lin Xiao from the Deep Roots sect was challenged by a disciple of the Celestial River Alliance. The exchange involved spiritual roots sprouting from the ground to bind the opponent, while the other responded with waves of water that eroded the roots. Lin Xiao won by immobilization, but praised the rival's technique. Mo Qian from the Blue Mountain Alliance challenged a local noble. The fight was more physical, with punches reinforced by energy. Mo Qian dominated, but allowed the opponent to surrender gracefully. Gu Tian from the Radiant Heaven sect went up next and challenged Qin Luo, who was still recovering from the previous fight. Gu Tian used beams of golden light to blind and attack, while Qin Luo responded with rapid sword cuts. The fight ended in a draw after several intense minutes, with both laughing at the end. Then came the moment for the Blood Court group. Mei Li was the first to be challenged by a female disciple of the Grey Blade sect. Mei Li used graceful and precise movements, focused on imbalance and gentle counterattacks, revealing nothing beyond what was necessary. She won by surrender, remaining within the average of the other forces. Efficient but not dominant. Yin Ling faced a disciple of the Earth Forge. Yin Ling, with her whip, won by attrition, using intelligence to exploit weaknesses, but without standing out beyond what was expected for a core disciple of 4 degrees level force. Kai was challenged by Luo Feng. The exchange was tense and practical. Kai used short daggers and evasive movements, while Luo Feng attacked with a long sword and precision. Kai lost by a hair, but gained respect for his resilience. His strength was judged once again to be average. Li Fun faced a noble from the Cloud Academy. His fight was silent and direct, with quick strikes and manipulated blood shadows against cloud techniques. Li Fun drew, demonstrating solid skill, but nothing that drew excessive attention. The sequence of fights continued at a fast pace, with several challenges following one another. Han Mu, from the Earth Forge, challenged Shi Kong from the Scarlet Rock sect. The fight was brutal and physical. Spiritual hammers against rocky fists. Han Mu won through brute force, but praised his opponent's endurance. He Yun, from the Celestial River Alliance, faced a disciple of the Radiant Heavens sect. Waves of water against beams of light resulted in a victory for He Yun. Qin Luo, recovered, challenged Nan Fengyu. It was sword against wind, a dance of cuts and gusts that ended in a draw, with both exhausted and satisfied. Then, Baizhu was challenged by Mo Qian. Baizhu stepped into the arena with a fierce smile, his imposing presence drawing immediate attention. He used brute force reinforced by blood qi, crushing his opponent's defenses with punches that made the air tremble. The fight was intense, and Baizhu won by a clean knockout, demonstrating a strength that placed him on the level of the strongest leaders present. Murmurs arose after his fight. That big guy from the court. Other fights followed quickly. A local noble against a disciple of the Southern Wind dynasty, and several smaller exchanges between nobles and weaker disciples, keeping the pace lively. Kirian watched everything in silence, seated at the table, analyzing techniques and weaknesses without getting further involved. After hours of challenges, with the arena marked by cracks, melted ice, and traces of energy, Tao once again stepped into the center. His face was flushed with excitement, but fatigue was visible in everyone. He announced, raising his hands, "We exchanged ideas, saw talents, and learned from one another. But everything has an end. I declare this celebration concluded. Thank you all for making my birthday memorable." Chapter 207, Cloud Empire 27. Chapter 207, Cloud Empire 27. Applause echoed through the hall, mixed with laughter and animated comments. The servants began to circulate efficiently, offering final drinks and guiding the guests toward the exit. Groups formed naturally, exchanging last words and promises of future meetings. The energy of the night still lingered in the air, charged with the memory of the battles, but fatigue was beginning to show on flushed faces and relaxed postures. Tao remained at the center for a moment, exchanging handshakes and quick words with several group leaders. He seemed satisfied, his broad smile reflecting the success of his celebration. "Thank you once again," he said to a group of local nobles before turning to others. Kirian rose calmly, his carmine eyes sweeping across the hall one last time. The Blood Court group gathered around him without the need for orders. Baizhu was still animated, commenting on something about his victory, while Mei Li adjusted her tunic with elegance. Yin Ling, Kai, and Li Fun maintained neutral expressions, but all of them seemed satisfied with the night. Before they could head for the exit, a small crowd formed around Kirian. Young people from various forces approached, drawn by the fight that had marked the night. The first was Han Mu, from the Earth Forge, who inclined his head in respect. "Your defense was impeccable, Kirian. That manipulation of ice." Kirian nodded briefly, responding in a flat voice. Han Mu smiled and stepped away, satisfied with the short response. Next came Lin Xiao, from the Deep Roots sect, with her serene expression. "Your eyes. They seem to be a rare bloodline inheritance or a special physique." She did not wait for more, merely inclined her head and returned to her table. Others approached in sequence. A young man from the Celestial River Alliance asked about the Blood Court, praising the strength of each member. A disciple from the Radiant Sky sect commented on Kirian's potential in the Colosseum. Even the smaller local nobles, more timid, murmured praise about how he had elevated the level of the night. Kirian responded with nods or minimal words, showing no emotions beyond his habitual indifference, but also without seeming arrogant. Luo Feng passed nearby, exchanging only a neutral glance with Kirian. A silent tension, but without words. The girl, Lien, at his side, turned her face away with a sour expression, clearly still irritated by the incident in the city of the Iron Bell. Finally, Yunhao approached alone, distancing himself from his Cloud Academy disciples. His eyes met Kirian's directly, carrying a genuine respect that had not existed before the fight. "It was an honor to fight with you. Your physique is unique." His voice was firm, without arrogance, only recognition. Kirian held his gaze for a moment and nodded. Likewise, Yunhao smiled lightly and stepped away, leaving a sense of balance in the air. With the farewells concluded, the Blood Court group headed for the exit. Tao intercepted them quickly, vigorously shaking Baiju's hand. "You were the highlight of the night." Baiju laughed, responding with a friendly slap on the host's shoulder. The group waved collectively and left the mansion, boarding the same carriage that was already waiting for them outside. The vehicle departed smoothly, heading back to the Crimson Lotus residence beneath the capital's cloudy sky. Inside the carriage, the silence was broken by Mei Li, who leaned slightly forward, guiding the conversation with her habitual grace. "So then, what did you think of the birthday?" Her tone was light, inviting the others to speak. Baiju was the first to respond, still full of energy. "Amazing. Tao is quite a guy. The fights were good, and I had a lot of fun fighting. Those smaller nobles were weak, but the leaders of the other forces." He flexed his arm, laughing. "My victory against Mo Qian was great." Yinling nodded, thoughtful. "I agree. It was useful to observe their techniques. The 4 degrees level forces are varied, but predictable. I found the Earth Forges style interesting. Heavy, but without flexibility. Overall, it was a good experience, but nothing special." Kai grunted, crossing his arms. "A lot of talk, and few real actions. I lost to that Luo Feng, but I learned from it. And he hides more than he shows. But the party," Li Fun, as always economical with words, merely murmured. Kirian then finished. Mei Li smiled, taking control again. "Exactly. It was a small gathering, useful for getting to know the others who will compete with us while we're in the capital." Yinling asked, doubtful. Mei Li continued, fluidly. "Tomorrow the Cloud Circle Alchemy competition begins. The prizes are high for the winners. 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones for first place, plus access to the Imperial Herbarium. Some of the youths from today will participate." Kirian thought for a moment and spoke. The group exchanged looks. Baiju laughed. "Me?" Yinling shook her head. "Que grunted negatively." Li Fen merely blinked, which was equivalent to a no. Maidi schmoiled. Kirian nodded. He had read about alchemy in the Blood Library, basic concepts of refinement, extraction of essences, and so on. But he had never touched a cauldron. Participating in a competition was out of the question. It would be a waste of time. Kirian concluded. "I'll push myself in the Colosseum to obtain as many stones as possible." His tone was firm, a cold determination echoing in his mind. Mei Li nodded, continuing the conversation. "And you, leader?" Kirian thought for a moment, looking out the carriage window at the illuminated streets of the capital. He had nothing planned for the following day. The Colosseum would only open in a few days. Observing might be useful in some way. "Yes," Mei Li replied with a smile. The conversation flowed naturally from there, with Mei Li guiding it toward light topics about the fights and impressions. They continued like that, the sway of the carriage rocking the words, until the lights of the Crimson Lotus residence appeared on the horizon. The group disembarked in satisfied silence, the night leaving a mark of progress in their minds. Chapter 208, Cloud Empire 28. Chapter 208, Cloud Empire 28. A light but firm knock echoed on Kirian's door even before the first ray of light pierced the eternal clouds of the capital. Kirian opened his eyes instantly. His senses, always sharp, had already registered the sound and the presence on the other side of the door seconds earlier. He sat up in bed, the simple sleeping robe still impeccable, and replied in a low, calm voice. The door opened slowly. Mei Li entered, already dressed in an elegant robe of dark carmine tones, her hair tied up in a functional bun. Her eyes shone with the energy of someone who had been in motion for some time. She made a small, courteous bow, but her smile was practical. Kyrian nodded, dismissing formalities. "It's not a problem." Meili closed the door behind her and got straight to the point. "Last night, after everyone went to sleep, I went to the commercial district and arranged a carriage for rent. It's discreet, comfortable, and the coachman is trustworthy. He works for a neutral family that rents to external forces." Kyrian processed the information in silence. It was a smart decision, having a better means of moving around the capital. "Good idea," he replied with a short nod. Meili seemed satisfied with the approval. "So get ready. The Cloud Circle alchemy competition starts in the morning." Kyrian nodded again. Meili left the room with a faint smile, carefully closing the door. He got up, changed out of his sleeping clothes into the official robe of the main branch of the Blood Court. Heavy fabric, deep carmine, subtle embroidery that marked his position. He tied his black hair back in a simple manner and left the room. The central hall of the Crimson Lotus residence was empty. No presence, no sound beyond the faint hum of the defensive formations. Bai Zhu, Yinling, Kai, and Li Fun had already left early for their own matters. Meili appeared from the opposite corridor, adjusting a small pouch at her belt. "The others left a long time ago." Kyrian nodded. They crossed the inner courtyard in silence. Upon reaching the main gate, a carriage was already waiting for them. It was discreet, just as Meili had promised. It was made of polished dark wood, without flashy symbols, wheels reinforced with spiritual metal that absorbed sound. The coachman, a middle-aged man with an impassive expression, stood beside the open door. He looked as though he had arrived some time ago. The horses were still breathing calmly, as if accustomed to waiting. Kyrian and Meili boarded. The interior was spacious, upholstered in dark gray velvet, with small isolation formations that blocked external sounds. As soon as the door closed, the carriage began to move with almost imperceptible smoothness. Kyrian looked through the narrow window. Meili shrugged lightly. "I don't know exactly." The coachman said he would take us straight to the Cloud Circle. Kyrian nodded and returned to observing through the window. The capital was slowly awakening beneath the diffuse glow of the eternal clouds. The wide streets of the 5th District gave way to even broader avenues as they approached the center. Buildings of white-blue marble reflected the soft light. Spiritual lanterns, still lit, began to go out one by one. Cultivators and merchants were already moving along the sidewalks, carrying boxes of herbs, crates of ingredients, and rolls of parchment. The air carried the scent of medicinal incense, freshly prepared tea, and the faint metallic aroma of distant forges. Farther ahead, they passed through a circular plaza where a colossal statue of a cloud dragon hovered at the center, made of translucent white jade. The statue seemed alive, with gentle breezes making its scales reflect the light in hypnotic patterns. Groups of young cultivators gathered there, chatting animatedly. The carriage continued on, leaving the commercial districts behind and entering a broader, more open area. The path rose slightly, skirting one of the great floating platforms of the capital. Suddenly, the horizon opened up. They arrived at the Cloud Circle. The place was impressive. 5 large pavilions of elegant architecture, all in white marble with silver details, were arranged in a perfect circle. Each pavilion had curved roofs that seemed to float, supported by subtle formations. At the center of everything, an immense arena. A circle of polished stone over 200 meters in diameter, surrounded by colossal stands that rose in tiers until they nearly touched the lowest clouds. There were already thousands of people entering. Cultivators, merchants, nobles, and elders of secondary families, all converging toward the main entrances. The murmur was constant but organized. Guards in light blue and white uniforms kept the lines orderly. The carriage stopped in a reserved area near the main entrance. Kyrian and Meili got down. Before they could head toward the common line, Kyrian thought of something. He took from his spatial ring the pendant given by Duke Rome. The dark coin with the symbol of a mountain wrapped in a whirlwind and the character favor on the other face. He showed it to the two guards watching the VIP entrance. The guards' eyes widened immediately. Both bowed deeply, almost in unison. "Young master." The bow drew immediate attention. Heads turned. Murmurs arose around them. "Who are they? Look at the carmine robe." One of the guards straightened up quickly. "Please follow me." Kyrian put the pendant away and nodded. Meili walked at his side, maintaining perfect composure. They followed the guard through an exclusive side passage, climbing internal marble stairways that completely bypassed the common lines. They reached an elevated stand, isolated from the others, with polished jade seats and translucent canopies that filtered the light. It was an area reserved for high-ranking nobles and special guests. As they entered, several gazes turned toward them. Some older nobles inclined their heads in subtle greeting. A middle-aged woman in sky-blue robes smiled politely. Disciples of the Blood Court. Kyrian merely nodded in response, without words. He and Meili chose 2 seats in the central row, with a perfect view of the arena. The stand gradually filled. The murmur grew. Thousands of voices mingled, but the main sound came from nearby conversations. The nobles around them did not hold back. "This year the level is high. Don't forget Zhao Yu of the Zhao House. They say he has mastered ethereal flame control. And what about Sun Hao, son of Grandmaster Sun, the owner of the entire Cloud Circle? He is the absolute favorite." Chapter 209, Cloud Empire, 29. Chapter 209, Cloud Empire, 29. Kyrian kept his gaze fixed on the arena below, but his mind was already elsewhere. The upper stands were now completely full. Nobles, elders of secondary families, representatives of visiting sects, and even some high-level independent cultivators occupied every seat. The constant murmur around him was like the buzzing of a beehive. Names of participants were being mentioned, whispered bets, and quick analyses about who might advance and who would be eliminated in the very first phase. "Look over there. The young master of the Wei House has arrived. An old Master Hua of the Hua family? He came personally to accompany his grandson. The boy is talented, but he's still rank 3. Kyrian heard everything without a single muscle in his face moving. His crimson eyes swept over the crowd in the central arena, now packed with participants. Hundreds of youths and a few older cultivators positioned themselves in concentric circles around prepared tables, each with a cauldron already in place. Some looked nervous, others confident, and most of them focused. He remembered what he had read in the blood library about alchemists. Alchemists were one of the most valued and sought-after professions in the entire cultivation world. They were not merely craftsmen. They were the ones who opened the path for others. Using controlled flames, spiritual herbs, rare minerals, and beast essences, they refined ingredients into pills that accelerated cultivation. They healed severe injuries, strengthened the spiritual foundation, dispelled poisons, or even helped break through cultivation bottlenecks that would take decades to overcome naturally. A single high-level pill could shorten years of effort. Alchemists were divided into ranks from 1 to 8, based on the quality and complexity of the pills they could consistently produce. At rank 1, only lotions and ointments are useful for the body refinement realm. At rank 2, pills for the qi accumulation realm. At rank 3, pills that benefited the qi liberation realm. At rank 4, they had already reached the core formation realm and were well regarded in virtually all forces. And so on. Each rank above required not only talent but also absolute control over spiritual fire, deep understanding of the properties of thousands of ingredients, and a mind capable of maintaining perfect balance for hours of refinement. Kyrian knew that he himself had no practical experience at all, despite having read books about thousands of herbs. Theory was one thing, touching a cauldron and manipulating living flames was another. Although perhaps, if he tried with his ashes flames, he might be able to succeed. But participating in this competition was risky. Maybe in the future I'll try. It's a great way to obtain resources. Alchemists are richer than many powerful cultivators. Kyrian thought. After several minutes of waiting, the murmur of the crowd suddenly diminished. An old man appeared at the exact center of the arena. He wore flowing robes of gray-silver color, embroidered with stylized clouds and silver thread that seemed to move as he walked. On his left chest, there was a large, gleaming emblem, a five-pointed star within a circle of swirling clouds, the official symbol of the cloud circle. His white beard was long and well-groomed, and his eyes shone with an inner light that betrayed a high level of cultivation, likely in the spiritual awakening realm. He raised his right hand. He did not need to shout. His chi projected his voice, clear and powerful, reaching every corner of the stands. An absolute silence fell over the place. Today, young and old talents from across the capital and from external forces have gathered to prove their worth. The winner of this alchemy competition will not only take the rewards and spirit stones and access to the Imperial Herbarium, but will also receive a rare opportunity. A collective sigh of admiration and envy swept through the stands. May everyone give their best. May the flame of refinement illuminate your paths. He made a broad gesture with his hand. An immediate murmur arose among the participants and spectators. Meili leaned slightly toward Kirian, whispering, "This is one of the most well-known and difficult rank 3 pills. It stands exactly at the threshold of rank 4. It's a pill created by the Cloud Empire several centuries ago, perhaps a millennium. But the process is difficult. It requires perfect balance among 9 main herbs, 3 beast essences, and high control flames." Kirian nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the arena. Meili continued, her voice low. "This first phase is just to eliminate those who came to play around or who don't have sufficient level. Anyone who fails to refine a cloud threshold pill with minimum quality will be eliminated on the spot." In the arena, the participants were already beginning to prepare. Cauldrons of bronze, spiritual iron, and jade were positioned. Some ignited controlled flames with fire chi. Others took out seal boxes with ingredients provided by the cloud circle. Fresh herbs, glowing roots, among other ingredients. Grandmaster Sun Wei raised his hand again. "Everyone may participate. The quality will be judged by me and the 3 auxiliary elders." A spiritual bell then rang, deep and resonant. In the arena, dozens of flames ignited at the same time. The smell of burning herbs, evaporating essences, and mingling chi quickly rose. Some participants were already sweating cold. Others seemed calm and focused. Kirian observed everything in silence. He had no intention of participating, but seeing so many alchemists working at the same time was somewhat interesting. Perhaps he could learn something. The way they manipulated the fire, the precise timing when adding ingredients, and the absolute mental control to maintain the internal balance of the cauldron. Kirian observed all of this with his eyes, managing to see more than others could. Someone then whispered near Kirian, "Look there! The son of Grandmaster Sun has already started." Sun Hao. He doesn't even seem tense. He's using a dual flame technique, one to heat and another to refine at the same time. Kirian simply turned his gaze and observed. 2 minutes later, the first cauldron exploded. A cloud of black smoke rose, followed by a young man who fell backward coughing. The auxiliary elders approached, quickly evaluated, and eliminated him with a gesture. More explosions followed. 5, 10, 15. Some participants gave up before even finishing, lowering their heads in shame. But others continued. The scent of a successful pill began to spread through the place. Sweet, pure, with a touch of spiritual energy. Maddie smiled lightly. "They're eliminating more than half just in this first phase." "Exactly as I said. Whoever isn't good enough." Kirian did not respond. His crimson eyes simply continued to observe with focus and interest. If he wanted spirit stones quickly, the Colosseum was still the most viable path for him at the moment. But seeing all of this, it was a good lesson for the future. Chapter 210, Cloud Empire 30. Chapter 210, Cloud Empire 30. Kirian kept his eyes fixed on Sun Hao from the moment the nobles pointed him out. Kirian watched as he began to work. Among hundreds of participants, he stood out not because of exaggerated movement, but because of the absolute absence of waste. Every gesture was minimal, precise, almost as if the cauldron and the flames were natural extensions of his body. Kirian observed everything with cold, analytical attention, his crimson eyes capturing details that most people in the stands would not even dream of perceiving. Sun Hao ignited two flames simultaneously, one red-orange, stable, and hot, to heat the black jade cauldron. The other, pale blue, thin like a line, to refine the ingredients at the exact moment. It was a dual-flame technique that required extreme mental control and an immense qi reserve. The blue flame circulated inside the cauldron like a living thread, burning impurities without touching the vital essences of the herbs. Kirian thought in silence, using his brief knowledge acquired in the library and what he was witnessing. He separates the process into layers. First, he heated the cauldron to the critical point without letting the temperature oscillate by more than a single degree. Floating cloud root first to stabilize the base, then a blue dew leaf to increase purity, and so on. Each herb is inserted at the instant the previous one begins to release its essence. If I had to guess, he has already refined this pill hundreds of times, maybe thousands. While Kirian analyzed, the arena began to show results. 2.5 minutes after the start, Sun Hao's cauldron emitted a soft, crystalline chime. A gentle silver light escaped through the half-open lid. He opened the cauldron calmly, and a single pill floated out, perfectly round, with bluish veins running across its surface like miniature clouds. The scent that spread was sweet, pure, almost ethereal. A murmur of admiration rose from the stands. He already finished. Sun Hao really is the favorite. Soon after, others began to finish. Liang Chun of the Liang House was the second. His ancient bronze cauldron released golden vapor before revealing a slightly smaller pill, but with intense brilliance. Not as perfect as Sun Hao's, but still impressive. Zhao Yu of the Zhao House finished third. His pill had a more opaque tone, but the surface was smooth as a mirror, a sign of excellent control over the ethereal flame he used. Sun Hao remained still, observing the others with a neutral expression. He did not celebrate. He merely waited. Meanwhile, not everyone shared the same fate. A young man from the Wei family, whom the nobles had praised moments earlier, exploded his cauldron at the final stage. A cloud of black smoke and jade fragments flew in all directions. He fell to his knees, coughing, as an auxiliary elder approached and eliminated him with a dry gesture. Another participant, a disciple of the Eternal Flames sect, managed to form the pill, but when he removed it, it was cracked and emitting poisonous smoke. The elder destroyed it with a touch of qi and declared, "Purity failure." More explosions followed. A spiritual iron cauldron split in half. Another released uncontrolled flames that nearly burned its own participant. Some gave up halfway through the process, lowering their heads in shame and leaving the arena in silence. Kirian observed all of this with clinical attention. Most fail at the stage of fusing the three beast essences. They try to force the integration instead of guiding it. Sun Hao did not force it. He let the essences attract each other naturally inside the cauldron, using the blue flame only as a catalyst. Mei Li whispered beside him, barely moving her lips. As expected, he really is on another level. Kirian only nodded slightly. 2 hours passed. The spiritual bell rang again, deep and final. Announced Grand Master Sun Wei. Anyone still attempting to manipulate their cauldron failed automatically. Some cauldrons released faint smoke, or simply stopped, emitting heat. The participants who had not finished lowered their heads and left the arena in silence. Then the evaluation began. 3 auxiliary elders, all at the late stage of the core formation realm, spread out across the arena, collecting pills one by one. They placed them on floating jade trays that were carried directly to Grand Master Sun Wei. The old man analyzed each pill calmly. Sometimes he nodded. Sometimes he shook his head. After nearly half an hour of analysis, he returned to the center of the arena. His voice echoed once more. From the first phase, 312 participants began. 87 managed to form a cloud threshold pill with the minimum acceptable quality. A collective sigh rose from the stands. It was expected, but still impressive to see so many talents fall so early. Sun Wei continued. As for quality, the best pill of this phase was produced by Sun Hao, with 80% purity. Applause echoed, especially from the areas reserved for the Sun family and their allies. In second place, Liang Chun, with 74% purity. In third, Zhao Yu, with 70%. More applause rang out. Sun Hao remained impassive, only inclining his head in acknowledgement. He did not smile. He did not celebrate. He simply stored the pill back into his spatial ring and waited. Kirian watched the young man for a few more seconds. Mei Li, at his side, whispered, 80% purity on a rank 4 threshold pill. At only what? 19, 20 years old? He's not just talented. He's been trained for this since childhood. He's the absolute favorite. Kirian did not respond immediately. Alchemists like Sun Wei are richer than many powerful cultivators. A single rank 5 or 6 pill can be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. If I have the time. He looked at the arena one last time. The second phase would be announced soon. And even without participating, Kirian had already learned something interesting that made his thoughts about other cultivation professions change. Perhaps it was the complement he needed for his strength to increase even faster in the future. Without depending on the court's resources, he had a way to become even more independent. Chapter 211, Cloud Empire 31. Chapter 211, Cloud Empire 31. The sound of applause was still echoing through the stands when Grandmaster Sun Wei raised his right hand once more. Silence then fell like a heavy curtain, instant and absolute. He remained at the center of the arena, his silver-gray robe rippling slightly in the wind. His voice, amplified by qi, resounded clear and authoritative. First phase concluded. He paused briefly, allowing anticipation to build. In this phase, the focus is not only on individual quality. You will have total freedom to choose what to produce. A murmur of surprise and excitement spread through the stands. Total freedom was something rare in competitions of this level. Sun Wei continued, raising his voice just enough to reinforce the gravity. You must produce at least 7 pills, all with purity above 65%. Only the top 25 scores will advance to the third phase. Ingredients will be delivered in sealed boxes shortly. He finished with a broad gesture. A spiritual bell rang once more. Deep, prolonged, final. Immediately, servants of the Circle of Clouds appeared in perfect lines, carrying boxes of black jade sealed with preservation runes. Each box contained a fixed quantity of herbs and essences sufficient to produce dozens of pills, but not an infinite number. It was a test of strategic choice. Spend everything on a few high-rank pills or secure volume with mid-rank pills. Mei Li leaned toward Kirian, whispering quickly and low. This phase is cruel. The judge won't even need to look twice. To pass among the top 25, you have to risk at least rank 3 pills and ideally try some rank 4s. The higher the rank, the more points. Kirian nodded almost imperceptibly. His eyes were already fixed on Sun Hao again, trying to learn more. The young man did not waste time. As soon as he received his box, he opened it calmly. There was no hesitation. He separated the ingredients into precise groups, arranging them in concentric circles around the black jade cauldron. He ignited the 2 flames once more. The red-orange one for initial heating and the pale blue one for surgical refinement. In less than 5 minutes, the first rank 3 pill was already floating before him. A spirit condensation pill with silvery veins running across the surface. Purity visible to the naked eye. Next came the second, a rank 3 foundation stabilization pill. A third pill followed soon after, a rank 3 meridian purification pill. The fourth already carried a more intense glow, a core strengthening pill, rank 4. With each pill completed, the scent of pure spiritual energy spread through the arena. The stands erupted in murmurs. Already 4. Look at the purity all above 75%. Sun Hao not stop. The 5th pill, a rapid chi regeneration pill, rank 3, peak. Then came the 6th and the 7th. And finally, as if it were something casual, he produced the 8th with the remaining herbs. Another rank 4 core strengthening pill, with even higher purity than the previous one. 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes for 8 pills, 2 of them rank 4. A stunned silence fell over the stands before exploding into deafening applause. 30 minutes. 2 rank 4s. Meili let out a low sigh, almost incredulous. He finished before half the time, and still produced 2 rank 4 pills. As Sun Hao calmly stepped away from the cauldron, other participants began to show results. Liang Chun, from House Liang, finished 7 pills in a little over an hour. 5 rank 3 and 2 early rank 4. His expression was tense, sweat streaming down his forehead, but he succeeded. The crowd applauded loudly. Zhao Yu, from House Zhao, managed 6 rank 3 and 1 rank 4, finishing with 78% purity on the last one. His control over ethereal flame was visible, the flames dancing in shades of blue and violet, almost like liquid water. Other names that the nobles had mentioned earlier also stood out. An unknown young man produced 7 rank 3 pills, all above 70% purity. He did not risk rank 4, but his consistency was impeccable. The disciple from the Wei family, who had been praised earlier, managed only 6 rank 3 pills before failing on the 7th. The cauldron cracked at the last moment. He was eliminated with an expression of despair. An old independent alchemist, whom no one expected, surprised everyone by producing 7 rank 3 pills and 1 rank 4 with 72% purity. He had no famous name, but his ancient technique of slow and patient flame drew attention. Meanwhile, explosions continued to occur. A green jade cauldron exploded into green flames, burning its owner's arm. Another participant tried to force a rank 4 pill too early and ended up with a misshapen mass of ashes. A third simply collapsed from mental exhaustion after the 6th pill. Meili whispered again. Look, many are trying rank 4 now. If they succeed with 1 or 2, they pass easily. Kirian watched without blinking. He noticed the patterns. Those who attempted rank 4 pills too early almost always failed. Those who first made rank 3 to gain confidence and then moved up to rank 4 had better chances. Sun Hao had done the opposite. He started with rank 3 to warm up the process and then escalated to rank 4 without visible effort. He isn't competing with the others. He's competing with himself. The 2 hours ran out. The bell rang again. The cauldrons that were still active were immediately sealed by the auxiliary elders. Anyone who had not completed 7 pills was eliminated on the spot. Then came the final count. Grandmaster Sun Wei returned to the center. From a second phase, 87 participants began. 42 managed to produce at least 7 pills with purity above 65%. A new collective sigh. As for the scores, Sun Hao leads absolutely with 8 pills. 6 rank 3 and 2 rank 4. Average purity of 78%. Deafening applause. In second, Liang Chun with 7 pills. In third, Zhao Yu with 7 pills. 6 rank 3 and 1 rank 4. Average purity of 71%. The top 25 advance to the third phase. The old man looked directly at Sun Hao. Sun Hao merely inclined his head. Kirian observed the scene in silence. Meili whispered, almost to herself, if he wins today, there won't be competition in the future. Kirian did not respond, but he thought the same. The third phase would be announced soon. And even without being in the arena, Kirian already felt that this competition was teaching him more than any fight ever could. Chapter 212, Cloud Empire 32. Chapter 212, Cloud Empire 32. The echo of applause was still reverberating through the upper stands when Grandmaster Sun Wei raised his hand once more. Silence returned, obedient and immediate. He remained at the center of the arena. His voice, still carried by Qi, sounded calm, but with a tone that allowed no interruptions. Before the third and final phase, we will grant the competitors 1 hour of rest. This will be the final trial. A collective sigh of relief rose from the stands. The 25 remaining alchemists in the arena lowered their heads in thanks and began to withdraw slowly toward the prepared side areas, where servants were already distributing cups of restorative tea, chi recovery pills, and meditation cushions. Sun Wei vanished with a light step, leaving the arena empty for a few moments. Mei Li turned slightly toward Kirian, her eyes shining with restrained curiosity. So then, leader? Kirian kept his gaze on the arena for another second before answering. A small smile, rare, almost imperceptible, curved the corner of his lips. It was not joy nor vain satisfaction. It was simply the cold recognition of something interesting. More interesting and useful than I thought, he said, his voice low and calm. Mei Li blinked, surprised by the answer. It was one of the few times she had seen Kirian express anything close to genuine approval for something that did not involve direct combat. She smiled faintly. I thought you'd get bored with so much patience and precision. Kirian shrugged, almost imperceptibly. It's not, but it's useful. Watching someone like Sun Hao work, it's like watching a perfect combat technique. Before Mei Li could respond, the nobles around them resumed their conversations, voices rising in animated and speculative tones. Sun Hao has practically already won. 2 rank 4 pills in 30 minutes. But Liang Chun was also impressive. 2 rank 4s, even if with lower purity. Zhao Yu is consistent, but he didn't take many risks. And the old independent, the one without a famous name, 6 rank 3 and 1 rank 4. He must have years of practical experience. Kirian listened to everything without moving a muscle in his face. His crimson eyes remained fixed on the empty arena. An hour passed quickly. The spiritual bell rang again. This time, deeper, more final. The stands fell silent almost instantly. Sun Wei reappeared at the center of the arena with a simple step. The setup had changed completely during the interval. The individual tables and varied cauldrons had been removed and returned to their owners. Now there remained only 25 identical cauldrons, arranged in a perfect semicircle around a single raised platform. Each cauldron was made of common iron reinforced with basic runes. No jade, no espiritual bronze, no adormentes. They were, in fact, among the worst cauldrons the Cloud Circle could offer in an official competition. Beside each cauldron was a sealed black jade box, identical to the previous ones. Sun Wei raised his voice once more. He paused, letting the silence deepen. Unlike the previous phases, everyone will use the same cauldron. He pointed to one of the nearest cauldrons. Common iron, minimal containment runes, no chi amplification or resistance to explosions. It is one of the worst pieces of equipment the Cloud Circle possesses. He let the sentence hang for a moment. We want to test true mastery, not talent supported by expensive tools, not skill made easier by high-level equipment. Here, you'll have only the basics. Murmurs of surprise and respect rose from the stands. Sun Wei continued. You may produce any pill you wish, of any rank. In the event of a tie in rank, purity will decide. You will have 2 hours. There is no minimum number of pills. A single pill alone may decide everything. He raised his hand. The bell rang for the last time. The 25 finalists advanced at the same time. Each took position before an identical cauldron and opened the jade box. Kirian watched with renewed attention. Sun Hao was the first to act, as always. He opened the box calmly, analyzed the ingredients for only 3 seconds, and began. He lit the 2 flames again. This time, however, the red flame was more restrained, almost timid, while the blue one seemed even thinner, sharper. In less than 10 minutes, he had already begun refining a pill visibly more complex than the previous ones. Mei Li whispered, Look, he's attempting a rank 5. Impossible. It's one of the most difficult pills of early rank 5, especially with his cultivation only at the core formation realm. Even with the bad cauldron, he's risking everything. Kirian nodded slightly. He could see it. Sun Hao was not merely refining. He was almost always at the limit of the cauldron. Each time the temperature threatened to slip out of control, the blue flame entered like a needle, correcting the energy flow with surgical precision. The common iron trembled, the basic runes cracked slightly, but the process continued. Meanwhile, the other participants chose different paths. Liang Chen opted for a rank 4 core strengthening pill, safer but still risky with the weak cauldron. Zhao Yu attempted the same, but his ethereal flames struggled against the common iron, losing stability with every passing minute. The old independent alchemist was surprised once again. He chose a peak rank 4 pill, using a slow flame technique that seemed to ignore the equipment's limitations. Kirian watched everything in silence. This time, he spread his focus a little to other participants beyond Sun Hao, but in the end, his eyes always returned to his technique. The bad cauldron isn't just a disadvantage. It's the ultimate test. Those who rely on equipment fail. Sun Hao finished first. 45 minutes after the start, a soft silver light escaped from the cauldron. He opened the lid calmly. A single pill floated out. Small, perfectly spherical, with silvery veins slowly swirling across its surface. Qi concentration pill. Early rank 5. Purity visibly above 70%. A deathly silence fell over the arena. Then the stands exploded. Rank 5. In less than an hour, Sun Hao. Mei Li let out a long sigh, almost reverent. It's over. No one will surpass that. Kirian said nothing, but his crimson eyes shone with cold interest. He was not impressed only by the talent. He was impressed by the absolute efficiency, and for the first time, respect arose for someone who was not a fighter. The third phase had not yet ended for the others, but for everyone watching, the winner had already been decided. Chapter 213, Cloud Empire 33. Chapter 213, Cloud Empire 33. The silence that followed Sun Hao's feat was broken by a wave of deafening applause, but not everyone in the arena seemed capable of absorbing the impact. Some of the 25 finalists, upon hearing the sound and seeing the rank 5 pill floating before Sun Hao, simply lost their focus. A young man from the Hua family let his flame waver for a fraction of a second. Enough for the cauldron to crack. A controlled explosion of black smoke rose, and he fell to his knees, his face pale with frustration and shame. An auxiliary elder approached, evaluated quickly, and declared, "Total failure." Another participant, a woman attempting a rank 4 purification pill, lost her rhythm when she saw the silvery light of Sun Hao's pill. Her red flame faltered. The cauldron shook violently and exploded into fragments of molten iron. She was removed from the arena in silence. Her right arm burned. At least 4 others gave up or failed in the following minutes. The noise of the crowd, the incessant applause, and the psychological pressure of seeing someone achieve a rank 5 pill in a common iron cauldron were too much. But there were those who simply ignored everything. Liang Chen, for example, did not raise his eyes even once. His cauldron was enveloped in a restrained silvery essence. He finished his first rank 4 core strengthening pill in less than 50 minutes. The purity reached 78%. Instead of celebrating or hesitating, he immediately opened the box again and began another. The same pill, another rank 4 core strengthening pill. This time, trying to surpass himself. His movements were methodical, almost robotic. Sweat streamed down his forehead, but his concentration was absolute. Zhao Yu also seemed oblivious to the world. He did not attempt to risk a second pill. He chose to focus everything on a single rank 4 core regeneration pill, using his ethereal flame to maintain absolute control. The blue-violet flame danced like liquid water around the common iron, correcting every minute instability. He did not care about what the others were doing. He simply refined. The old independent alchemist, the one without a famous name, continued with his slow and patient technique. He produced a rank 4 meridian purification pill, using an almost invisible flame that seemed not to heat the cauldron, but rather guide the ingredients through sheer force of will. His breathing was rhythmic, his eyes half closed. He did not react to the applause, the explosions, or anything else. A young unknown, wearing simple gray robes, surprised everyone by producing 2 consecutive rank 4 pills. He used only a white flame, almost translucent, which seemed to absorb excess heat rather than produce it. Kyrian observed all of them with the same cold attention. Some break under pressure. Others simply erase the world around them. 2 hours passed. The spiritual bell rang for the last time, deep and final. The active cauldrons were sealed immediately. Anyone still attempting was interrupted. Of the 25 finalists, 10 were eliminated by failure or cauldron explosion during the phase. The remaining 15 stayed standing, exhausted but alive. Grandmaster Sun Wei returned to the center of the arena. His voice echoed once more. From the third phase, 25 began. 15 completed successfully. He paused. In first place, as expected, Sun Hao, a single pill. Qi concentration pill, early rank 5. Applause exploded once again, even more intense this time. In second place, Liang Chun. More applause followed. In third place, the independent cultivator known only as Master Kun. Genuine surprise rippled through the stands. No one expected the nameless old man to go that far. In fourth place, Zhao Yu. In fifth place, the young independent cultivator named Lin Feng. Sun Wei raised his hands. A round of applause for all the finalists. You have demonstrated skill, courage, and mastery. The crowd applauded warmly. Then he continued. He looked directly at Sun Hao. Sun Hao inclined his head. In gratitude, Sun Wei smiled faintly. A rare moment of paternal expression. As for the personal training with me, for 1 year, since my son won, the prize will be divided. A murmur of envy and respect passed through the crowd. Even louder applause followed. The others, Zhao Yu, Lin Feng, and the remaining finalists received smaller amounts of spirit stones, from 5 to 20,000, depending on placement, in addition to the right to keep the pills they refined. Sun Wei concluded with a subtle bow. Thank you all for participating. The Cloud Circle Alchemy competition is concluded. He vanished in a single step, leaving the arena empty. The crowd began to disperse in an orderly manner. Nobles, cultivators, and merchants left in organized groups, commenting on the results, placing bets on Sun Hao's future, and lamenting the eliminated. Kyrian and Mei Li did not stand up immediately. They waited. They let the main crowd empty the stairways and corridors. Only when the flow diminished and the VIP area was nearly deserted did they rise. Kyrian gestured to Mei Li. They descended through the exclusive internal stairways, completely avoiding the congestion of the common exits. In the reserved area near the entrance, the same carriage was already waiting for them. The coachman stood beside the open door, as if he had never left his post. They boarded. As soon as the door closed and the carriage began to move smoothly, Mei Li broke the silence. It's still early, she said, looking out the window at the cloudy sky that was beginning to take on golden hues of late afternoon. Why don't we go to a restaurant before heading back? There's a place in the 5th district that serves grilled spiritual beast meat with mountain herbs. Kyrian thought for a moment. He was hungry as well. The competition had been intense, and he needed to process everything he had seen. Good idea, he replied with a short nod. Maddie smiled, satisfied. The carriage continued along the now less crowded streets of the capital. Chapter 214, Cloud Empire 34. Chapter 214, Cloud Empire 34. The carriage slowed smoothly as it entered a narrower street in the 5th district. Red lanterns hung from dark wooden beams, swaying with the gentle breeze that descended from the eternal clouds. The smell arrived even before they stopped. Grilled spiritual beast meat mixed with spicy herbs, wild garlic, and a sweet touch of mountain honey. The restaurant was called. It had a discreet facade, but with a presence that drew the eye. It was not ostentatious, but of quality. The coachman stopped exactly in front of the main entrance. Kyrian and Mei Li got down. The air was cool, but heavy with the heat of the internal grills. An attendant in a gray robe received them with a polite bow and guided them to the inner courtyard, separated by tall screens of spiritual bamboo that blocked sound and sight. As soon as they crossed the threshold of the courtyard, Kyrian stopped for a moment. Seated at a large table near a low fountain of running water were the other 4 from the court. Baiju occupied almost half of the bench, devouring a pile of grilled iron-horned beast ribs, sauce dripping down his chin. He laughed loudly at something he had said. Yin Ling was at his side, an open scroll in front of her, analyzing notes with a concentrated expression. Kai cleaned a short dagger with an oiled cloth, his gaze distant. Li Fun, as always, was a silent shadow at the corner of the table, simply observing. Mei Li smiled when she saw them. Bai Zhu lifted his head, his mouth full. Leader, Mei Li, sit here. The meat here is absurd. Kirian walked to the table without hurry and took a seat. Mei Li sat beside him. A servant appeared almost immediately, bringing 2 steaming trays. Juicy ribs, thick cuts of beast loin, vegetables sautéed in flour oil, and a jug of medicinal wine that exuded a warm, comforting aroma. Yin Ling folded the scroll and looked at the two of them. Mei Li began to tell it with precise and elegant details. She spoke of Sun Hao's absurd mastery, of the rank 5 pill in a pour cauldron, of the explosions, and of the dramatic eliminations. When she reached the part about the rank 5 in 45 minutes, Bai Zhu stopped chewing. A rank 5 pill? With cultivation only at the core formation stage? Yin Ling tilted her head, thoughtful. An initial rank 5 pill is worth at least a few thousand spirit stones by itself on the market. And he made it with a cauldron that any experienced alchemist would reject. Kai grunted, without taking his eyes off the dagger. Well, other professions are interesting, but I still prefer punches and breaking faces. Li Fun only nodded once, as if that confirmed something he already knew. Kirian listened in silence, eating slowly. The meat was excellent, juicy, with a deep flavor that for others nourished not only the body, but also the qi, even though it was useless to him. He chewed and thought. Bai Zhu wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned forward. And you, leader? Mei Li. Mei Li looked at Kirian, letting him answer first. Kirian set the rib down on the tray and wiped his fingers with a linen napkin. He said in a low voice. The entire group fell silent for a second. It was rare for Kirian to admit that something had truly surprised or interested him. In fact, at times they even doubted whether Kirian had any other emotions. He continued. Alchemists like Sun Hao do not rely only on brute force. Because of their value, they are well regarded everywhere. They create resources. A rank 5 pill can be worth more than a victory in the Colosseum. It can accelerate years of training. It can save lives. That makes them, in a way, more independent. Bai Zhu blinked, thinking of something. So, Kirian shrugged, almost imperceptibly. In the future, maybe. For now, the Colosseum is what I'm most focused on. But seeing that, Yin Ling raised an eyebrow. Auxiliary professions are what separate large forces from small ones. Alchemy, formations, forging, talismans. Those who master this do not need to beg for resources. Mei Li nodded. Exactly. And the circle of clouds is the pinnacle of alchemy here in the capital. Sun Hao will probably inherit everything. But what impressed me the most was the mental control he demonstrated. The conversation flowed naturally from there. Bai Zhu said he had spent the day training with some minor nobles he had met at Tao's party. Words spoken by Bai Zhu. He had also heard rumors that the Colosseum would open in a few days for open challenges. Bai Zhu also said he would participate. Yin Ling showed the map she had been studying. On it were several routes to escape the city. While Li Fun preferred not to comment on his day, Kirian ate in silence, but participated with nods and short questions. The group seemed harmonious, not just subordinates and leader, more in certain ways companions, even with such different personalities. When the trays were almost empty, Bai Zhu raised the jug of wine. All right, the auction is approaching. Everyone raised their cups, even Li Fun, who rarely drank. The wine went down warm, with a sweet and invigorating touch. Kirian took a sip and looked up at the cloudy sky above. Alchimie, formation, forging. He put the thought aside. The night was pleasant. The group talked for some more time. When the moon began to stand out among the clouds, they decided to return. The walk back to the Crimson Lotus residence was silent but comfortable. The cool night air cleared the mind. Upon arriving, Each went to their room without much fuss. Kirian closed the door to his chamber and stood still for a moment, staring at nothing. Today he had seen something new. He lay down, but did not fall asleep immediately, finding himself thinking about what he would do after the auction when he returned to the court. Chapter 215, Cloud Empire 35. Chapter 215, Cloud Empire 35. The knock on the door came early, as always. There was still no full light piercing the eternal clouds, only a soft bluish gray that barely illuminated the room. Kirian opened his eyes at the same instant. He had already been awake for minutes. He sat up in bed and replied in a low voice. Meili opened the door carefully. She wore a lighter crimson robe than usual, her hair tied in a functional bun. In her right hand, she held an envelope sealed with sky blue wax and the symbol of a mountain wrapped in a whirlwind. The seal of House Rome. She made a small bow and extended the envelope. It arrived a short while ago. A messenger from the Rome Manor delivered it personally. Kirian took the letter without hurry. The seal was heavy and authentic. He broke the wax with his fingernail and opened the parchment. The handwriting was firm, elegant, and without unnecessary flourishes. Disciple of the Blood Court Kirian, I hope you are well in the capital. I would like to invite you to visit my residence this afternoon. There are matters I wish to discuss personally. Bring whomever you wish. There was nothing more. No explanation, no exact time, no stated reason. Only the signature and the seal. Kirian folded the parchment and looked at Meili. He wants to see me. Meili raised an eyebrow. Kirian stored the letter in his spatial ring. He did not hesitate. A direct invitation from a Duke of the Cloud Empire was not something to be refused lightly, especially when that same Duke had already given him a favor pendant. Meili nodded. I'll take you. Kirian did not respond, but neither did he disagree. It was a good idea to take Meili. The day then passed quickly. Kirian watched the light training of the others in the inner courtyard of the residence, while he himself only meditated. Later, he had a simple lunch with the group, in which Baiju and Kirian ate enough for 3 people. When the sun began to descend, tinting the clouds orange and gold, Kirian and Meili boarded the rented carriage. The trip to the Rome Manor was silent. Kirian looked out the window, thinking. Meili respected his silence. They arrived at the main gate of the estate in the late afternoon. The guards recognized the pendant Kirian showed and opened the way immediately. As soon as they stepped down into the main inner courtyard, a small figure came running along the path of white pebbles. Shuayin appeared like a blur of light blue dress and flowing black hair. She stopped abruptly upon seeing Kirian beside Meili. Her little face turned red instantly. Her big eyes widened, then shifted to the ground, then returned to him, then shifted away again. Kirian merely looked at her for a second, expressionless. The Duchess Rome appeared right behind, smiling with tenderness and a touch of amusement. She took her daughter's hand. Behave yourself. Comma, but did not take her eyes off Kirian. The Duchess cast a knowing glance at Meili and whispered, Come with me, dear. She led Shuayin away. The girl cast one last shy look over her shoulder before disappearing into the inner corridor. Meili followed the two with a polite smile, leaving Kirian alone with a household servant. The servant made a deep bow. Please, young Master Kirian. Kirian followed the man through wide corridors, passing suspended gardens and meditation pavilions, until they reached an isolated area of the property. An enormous circular field with polished stone ground reinforced by containment formations. The barriers were so strong that Kirian felt their chi like an invisible wall. The place was made for high-level battles without the risk of destroying half the manor. At the center of the field stood Duke Rome, without formal robes. Only light dark gray training clothes, sleeves rolled up, hair tied in a high bun. Even so, his presence was overwhelming. The air around him seemed denser, as if space itself bent around him. Cultivation above the spiritual awakening realm. Just like Dongjin, Kirian simply could not say who would be stronger. The Duke turned when he saw him. A calm but sharp smile appeared on his face. Kirian, Kyrian stopped a few meters away and inclined his head in a respectful greeting. Duke Roan. Duke Roan walked slowly toward the center of the field, hands behind his back. I heard about your fight at young Tao's party. A draw with Yunhao. He stopped and looked directly into Kyrian's crimson eyes. The Crimson Court has another monster. Kyrian did not respond. He simply waited. The Duke continued, his voice lower but serious. I can already see that you are immortal, and a rare possessor of innate talent. That was exactly why I handed you my house's pendant that day. I wanted to create a bond. Kyrian had already imagined that. The pendant had never been charity. It was an investment. Roan smiled faintly. So I decided to test it myself. Before the Colosseum reopens in a few days, I want to see with my own eyes the potential and strength of Dongzhan's most promising disciple. He opened his arms slightly. Let us train, just to measure limits. I will reduce my cultivation to the core formation realm, the same realm that most of the Colosseum's rank fighters are in, to make it fairer. Kyrian looked at the Duke for a long second. There was no fear in his eyes, only cold calculation and a spark of interest. He inclined his head once. Chapter 216, Cloud Empire 36. Chapter 216, Cloud Empire 36. The air in the training field seemed to contract for an instant. Duke Roan briefly closed his eyes. A subtle wave of chi receded from his body like a lowering tide. The crushing pressure that made space bend diminished to a controlled level. In the middle of the core formation realm. Even so, it was still a cultivation far above what Kyrian possessed. The Duke opened his eyes and smiled faintly, satisfied with the adjustment. With a thought, he drew a dagger from his spatial ring. The blade was thin silver, with discrete runes running along its edge. It was not an ostentatious weapon. It was practical, lethal, and made to kill with precision. He spun the dagger once between his fingers and looked at Kyrian. Kyrian did not respond with words. His crimson eyes suddenly shone intensely deep. A cold and hungry intent arose in the air. Subtle, almost imperceptible to anyone who did not know what to look for. The Duke felt it. At the very instant the glow appeared, a sensation of pure danger ran down his spine. His body reacted by instinct. Chi reinforced every inch of skin, muscles, and veins. He controlled the blood flow with absolute precision, isolating it in protective layers. Kyrian tried. For a fraction of a second, the Duke's blood trembled. A tiny vibration, almost invisible. But the Duke's control was ironclad. He gripped the flow tightly, preventing any external manipulation from reaching it. The Duke looked at Kyrian, surprised and genuinely impressed. A wide smile appeared on his face. So you can control blood with just a look. If I hadn't been focused, I would have been seriously injured. Before Kyrian could respond, the Duke advanced. There was no preparation, just a blur. The dagger cut through the air in a straight line, aiming at Kyrian's left shoulder with a speed that made the sound arrive late. Kyrian waited. At the last instant, when the blade was centimeters from his skin, he raised his right arm. Blood burst from the pores of his fingers like a black flower, fast, fluid, condensing into a perfect crimson dagger. The two daggers collided. A sharp metallic sound echoed across the field. Kyrian was thrown backward as if struck by a battering ram. He slid several meters, feet scraping against the polished stone, before managing to steady himself. His right arm trembled slightly, even reinforcing his entire body with blood chi. The Duke's pure physical strength was crushing, far above what he could face head-on. Kyrian realized it immediately. I can't fight him in close combat. The Duke gave him no time to recover. He advanced again, extremely fast, the dagger tracing a descending arc aimed at his neck. Kyrian reacted. His eyes shone brighter. Blood intent exploded. From both his hands, dozens of fine blood needles formed, sharp as microscopic spears, flying in a straight line toward 12 vital points of the Duke. Heart, liver, kidneys, throat, joints. The Duke smiled. The dagger spun in a blur. Each needle was intercepted and cut in the air. Fragments of blood fell like red rain, staining the ground, but some drops clung to the blade. Small dark stains that did not evaporate. Kirian took advantage. With a thought, he controlled the blood stuck to the dagger. The stains writhed, stretched, and transformed into even finer needles, almost invisible, shooting directly toward the Duke's face. The attack was fast, lethal, but a barrier of chi appeared at the last instant. A translucent layer, thin as paper, yet impenetrable. The needle struck it and dissolved into red mist. The Duke chuckled softly. He advanced once more. Kirian retreated, creating distance. Blood surged around him like a liquid curtain. Dozens of thin threads intertwined, forming a defensive net. The Duke cut the net with a horizontal strike, but Kirian had already moved to the side, launching more needles from behind. The Duke spun in the air, the dagger tracing a full circle. All the needles were destroyed. Kirian tried another approach. Blood burst from the stains on the ground in front of the Duke, forming sharp spikes that rose at unpredictable angles. The Duke stomped hard, and a wave of chi crushed the spikes before they could touch him. Kirian took a deep breath. It was time to change. He brought both hands to his eyes, as if covering them. His fingers pressed against his eyelids for a fraction of a second. Then he pulled. Not physically. It was an internal gesture, a complete release. When his hands moved away, the crimson had completely disappeared. In its place, bright green irises with elongated pupils in the perfect shape of tiny swords. A cutting intent, sharp as a newly forged blade, exploded into the environment. The air seemed to be sliced. Two swords of pure sword intent energy materialized. Made of cutting energy and condensed sword intent, translucent, green, with edges that distorted the light around them as if space itself were being cut. The two blades floated for an instant beside Kirian's head, spinning slowly, then shot forward. They were not physical attacks. They were pure manifestations of sword intent, capable of cutting chi, flesh, anything that was not protected by absolute defense. The Duke stopped mid-advance. His eyes narrowed. The smile widened. The two flying swords attacked from afar. One came in a straight line, aiming at his chest. The other traced a lateral arc, attempting to flank. The Duke raised the dagger. He did not retreat. He blocked the first sword with the blade, deflecting it to the side. The second came immediately after. He twisted his body, parrying with the hilt of the dagger. Sparks of chi exploded at the impact. The swords did not dissipate. They immediately returned to Kirian's side, floating like living sentinels, spinning in slow orbit around him. Kirian stepped forward. The swords shot out again, this time in perfect synchronization. One attacking from above, the other from below. The Duke blocked one with the dagger and deflected the other with his Kirian forced forearm. But the pressure was constant. The blades always returned, tireless, forcing him to defend without pause. For the first time, the Duke could not advance. He was trapped in a defensive dance, daggers spinning in fast arcs to intercept the flying swords. Each block made the air vibrate. Each deflection created thin cuts in the stone floor. Kirian kept his distance, controlling the blades with absolute precision. They did not need to touch. It was enough to threaten to force the Duke to react. The Duke laughed a low, genuine laugh. Good. Chapter 217, Cloud Empire 37. Chapter 217, Cloud Empire 37. The Duke laughed a low, genuine laugh. Good. He no longer retreated. Instead, he planted his feet on the ground and spun the dagger in a complete circular motion. A wave of his own intent exploded from the blade. Thin and silver, like a crescent of cutting light that expanded in all directions. The dagger technique manifested. Two blades of pure energy shot out from the Duke's dagger, flying toward Kirian's swords. The four blades collided in midair. A sharp sound, like metal being torn in slow motion, echoed across the field. Kirian's intense swords were pushed back, but they did not dissipate. With a mental gesture, he made them return, spinning around his body. The Duke narrowed his eyes. Kirian said nothing. He simply stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance. The flying swords shot out again, this time in crossing patterns, one coming from above on the right, the other from below on the left, trying to trap the Duke in a blind angle. The Duke twisted his body, the dagger tracing a defensive arc. He blocked one sword with the blade and deflected the other with his forearm. Sparks of chi exploded again. But now there was a different gleam in his eyes, not just amusement, but genuine surprise. Kirian pushed harder. He controlled the blades to spiral, creating an offensive barrier that closed around the Duke like a cage of cuts. Each time the Duke tried to advance, one of the flying swords intercepted him, forcing him to retreat or block. The Duke laughed louder. He changed his stance. The dagger stopped spinning and remained still for an instant. Then, with a sudden motion, he thrust it forward, not as a throw, but as an extension of his own arm. The dagger multiplied. 3 identical blades appeared in the air, all made of chi and condensed intent, all flying in distant trajectories. One straight, one curving to the right, and one curving to the left. Kirian reacted at the same instant. His 2 flying swords intercepted 2 of the Duke's blades. The third passed, grazing his shoulder, cutting through his robe, and leaving a thin line of blood. Kirian did not waver. He made his swords return and launched them again, now in a more aggressive pattern. One spinning like a propeller to block, the other attacking directly at the Duke's chest. The Duke blocked with a real dagger, but the impact made him step back 2 paces. For the first time, his smile turned into something more serious, deep approval. Battle experience. Kirian did not stop. He forced the Duke to use the technique again. 2 more blades of intent shot from the dagger, this time faster and heavier. Kirian intercepted one with each flying sword. The 4 blades collided at the center of the field, creating an explosion of chi that cracked the stone in a perfect 10-meter circle. The Duke stopped. He slowly lowered the dagger. His voice was calm, but filled with respect. Kirian dissipated the intense swords. They broke apart into green particles that evaporated into the air. In another instant as well, his eyes returned to crimson. Kirian was breathing a little heavily, a drop of sweat running down his forehead. But his body was still steady and well. He had only used a large amount of chi. The Duke walked toward him, stopping a few steps away. "You surprised me, boy." The Duke smiled again. This time, without provocation, only satisfaction. "In that case, I am no longer worried about your participation in the Colosseum. You are not only talented, you are dangerous. I will bet on you when the fights begin." Kirian inclined his head. "Thank you for the training." Before the Duke could respond, a small head appeared from behind one of the columns surrounding the field. Shuayin. She had been hiding there the entire time, eyes wide, cheeks red, hands clutching the hem of her dress. When discovered, she let out a small squeak and tried to hide again. The Duke laughed, a deep and genuine laugh. "In air." The girl came out slowly, head lowered, embarrassed. The Duke picked her up with one arm. "You shouldn't be watching this." Shuayin murmured something inaudible, but her eyes never left Kirian. The Duke shook his head, amused. "Go to your mother." Shuayin nodded quickly and ran off, casting one last look at Kirian before disappearing into the corridor. Kirian watched the scene in silence. A brief smile, almost imperceptible, appeared on his face. It was rare for him to truly laugh or smile, but the situation was amusing. The Duke noticed. "She likes you. Be careful." Kirian did not respond, but the slight curve of his lips remained for another second. The Duke placed a hand on his shoulder, a firm gesture, but not aggressive. "Come." The Duchess insisted that you stay for dinner. "It is not a request." Kirian nodded. They walked together to the main hall of the mansion. Duchess Roan was waiting for them at the entrance, Shuayin already by her side, now calmer but still red. Meili was there as well, speaking with the Duchess as if they were old friends. Dinner was served at a long, dark wooden table with refined dishes. Roasted spiritual beast meat with mountain herbs, soups with sautéed crystalline vegetables, and high-quality medicinal wine. The conversation was light. The Duchess asked about the blood court. The Duke commented on the Colosseum and the auction, and Shuayin remained quiet but cast constant glances at Kirian. Kirian answered with few words, but politely. Meili conducted most of the conversation, keeping the tone diplomatic and pleasant. Dinner ended late. Kyrian and Mei Li said their farewells with formal bows. Shui murmured a nearly inaudible, "Come back soon," before being led away by her mother. The carriage was waiting for them at the gate, ready to take them back to the Crimson Lotus residence. Chapter 218, Cloud Empire 38. Chapter 218, Cloud Empire 38. Kyrian woke up even before the first gray ray crossed the eternal clouds of the capital. The room was still immersed in penumbra, illuminated only by the soft and diffuse light that filtered through the tall windows of the Crimson Lotus residence. He had not slept deeply since the training with Duke Rong. His mind had not stopped replaying every movement as a form of training. The spin of the dagger, the intent blades cutting through the air, the crushing weight of the difference in cultivation. Every detail was analyzed and stored. He sat up in bed, stretched his body out of habit, and began dressing in the crimson robe of the main branch. The heavy fabric settled perfectly over his shoulders like a second skin. He tied his black hair back simply and was about to leave the room when a light knock sounded at the door. Mei Li opened the door with her usual care. She wore a lighter robe, suitable for a day of observation, her hair tied in a functional and practical bun. In her right hand, she carried a small rolled parchment. It was not a formal invitation, just a quick note she herself had written the previous night. She gave a small bow and entered, closing the door behind her. This time, it's not an invitation from anyone. I'm going to the Jade Palace Formation Tournament. Kyrian finished adjusting his robe and turned to her. He thought for a long second. After the alchemy competition, something had changed within him. It was not a dramatic shift. Kyrian was not one for abrupt changes, but for clear and cold perception. Auxiliary professions were not distractions. They were multipliers. Alchemists created pills worth fortunes, accelerated cultivation, and healed impossible injuries, while formations controlled an entire environment. Impenetrable barriers, lethal traps, chi accelerations, containment seals, illusions, and teleports. They were a type of power over space. He instinctively touched the mark on his hand, the one left by the natural formations. The mark pulsed faintly, as if responding to the thought. A living reminder of nearby natural formations, though still distant. "Yes, I was thinking of going. After yesterday," he replied, his voice calm and resolute. "And rich means independent." Mei Li raised an eyebrow, surprised by the frankness. Mei Li smiled faintly, approving the logic. "Then let's go together." The others already left early. Baizhu said he was going to train with Tao again. Yin Ling is researching something, and Kai and Li Fun. Well, you know how they are. With everything in order, Kyrian followed Mei Li out of the room. The rented carriage was already waiting at the main gate. The same impassive coachman as always stood there, reins in hand, as if he had never left his place. They climbed in, the door closed with a soft click, and the vehicle departed with that same almost supernatural smoothness. The journey lasted a little over an hour. The streets of the capital were busy, but the carriage followed side paths that Mei Li had mapped the previous night, avoiding congestion and curious eyes. Kyrian spent the time looking through the narrow window, analyzing the flow of people. They arrived at the Jade Palace an hour later. The place was immense, a colossal circular structure of pure white jade, with towers that seemed to grow directly from the lowest clouds. Hundreds of cultivators were already converging at the main entrances. The murmur was loud but organized. Lines of participants carrying matrix scrolls, energy crystals, and inscription tools. There were also nobles and merchants occupying VIP areas, with guards in jade-green uniforms maintaining order. Kyrian took Duke Rong's pendant from his spatial ring and showed it to the guard at the VIP entrance. The man bowed immediately, almost touching the ground with his forehead. "Young master." They were guided through an exclusive corridor of polished jade, completely avoiding the common lines. They ascended internal stairways that seemed to float until they reached the Celestial Plaza, a gigantic circular arena surrounded by 108 pillars of white jade inscribed with ancient matrices that glowed softly with internal light. At the center, A suspended disc of black stone served as the main stage, with pulsating runes engraved on its surface. Around the disc, stands rose in concentric steps, each level connected by floating bridges. At the top of each pillar were smaller platforms with privileged seats. Kyrian and Mei Li were led to one of the highest platforms, with a perfect view of the entire arena, far from the noise of the common crowd. They sat in jade seats cushioned with spiritual silk pillows. In a short time, the stands were completely filled. Thousands of voices mingled, nobles commenting on bets, independent cultivators analyzing the participants, and young talents from various forces preparing mentally. The central disc also filled quickly, with hundreds of participants, young and old, carrying some materials. The air was heavy with expectation and residual chi. Then, silence fell like a blade. A figure jumped from one of the highest pillars. She descended in a straight line, landing softly at the center of the disc, as if the air supported her. Bright green hair waved around her. The hair was long, vivid, and almost luminous under the diffuse light of the clouds. She wore white robes with emerald jade details, a perfect face, and eyes cold like a frozen lake. Her presence was magnetic, almost oppressive. Many held their breath. A noble beside Kyrian whispered, his voice trembling with admiration. "There she is, Miss Qing Lanyue, one of the three great beauties of the cloud capital." And he was right. Shouts and exclamations rose from the crowd. Young cultivators stretched themselves, trying to draw attention. Some shouted her name. Others simply stared, hypnotized. Qing Lanyue ignored everything. She raised her right arm. A wave of pure qi exploded from her. Cold, cutting, and silent. It swept across the entire arena like an invisible blade, silencing every voice within seconds. The silence was absolute. She looked at the participants on the disc, then at the stands. Her voice came out clear, cold, and filled with natural authority. Chapter 219, Cloud Empire 39. Chapter 219, Cloud Empire 39. As soon as the words left Qing Lanyue's lips, the absolute silence of the celestial plaza was broken by a sudden and precise movement. From her spatial ring, 5 emerald green jade plates emerged in the blink of an eye. They floated around her body like living satellites, spinning slowly, reflecting the diffuse light of the eternal clouds in hypnotic shades of emerald and silver. Each plate had ancient runes engraved in spirals, pulsing with a subtle energy that made the surrounding air vibrate slightly. Qing Lanyue opened her arms in an elegant and controlled gesture. The 5 plates shot forward at high speed, forming a perfect circle around the main disc of the arena. They positioned themselves exactly at specific points, forming a 5-pointed star, hovering a few meters above the ground, motionless like eternal sentinels. The sound of them cutting through the air was almost inaudible, a sharp whisper that only the most attentive cultivators perceived. Then, her cultivation was revealed. A wave of cold and pure qi exploded from her body, not violent, but absolute, like an invisible blade of ice that pierced through every soul present. The spiritual awakening realm, not the peak, but the middle of the realm solidly, yet still enough to make the air tremble. The stands felt a subtle weight on their shoulders, and the hearts of weaker cultivators accelerated involuntarily. The qi transformed into threads of light green energy that flew directly into the 5 plates. Qing Lanyue moved her hands as if weaving something invisible. Her delicate fingers traced patterns in the air, each gesture filled with precise and fluid intent, like a dancer performing a beautiful choreography. The runes on the plates began to shine brighter, responding to her command. In less than a minute, the 5 plates shone together in unison. An emerald light rose from the floor of the arena, spreading in concentric waves that looked like water being poured in slow motion. The barrier then formed, translucent, almost invisible at first glance, but solid as a mountain. It emerged from the central disc, rose in a perfect curve, and closed in the sky, just below the upper stands. All the participants, now more than 300, were trapped inside the emerald dome. The air within the barrier became slightly denser, filled with pure qi that made breathing feel heavier. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Meili leaned toward Kyrian, her voice low and impressed, almost reverent. She really set up a formation of that size in less than a minute. The nobles around them murmured in shock, overlapping voices in nervous whispers. It's a peak rank 3 containment barrier at minimum. That's the level of the Jade Palace. Look at the energy flow, perfect. Kyrian observed everything in silence. His crimson eyes swept across the entire barrier, layer by layer, rune by rune. He saw what no one else saw. In 12 specific points of the formation, distributed symmetrically along the dome, there were visible flaws. But they were not construction errors. They were intentional openings, thin as strands of hair, camouflaged by false lines that confused the energy flow. To ordinary eyes, the barrier was perfect, impenetrable, without a single breach. To him, it was a puzzle with missing pieces, deliberately designed to test vision, patience, and deep understanding. Qing Lanhue lowered her arms. Her voice came out cold and low, yet reached every ear in the arena thanks to qi projected with mastery. She raised a delicate finger, pointing to the barrier that still pulsed with soft light. You have 1 hour to exit the barrier. The use of artifacts is prohibited. It is also not permitted to attack the barrier directly with brute force or qi. A collective sigh rose from the participants. Some were already looking at the barrier in despair. Others, with absolute concentration, eyes half closed, trying to sense the flow. Kyrian murmured to Meili, barely moving his lips. She left 12 real exits, but camouflaged them with false lines. Whoever touches the wrong place. Meili nodded, eyes narrowed, analyzing, trying to see the lines Kyrian mentioned, but unsuccessfully. So, it's a test of vision and patience. Those who don't understand enough will explode or be injured, while those who understand. The first hour then began. The first 2 to exit were the most impressive. The first was an old man with a sparse white beard and worn gray robes, known only as Master Ming, an independent formation master from whom no one expected much. He walked to one of the inner pillars of the barrier, stopped for 3 seconds with his eyes closed, then touched an apparently random point with 2 fingers. A tiny rune glowed in his palm. The barrier rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and he passed through as if no obstacle had ever existed. His time was 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Qing Lanhue raised an eyebrow, the first visible sign of surprise on her cold and impassive face. The second was a young man in his early 20s in navy blue robes embroidered with clouds, apparently a disciple of the Cloud Academy. He did not touch the barrier immediately. He stood still for 2 entire minutes, analyzing the energy flow with half-closed eyes. Then he traced a rune in the air with his index finger. The rune materialized in blue light and merged into the barrier. A small circle opened before him, and he passed through calmly, unhurried. His time was 4 minutes and 58 seconds, which also earned a look from Qing Lanhue. They managed to get out in less than 5 minutes. Murmurs began to appear throughout the stands. Others then began to try. Many failed. A young man touched a false point, an illusory line designed to confuse. The barrier reacted with a small but violent qi explosion. He was thrown backward, arms burned, face pale with pain, eliminated on the spot. A woman tried to force an opening with raw qi, but the barrier rebounded, sending a wave of energy that knocked her unconscious. Eliminated. Time passed quickly. Kyrian noted the patterns with clinical attention. The 12 real flaws were surrounded by dozens of false lines, traps that reacted to wrong touches with qi explosions. About 70% of the participants were eliminated in the first phase. Many gave up upon seeing companions injured. Others touched wrong points and suffered spiritual burns, fractures, temporary loss of vision, or even fainted from qi overload. The auxiliary elders circulated through the arena, removing the injured and declaring elimination with curt gestures. At the end of the hour, only 90 participants remained, all of them outside the barrier, exhausted but alive. Qing Lanhue raised her hand again. The barrier dissipated into particles of green light that returned to the 5 plates. They flew back into her spatial ring in a perfect arc. Her cold voice echoed once more. First phase concluded. 90 advance. Chapter 220, Cloud Empire 40. Chapter 220, Cloud Empire 40. Those eliminated from the first phase were dismissed with speed and efficiency. Servants of the Jade Palace, dressed in jade-green robes, circulated along the outer edge of the Celestial Plaza, guiding the defeated participants toward the side exits. Many chose to remain in the common stands. They still wanted to watch the rest of the tournament, learn from the survivors, or simply not miss the chance to see Qing Lanyue up close. Others left with their heads lowered, carrying spiritual injuries or visible frustration. In less than 10 minutes, the arena was clean again, and the 90 survivors occupied the central disc, exhausted but determined. Qing Lanyue did not waste time. She raised her right hand once more. From her spatial ring, 270 basic metal plates, reinforced iron engraved with simple runes, without jade or precious materials, emerged in a controlled whirlwind. They spun around her like a silent hurricane, reflecting the diffused light in dull and cold tones. She remained at the center of the main disc, her bright green hair rippling slightly with the movement of the plates. Her cold voice cut through the air again. I will deliver 3 random formation plates to each of the 90 participants. They will be chosen based on the plates you receive. A noble beside Kirian whispered, his voice heavy with respect. It is possible to assemble a formation using only one's own chi as fuel, but it is best to use spirit stones to maintain it. Meili listened and nodded slightly, understanding the trial. The whirlwind of plates intensified for a moment. Then, as if obeying a silent command, the 270 plates flew in precise lines. 3 plates for each of the 90 participants. They landed gently in front of each participant, forming small, organized triangles on the ground of the disc. Qing Lanyue made an elegant leap. In a single movement, she rose to the top of the tallest pillar, hovering above everyone. From there, with a complete view of the arena, she observed like a cold and distant goddess. Some gazes from the crowd remained fixed on her. Many young cultivators preferred to admire her beauty rather than pay attention to the tournament. But Kirian did not. His crimson eyes were already fixed on the 90 survivors. The second phase began. Kirian shifted his focus to Old Ming, the independent formation master who had exited the barrier in 4 minutes. The man with the thin white beard and worn gray robes was seated in a lotus position before his 3 plates. He analyzed them for less than 10 seconds, eyes half closed, fingers tracing invisible runes in the air as if he already knew what to do. The 3 plates were simple keys to formations. One of basic concealment, one of chi concentration, and one of movement restraint. Nothing high rank. But Ming did not hesitate. Before him, there was a small pile of low-grade spirit stones. It was the fuel provided by Qing Lanyue. Stones less rich in chi, to make the trial even more difficult. He picked up the first plate, the concealment one, and placed it on the ground in front of him. He spread the stones around it in a precise, circular pattern, sat exactly over the central plate, and released his chi. The process was slow but fluid. The stones began to glow. Ming's chi spread like a thin mist, enveloping the runes of the plate. Gradually, a concealment formation formed, not visible to the naked eye, but perceptible to those who understood. In exactly 20 minutes, Old Ming's body completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Well, from everyone except those with advanced cultivation or special eyes. Kirian saw clearly. The old man had not vanished. He was still there, seated, breathing calmly. But the concealment formation distorted the light and chi around him, making him invisible and almost undetectable. Kirian nodded internally. The crowd exploded into excited murmurs. It was the first time many there had seen a formation being assembled live, in real time. Some shouted in excitement. Others simply watched open-mouthed. The disciple of the Cloud Academy was the second to complete the first formation. He also sat over his central plate, one of the basic protective barriers. His chi drew blue lines in the air, connecting to the plate. In 28 minutes, a translucent barrier rose around him, small but solid, peak rank 3. He did not waste time and immediately began the second formation, one of chi concentration. Throughout the first hour, dozens of formations began to arise in the arena. Some were simple defensive barriers, others illusion traps that made the air shimmer. A young man formed a movement restraint formation that trapped his own feet by accident. He laughed nervously while undoing the mistake. An elderly woman assembled a chi purification formation that glowed like an aurora borealis. Many took nearly an entire hour to form just one formation. The mental consumption was high, and the fear of making a mistake made their movements hesitant. Meanwhile, Old Ming was nearly completing his second formation. He had moved on to the chi concentration plate. The stones around him were already half depleted. The consumption was great. His chi spread once again, denser this time. The ambient chi began to be pulled into the formation until it was ready. In 42 minutes, the second formation was complete. He did not stop. He moved directly to the third, the movement restraint one. This time, the process was even faster. He used the residual chi from the previous formations to feed the new one. At 55 minutes, the third formation was completed, a network of invisible threads that bound anything that touched the ground around him. Old Ming opened his eyes. 3 formations are active at the same time. Low rank, but perfectly executed. He was among the first to complete all 3. Kirian watched attentively. Others also stood out. The disciple of the Cloud Academy finished his second formation in 50 minutes. He began the third, an offensive barrier that launched needles of energy. An unknown young woman, in purple robes, assembled 3 illusion formations in sequence, each more complex than the previous one. She finished in 1 hour and 2 minutes, exhausted but victorious. Many, however, were still struggling with the first. A young man exploded his formation plate due to a sequence error. Another fainted from mental exhaustion after trying to feed 2 formations at the same time. Time ran on as the tournament continued. Chapter 221, Cloud Empire 41. Chapter 221, Cloud Empire 41. Time ran on relentlessly. The second phase of the Jade Palace Formation Tournament unfolded like a chaotic symphony of light, chi, and concentration. On the central disc, 90 formation masters worked simultaneously, each within their small territory of plates and spirit stones. The air was dense, heavy with the metallic scent of energy being consumed, the faint hum of activated runes, and the occasional sound of plates cracking when someone miscalculated the balance. Kirian observed everything with crimson eyes that seemed to absorb every detail. He saw the flow of chi moving between the plates, the lines of energy intertwining or unraveling, and the small human flaws that cost precious minutes or even elimination. Mei Li, beside him, kept her gaze fixed on the arena, analyzing in silence, but from time to time she whispered brief comments. Look, that one just lost the second formation because he didn't calculate the chi consumption. Kirian nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Old Ming continued to be the fastest and most consistent. After completing the 3 formations in 55 minutes, he did not rise. He remained seated in lotus position, breathing slowly, keeping the 3 formations active at the same time. Concealment, chi concentration, and movement restraint. The 3 worked in harmony. The concealment hid his presence. The concentration drew ambient chi into him, and the restraint created a network of invisible threads around him that prevented any accidental approach. He needed nothing more. He simply waited for time to run out. The disciple of the Cloud Academy finished his 3rd formation in 1 hour and 20 minutes. An offensive barrier that launched needles of energy in rotating patterns. He stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and remained silent, observing the others with a calm and evaluating gaze. The young woman in purple robes, whose name Kirian heard mentioned as Lan Shui, finished in 1 hour and 11 minutes. Her 3 formations were all illusion-based. One was a distorted visual perception, another auditory perception, and the third created false shadows that moved like real people. When she finished, she sat down exhausted, but with a subtle smile of satisfaction. Others stood out in different ways. A middle-aged man, with scars on his face and simple brown robes, assembled a peak-rank 3 defensive formation, a hardened earth dome that resisted impacts. He finished in 1 hour and 23 minutes. A short-haired girl with a focused expression created 3 support formations: Chi acceleration, light regeneration, and poison purification. She finished in 1 hour and 28 minutes. But most struggled. Many were still on the second formation when the bell announced that only 30 minutes remained. Some desperately tried to finish the third, but the mental consumption was too high. A young man lost control of the central plate. The formation collapsed in an explosion of light that threw him backward, burning his arms and eliminating him automatically. Another simply fell sideways, unconscious, exhausted after trying to feed 2 formations at the same time without enough stones. Kyrian observed the patterns closely. Those who finish faster don't force it. They let the chi flow between the formations as if it were a natural cycle. Meili nodded. Exactly. The final minutes were tense. When the bell rang for the last time, deep and definitive, echoing across the celestial plaza, Qing Lanyue descended from the highest pillar in an elegant leap, landing once more at the center of the disk. She raised her hand. All active formations were instantly sealed by a wave of her chi. The plates stopped glowing. Silence returned. She paused briefly. A murmur of surprise and respect rose from the stands. 13 out of 90. 13 finalists. Qing Lanyue continued, her voice cold and clear. Master Ming, Lan Su. The crowd applauded warmly. The 13 finalists were highlighted. Some stood, others merely inclined there. Heads in acknowledgement. Qing Lanyue raised her hand again, silencing everyone. The applause died instantly, as if an invisible blade had cut the sound at its root. She remained motionless at the center of the main disc, bright green hair falling like an unmoving cascade, cold eyes sweeping over the 13 finalists who now stood out among the others eliminated. Her presence was enough to impose silence effortlessly. Before the final phase, she said, her voice low and cutting, all of you will have 1 hour of rest. Recover your chi, calm your minds, and prepare yourselves. She did not explain anything further. With a simple gesture, the metal plates used in the second phase were collected by servants who appeared like shadows. The 13 finalists were guided to reserved side areas, small floating platforms with meditation cushions and cups of restorative tea for quick recovery. The other participants and spectators remained in the stands, but the murmuring returned at a low volume, almost reverent. Master Ming sat in lotus position on his platform, eyes closed, breathing slowly. Lan Shui leaned against a jade column, smiling faintly but with distant eyes, recovering the chi spent on the complex illusions. The others varied. Some meditated intensely, others walked in small circles to ease tension, and 1 or 2 spoke in low voices with nearby companions. None showed panic. All knew that what would come next would be the true test. The invisible spiritual clock of the celestial plaza counted the minutes with cruel precision. The crowd in the stands did not disperse. On the contrary, it grew. The hour ended. The spiritual bell rang. Deep, prolonged, echoing like distant thunder. Qing Lanyue descended from the highest pillar in a silent leap, landing once again at the center of the main disc. Her green hair rippled once before settling. Her expression remained impassive, cold as eternal ice, without a trace of emotion or fatigue. She raised her right hand. Silence fell once more, absolute. Her voice did not need amplification. Each word reached clearly the ears of everyone in the celestial plaza. The 13 finalists rose in unison, without hesitation. They knew that what came next would decide everything. Chapter 222, Cloud Empire 42. Chapter 222, Cloud Empire 42. The 13 finalists stood up in unison, without hesitation. The silence of the celestial plaza was so dense that one could hear the faint crackling of ancient runes on the 108 jade pillars surrounding it. Qing Lanyue remained motionless at the center of the main disk, her silhouette standing out against the backdrop of eternal clouds that filtered the light into cold, diffuse tones. She raised her left hand with an almost casual gesture. From the spatial ring on her middle finger, a single plate emerged. It was different from anything that had been used so far. An ancient jade plate, with 6 perfectly symmetrical sides, its edges slightly irregular, as if it had been cut from a natural block millennia ago. Its size was impressive, nearly 3 meters in diameter, thick enough to be considered slab. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of interconnected lines covered its surface. They were ancient runes intertwined in perfect geometric patterns, layers upon layers of inscriptions that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Some lines glowed faintly in shades of emerald, others in aged silver, and there were sections that seemed to absorb the light instead of reflecting it. The plate floated for a moment above her hand, then slowly descended until it landed exactly at the center of the main disk. The impact was silent, not even a sound of stone against stone, yet the ground trembled slightly, as if the arena itself recognized the weight of the treasure. Qing Lanyue lowered her hand. Her voice came out cold, precise, and without unnecessary emotion. She paused briefly, allowing the weight of the words to settle. The plate you see is an ancient peak rank 6 formation. It is the key to a matrix of containment, illusion, and barrier, among other simultaneous formations, created more than 1,000 years ago by a master of the Jade Palace. She raised a finger. "You may not touch the plate." She said nothing more. A spiritual bell rang, softly yet piercing, marking the beginning of the 2 hours. The 13 finalists approached in a respectful circle around the giant plate. None of them spoke. They simply positioned themselves, some sitting in lotus position a few meters away, others standing with arms crossed, eyes fixed on the jade surface. The air around the plate seemed heavier, as if the ancient formation itself emanated a subtle pressure that challenged whoever dared to comprehend it. Kirian watched everything with absolute attention. His crimson eyes traveled across every visible line on the plate, layer by layer, engraving everything into his practically perfect memory. He could see the lines, but he still did not fully understand them. Perhaps he should study more about formations to fully understand them. Meili whispered beside him, barely moving her lips. Whoever created this must have been a genius. 2 hours is a very short time to even memorize the lines, let alone create something from them. Kirian nodded slightly. Besides, she doesn't want mere copies. The 2 hours passed in an almost oppressive silence. The audience understood the test and remained quiet, simply watching, not wanting to disturb the participants. Master Ming was the first to sit down. He closed his eyes for long minutes, then opened them and began tracing runes in the air with his finger, not to copy, but to feel the flow. His breathing was steady and deep. Gradually, he seemed to enter a state of deep meditation, as if he were conversing with the plate. The disciple from the Cloud Academy remained standing the entire time. His eyes moved quickly, following specific lines, returning and stopping at points of intersection. He murmured formulas softly, mentally reviewing each layer he could perceive. Lan Shui, the young woman in purple robes, sat sideways, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand. Her eyes shone with genuine interest. She seemed more fascinated than pressured. The others varied. Some walked slowly around the plate, trying to see different angles. Others remained motionless, like statues. 1 or 2 broke into a cold sweat, visibly overwhelmed by the complexity. Kirian, after engraving every line of the plate, observed each reaction. Old Ming is no longer looking. The time then ended. The same spiritual bell rang, this time shorter, more definitive. Qing Lanyue raised her hand. The giant plate slowly lifted from the ground, floating back into her spatial ring in a smooth arc. When it disappeared, the central disk was empty once again. She looked at the 13 finalists. There was no visible judgment in her expression, only absolute calm. She raised her right hand again. From the spatial ring, 13 identical sets of materials emerged and floated gently toward each finalist. Each set consisted of 10 reinforced iron plates, a neutral material, in addition to 60 mid-grade spirit stones. A vial of pure spiritual ink was also delivered to trace runes onto the plates. The materials landed before each of them in organized triangles, forming clear workspaces separated by invisible lines of containment that Qing Lanhua traced with a subtle gesture of her finger. The lines glowed for a second before disappearing, ensuring that no one could interfere with another's work. She gave no further explanations. With a light and elegant leap, Qing Lanhua rose once more to the top of the highest pillar. Her robes fluttered once before settling. From up there, with a complete view of the arena and the 13 workspaces, she hovered motionless like a living statue. The word fell like a hammer. Chapter 223, Cloud Empire 43. Chapter 223, Cloud Empire 43. The 13 finalists immediately sat down on the ground of the main disc, each within their space delimited by the invisible lines of containment. There was no hesitation, no conversation, only the soft sound of bodies settling onto the polished black stone and the faint clinking of spirit stones being positioned. Some began working at the very same instant. Wei Chong, the disciple of the Cloud Academy, picked up the first reinforced iron plate and began carving runes with the spiritual ink, fast and precise strokes, as if he had already decided what to do hours earlier. His fingers moved with the cadence of someone who had memorized every detail of the ancient plate. Lan Shui, on the other hand, remained with her eyes closed for nearly 5 minutes, breathing slowly, as if mentally reorganizing the entire flow of information she had absorbed. Other finalists followed similar paths, some carving furiously, others meditating in absolute silence, letting qi circulate freely before touching any plate. Old Ming was one of those who followed the second path. He took a deep breath for a full minute, long inhale, slow exhale, as if aligning every piece of information learned with the rhythm of the ancient plate he had just studied. When he opened his eyes, there was absolute clarity in them. Without hurry, he stood up. The 10 reinforced iron plates flew upward in a synchronized movement, slowly rotating around him like planets in orbit. From his spatial ring emerged a thin and straight blade, not a combat weapon, but an ancient inscription tool, its edge gleaming in cold silver. Ming dipped the blade into the vial of spiritual ink. The black liquid absorbed the light for a moment before adhering to the metal. Then he began. The blade danced in the air. Each stroke was precise, carved with concentrated qi. Fine and complex lines appeared on the plates, not exact copies of the ancient formation, but his own interpretation. A hybrid matrix of qi concentration and acceleration. The 10 plates rotated faster and faster, connecting into a three-dimensional pattern that made the air around him ripple. Meanwhile, the others worked at their own rhythms. Lan Shui opened her eyes. Her fingers traced runes in the air without touching the plates. First one, then another, then a third. The 10 iron plates rose on their own, floating in a circular formation around her. She did not use ink. She used only pure qi and intention. Gradually, an immense formation began to take shape. A dense, illusory mist spread through her space, causing everything within the circle to disappear completely, not only visually but also at the level of qi perception. Anyone looking at Lan Shui's space would see only emptiness. Wei Chong opted for a more technical approach. He positioned the 10 plates in a perfect octagon on the ground, sat at the center, and began engraving with the spiritual ink and his index finger at the same time. His final formation was a complex offensive barrier, a dome of energy that not only defended but also launched condensed qi needles in rotating patterns, capable of piercing the defenses of a cultivator in the core formation realm. The stability was impeccable. Not a single rune trembled. Another finalist, a scarred man named Qin, created a defensive earth and metal formation. A reinforced dome that rose like a miniature mountain, with retractable spiritual iron spikes that emerged from the ground at the slightest sign of hostility. He finished in 1 hour and 40 minutes, sweating but satisfied. The short-haired young woman, Su Ling, assembled a multiple support formation, chi concentration for allies, passive regeneration, and poison purification. It was less flashy, but extremely balanced and practical, the type of formation that could turn a group battle. An independent cultivator named Zhong created a combined containment and illusion formation, invisible threads that restrained the target while simultaneously generating illusory clones to confuse. He finished in 1 hour and 50 minutes. Exhausted but proud, the 2 hours passed quickly. The spiritual bell rang for the last time, grave and definitive, closing the tournament. Qing Lanyue descended from the highest pillar in a silent leap, landing at the center of the disc. The 13 formations still active shone around the finalists, each different from the other, yet all filled with intention and qi. She raised her hand. All formations were sealed simultaneously. The plates stopped glowing. Silence returned, absolute. Qing Lanyue walked slowly across the disc, analyzing each formation plate one by one. Her cold eyes passed over every detail. Stability of the runes, purity of the flow, complexity of the layers, creativity in the adaptation of the ancient plate. In the end, she stopped at the center. All 13 completed the task. A murmur of admiration rose from the stands. She pointed to the first. Master Ming, hybrid concentration and acceleration formation. Peak rank 4. Perfect stability, creativity in the fusion of two principles from the ancient plate. The crowd applauded strongly. Ming inclined his head in silence, showing no surprise. Lan Su, total illusion matrix of peak rank 4. Extreme complexity, almost impenetrable even to experienced eyes. More applause. Lan Shui smiled faintly, as if she had already expected it. Wei Chong, offensive barrier of peak rank 4. Impeccable balance between defense and counterattack. Wei Chong nodded respectfully. Last of peak rank 4. Qin, reinforced defensive dome with retractable spikes. Peak rank 4. Exceptional resistance. The other 9 finalists were briefly praised. All had created peak rank 3 or rank 4 formations, but they did not reach the same level of depth as the top 4. Qing Lanyue raised her voice one last time. The crowd exploded into deafening applause. Master Ming rose slowly. He inclined his head to Qing Lanyue, then to the other finalists. There was no arrogance on his face, only the calm of someone who knew he had comprehended something profound by participating in the tournament. Qing Lanyue raised her hand. Prizes will be delivered shortly. She disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the echo of her presence. The tournament had ended. Chapter 224, Cloud Empire 44. Chapter 224, Cloud Empire 44. The last applause still reverberated through the upper stands when Kirian and Mei Li stood up. The crowd began to move in slow and disordered waves, nobles commenting on the results in small groups, young cultivators discussing the formations with animation. Qing Lanyue had disappeared without fanfare, and the 13 finalists were being led to a reserved area where they would receive their prizes and formal recognition. Kirian did not wait for the end of the ceremony. He stood up unhurriedly, adjusted the crimson robe, and nodded to Mei Li. She understood immediately. The two descended the exclusive internal staircases, passing by the guards who bowed upon seeing Duke Rong's pendant hanging around Kirian's neck. The VIP corridor was silent, illuminated only by jade lanterns that emitted a cold and constant light. Neither of them spoke during the descent. The rented carriage was already waiting for them exactly where they had left it, the coachman impassive, reins in hand, as if time had not passed. They climbed in. The door closed with a soft click. The vehicle departed, swaying lightly as it crossed the wide streets of the central district. The interior of the carriage was silent. Kirian looked through the narrow window. The lights of the capital were beginning to turn on against the cloudy sky that darkened rapidly. Spiritual lanterns floated in organized rows, illuminating wide avenues, circular plazas, and towers that seemed to touch the lowest clouds. Cultivators ran between districts in graceful lines, carrying crates of goods or simply moving toward nighttime appointments. Maylee broke the silence first, her voice low and thoughtful. Kyrian continued looking out the window for a few more seconds before answering, his voice calm and almost distant. She smiled faintly, approving. Independence, right? It's a path that. The rest of the trip was silent. The carriage went around the 5th District, passed over the floating bridge above the artificial river, and finally arrived at the gate of the Crimson Lotus residence. The defensive formations recognized Mei Li's blood chi, and the gate opened automatically. The inner courtyard was illuminated by soft red lanterns. The smell of grilled meat and herbs already lingered in the air. Someone had started dinner. Baiju was the first to appear, stepping out of the main hall with a roasted beast leg in hand, sauce dripping down his chin. Leader, Mei, you took forever. Yin-Ling appeared right behind him, expression curious. Yin-Ling finished the question looking directly at Mei, but her eyes quickly shifted to Kyrian, as if expecting him to answer first. Kyrian, however, merely nodded and sat down at the long table without saying anything. He picked up a cup of medicinal wine and began to drink slowly, eyes fixed on the plate that Baiju placed in front of him. Mei smiled, excited, and began to recount. It was impressive. The first phase was a giant peak rank 3 barrier assembled by Qing Lanyue herself in less than a minute. There were 12 real exits, but they were camouflaged with false lines. Whoever touched the wrong one suffered a spiritual explosion. Baiju widened his eyes, chewing a huge rib. Mei continued, gesturing with her hands. Yin-Ling leaned forward, fascinated. Mei shone. 2 hours to observe an ancient jade plate with 7,000 runes. Without touching, without copying. Afterward, assemble a formation based on what they understood. I looked at that gigantic plate for 2 hours and understood absolutely nothing. The group continued talking while they ate. Dinner ended late. When the group dispersed to their rooms, Kyrian climbed the stairs in silence. Kyrian entered the room, closed the door with a soft click, and stood still for a moment, looking at the dark emptiness of the chamber. The gray light of the eternal clouds filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows on the polished wooden floor. He did not light any lantern. After all, he did not need them to. See, he walked to the bed and sat on the edge, still dressed in the crimson robe. His mind automatically returned to the tournament. The ancient jade plate was still engraved in his memory, like a perfect image, all the thousands of lines like a living map of flows and intentions. He had them in perfect remembrance, but he did not fully understand them yet. He needed to learn more about formations to use such information that he had engraved in his mind. Kyrian instinctively touched the mark on his hand, the one left by the core of the natural formations. The mark pulsed lightly, as if responding to his thought. But there was no natural formation nearby at the moment. He could feel it. He lay down, still dressed, and closed his eyes. It did not take long for him to fall asleep. Sleep came quickly and without dreams, the body resting, the mind archiving everything he had seen at the tournament. The next day, he woke up early. The gray light was already passing through the windows, but no knock came at the door. No cheerful call from Mei. The room was silent. Kyrian sat up in bed. It was strange. He had already grown accustomed to her morning ritual. But today there was nothing important scheduled. No tournament, no invitation, no urgent mission. The Colosseum would only reopen tomorrow. He then decided to stay at the Crimson Lotus residence. Although he was not tired, he knew that the next day would be intense. It's better to remain in the best possible condition. Rest, stabilize the mind. He did not leave the room during most of the day. He spent the morning meditating in cultivation position. Although he could not cultivate like the others, it helped his mind think better. At least that was what Kyrian thought. Afterward, he remained seated by the window, looking at the capital outside without truly seeing. The day passed quickly. When night arrived, Kirian lay down early. He slept peacefully, without dreams, body and mind ready. The next day, he woke to a firm knock at the door. He opened his eyes immediately. The gray light was already stronger. The day had arrived. Meili opened the door, already dressed in a light combat robe, expression excited. "Leader, today is the day." Kirian stood up quickly. He left the room without further words. Chapter 225, Cloud Empire, 45. Chapter 225, Cloud Empire, 45. Kirian, Baizhu, and Meili left the Crimson Lotus residence shortly after breakfast. The sun was still struggling to break through the eternal clouds, casting a gray and cold light over the capital. The rented carriage was already waiting for them at the gate. The coachman merely nodded to the three before preparing himself, reins in hand. They climbed in without haste. Baizhu occupied almost half of the seat, as animated as always, while Meili sat beside Kirian, maintaining her elegant posture. The journey began calmly. The streets of the 5th District were still relatively empty, most cultivators only heading to the Colosseum later when the main fights began. Baizhu couldn't stay silent for long. "So, leader, the Cloud Colosseum is different from anything I've ever participated in. Tao explained it to me last night while we were training. To challenge someone in the top 100, you pay a fixed fee in spirit stones. The higher the rank, the more expensive. But there's an important detail. Death is allowed. Everyone signs a responsibility agreement before entering." Kirian listened in silence, looking out the window. He already knew most of that. Yao had explained days before, but he let Baizhu speak. It was good for the big man to feel useful. "And there's more," Baizhu continued, gesturing with his enormous hands. "The Colosseum isn't just about fighting. There are official bets in the stands. You can bet on any fight, including your own. If you get a streak going, the money from bets can be bigger than the challenge prize itself." Meili nodded. "That's why the Colosseum attracts so many people. It's not just strength." Kirian didn't respond. His mind was already elsewhere, on the meeting with Yao, on the list of vulnerable targets, and on the stones he needed to accumulate for the auction. The carriage began to climb a wide avenue that led to the central district. The traffic increased. Common cultivators walked in groups, carrying banners or standards in support of their favorites. Young people from various minor forces ran excitedly, speaking loudly about who would challenge whom. The air was heavy with expectation. Then, the Cloud Colosseum appeared on the horizon. It was an absolutely gigantic construction, a colossal cylinder of black stone and white jade, with dozens of floors rising until they almost touched the lowest clouds. Observation towers floated around the main structure, sustained by ancient formations. Enormous flags of every color fluttered at the top, each one representing a force, a noble family that sponsored the Cloud Colosseum. The main gate was a monumental arch over 30 meters high, with sculptures of spiritual beasts and legendary warriors carved into the stone. Even early in the morning, the place was already crowded. Most were common cultivators, spectators who had come just to watch the fights, bet small amounts, and feel the thrill of blood and glory. But there were also those who had come to issue challenges. Young people with determined eyes, groups of disciples from minor forces, and some loners with worn robes but well-maintained weapons. Kirian saw the line at the main entrance, a long and organized queue that snaked across the front plaza. It was the line to challenge the ranked fighters. He immediately recognized some faces. Nan Fengyu, from the Southern Wind Dynasty, talking animatedly with Lin Xiao, from the Deep Roots sect. Mo Qian was a little behind, arms crossed, fierce expression. Even Gu Tian, from the Radiant Sky sect, was there, adjusting the sword on his back. Kirian thought coldly. At the same time, his eyes searched for someone specific in the crowd. It didn't take long. Yao was leaning against a side column, away from the main line, hood covering half his face, crooked smile already in place. When he saw Kirian approaching, he nodded and extended a sealed scroll. "So you came? Take it." This is the information list of practically everyone in the top 100 that I managed to gather. Types of chi main, weapons, cultivation realms, known weaknesses, and recent win and loss streaks. He handed over the scroll and added quietly, I also managed to get a good amount of spirit stones. I'm going to bet on you. Kirian took the scroll without saying anything. He merely nodded back and returned to the line, where Baizhu and Mei Li were waiting. Baizhu raised an eyebrow. Kirian didn't answer. He just opened the scroll and began to read while they advanced in line. Indeed, there was a lot of information. Names, cultivation realms, some at the peak of chi release or the beginning of core formation, while most were in the middle or late stages of the core formation realm. There was information about fighting styles, preferred weapons, and weaknesses exploited in past fights. Some had recent, undisclosed injuries. Others relied too much on a single technique. Kirian gave a slight, sideways smile. Even without the list, he would have to win anyway. But that was useful. He handed the scroll to Baizhu without ceremony. Read, you're going to fight too. Baizhu took the scroll with shining eyes. At that moment, someone approached. Kirian immediately recognized the young man. It was Nan Fengyu from the Southern Wind Dynasty, the same one who had fought at Tao's party. He approached with a confident smile, accompanied by Lin Qiao and Mo Qian. Kirian, Baizhu, you came. They exchanged respectful nods. Nan Fengyu looked at the line and then at Kirian. Kirian frowned, not understanding the question. Nan Fengyu laughed lightly. After Tao's party, I and the leaders of the other forces started a bet. Kirian was immediately interested. Another way to earn stones. And he was confident. Nan Fengyu raised 3 fingers. The winner takes everything. The 7 4th-level forces are participating. The Blue Mountain Alliance and the Radiant Sky Sect also joined. Kirian looked at Baizhu and Mei Li. Baizhu smiled fiercely. I'm in. Mei Li nodded. It's a good opportunity, she said, confident in her leader. Kirian didn't hesitate. Nan Fengyu extended his hand. Then it's done. Good luck. They shook hands. The line advanced. Chapter 226, Cloud Empire 46. Chapter 226, Cloud Empire 46. After 30 minutes in line, Kirian and Baizhu finally reached the entrance of the Cloud Colosseum. The main gate was a monumental structure of black stone and white jade, over 30 meters tall. Sculptures of legendary spiritual beasts and warriors in combat poses carved into the surface seemed to come alive under the gray light of the eternal clouds. Dozens of guards stood in double rows, all in the core formation realm, exuding heavy and controlled cultivations that made the air vibrate. None of them smiled. Their eyes swept across the crowd like blades. There were 2 distinct entrances. To the left, the line for spectators, long, noisy, filled with common cultivators, families of minor nobles, and curious merchants. All paid a modest fee in spirit stones to enter and watch the fights. Mei Li bid farewell to Kirian and Baizhu with an elegant wave. Good luck to both of you. I'll watch from a good seat. She smiled faintly and headed toward the spectators' line. Kirian and Baizhu advanced to the right, the exclusive entrance for challengers. The line there was much shorter but more tense. It was their turn. A black stone counter with a middle-aged man seated behind it. He wore dark gray robes with the emblem of the Colosseum embroidered on the chest, a cloud pierced by a vertical sword. Upon seeing the crimson robes of Kirian and Baizhu, he raised an eyebrow and greeted them with a professional smile. Disciples of the Blood Court. He looked at Kirian first. The man wrote it down on a floating scroll beside him. Even finding the name strange, there were always those who created nicknames to participate in the auction. Then, he placed a spherical blue crystal on the counter. Place your hand here. The crystal will measure your cultivation. That way we know whom you can challenge. Basic rule. Kirian already knew that. He placed his hand on the crystal. The crystal remained the same color, light blue, without reaction. The man frowned, thinking it was defective. He tapped the crystal lightly with his finger. Kirian sighed internally. He looked at the crystal and released a small amount of chi through his eyes. The crystal trembled, then shone in a dark crimson tone. Golden letters appeared on the surface. The man blinked, surprised. Interesting. You can challenge anyone in the top 100, but you can only start from rank 90 or below. If you win, you move up and can challenge higher ranks. Colosseum rule. He showed a floating list beside the counter with names and prices. Kyrian read quickly. Rank 92 costs 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. He didn't think twice. The man nodded, wrote it down, and received the 10,000 stones that Kyrian took from his spatial ring. A challenge seal was printed in the air, a symbol of a cloud pierced by a sword that fixed itself on Kyrian's chest like a temporary tattoo above his clothes. Your challenge has been issued. A guard will take you to the preparation area. Your fight will be today, but the exact time depends on the schedule. A guard appeared beside Kyrian and gestured for him to follow. Baiju was next. He gave a friendly slap on Kyrian's shoulder before stepping forward. Kyrian followed the guard through a side corridor. They passed reinforced doors with containment formations until reaching an internal area, individual rooms for challengers. Kyrian's room was simple: bed, table, chair, and a small window overlooking the main arena. A servant appeared shortly after. Your fight will be soon. Stay here or go to the stands to watch other fights. I'll begin at noon. Kyrian nodded. The servant left. Minutes later, Baiju appeared at the door, also with the challenge seal on his chest. I got it. I challenged rank 95. Shall we go to the stands? Kyrian nodded. They left together. The guard led them through another corridor to a special area for challengers, an elevated, reserved stand with a privileged view of the main arena. There were already about 20 people there, all young, all with the challenge, seals shining on their chests. Kyrian recognized almost all of them, leaders or main disciples of the external forces who had participated in Tao's party. Nan Fengyu approached immediately with a confident smile. Kyrian, I already told the others you join the bet. 5,000 stones each. The winner takes everything. He looked around. Lin Xiao, Mo Qian, Gu Tian, and other familiar names from the party. Everyone here will fight today. Just be careful not to die. I heard the ranked fighters fight for real. Kyrian gave a sideways smile. Thanks for the warning. Nan Fengyu laughed. Before they could continue, a loud sound echoed. Above the gigantic arena, lines began to appear in the sky, golden strokes forming rapidly, as if an invisible hand were writing in the air. Everyone looked up. The lines became legible. Names appeared floating, immense, visible from any point in the Colosseum. Kyrian found his quickly. Rank 00, Kyrian Blood Court, versus rank 92, Wang Dahai. The same appeared for Baiju and all the other challengers present. Then a deep, amplified voice spread throughout the entire Colosseum. The roar of the crowd exploded. Kyrian then looked again at his name, this time a bit more focused, and then, to his surprise, more information appeared. Besides his name, his cultivation appeared right below. On the other side, more information about Wang Dahai, his opponent, also appeared. Kyrian immediately realized that this was more information for those bettors. Also below each name, there was a 0 and the explanation. That was the total of spirit stones bet on each of them up to that moment. There were also the odds of each bet right below, already defined by those who run the Colosseum. At the same time, in various places in the stands, several booths with guards appeared. They were the places where everyone could place bets. One also appeared in the stand where Kyrian and the others were. That way, everyone could bet. Chapter 227, Cloud Empire 47. Chapter 227, Cloud Empire 47. In a hidden room on the 10th floor of the Colosseum of the Clouds, 5 middle-aged men were seated around a round table of polished obsidian. The room was small, windowless, and illuminated only by 5 floating crystals that emitted cold and constant light. The walls were reinforced with sound and vision containment formations. No one from outside could hear or see what was happening there. Each man wore dark gray robes with the official emblem of the Colosseum embroidered on the chest, a cloud pierced by a vertical sword. They were the main sponsors of the Colosseum, the 5 who controlled the bets, the internal rules, the prizes, and the flow of spirit stones that circulated in the place. They were the Colosseum. At the center of the table, a translucent crystal the size of a human head pulsed softly. It projected floating holograms into the air. Names, cultivations, betting odds, and accumulated values. The information arrived in real time, updated by formations directly connected to the Colosseum system. When the next challenge appeared, the five leaned forward. Rank 00, Kyrian, Blood Court, versus Rank 92, Wang Dahai Kyrian's Cultivation, 6 degrees stage of Qi Liberation. The man on the left, bald, with a thin scar crossing his left eyebrow, let out a dry laugh. One of the challengers is only at the 6 degrees stage of Qi Liberation? Isn't he literally paying to die? Wang Dahai is at the peak of Qi Liberation. The man beside him, with a sparse beard and small, calculating eyes, frowned as he read the name of the force. Not necessarily. He's from the Blood Court. The bald man snorted, crossing his arms. So what if he's a disciple of that tyrant? But out of respect for the court, I'd say odds of 3 to 1 in favor of Wang Dahai are fair. The third man, tall with gray hair tied in a bun, tilted his head. I heard a rumor. He fought Yun Hao from the Cloud Academy on equal footing at Tao's party. The bald man laughed again. I highly doubt that. Yun Hao must have been playing with him. The fourth man, short, with a round face and neutral expression, merely observed the crystal in silence, offering no opinion. The fifth, the oldest, with a long beard and piercing eyes, finally spoke. Let the bets run. Meanwhile, in the common stands, the bets exploded. Upon seeing Kyrian's cultivation projected in the sky, most people completely ignored where he came from and judged him as one of the first to die today. Laughter and mocking comments filled the air. 6 degrees stage of Qi Liberation against peak Qi Liberation? I'm betting everything on Wang Dahai. But in one of the intermediate stands, Yao was leaning against a column, hood covering half his face. When he saw Kyrian's odds, he smiled crookedly. Somehow, he was absolutely certain that Kyrian would win. It might be strange, but that boy's crimson eyes gave him chills. Someone accustomed to many people. A coldness he had only seen in monsters in disguise. He had saved a good amount of stones for today. He decided to bet 3,000 spirit stones on Kyrian. In the sky, everyone saw the number below Kyrian's name suddenly rise to 3,500. Some lunatics, or those with inside information, bet a little more on him. But the bets on Wang Dahai had already reached 20,000. The crowd judged this fight as the most obvious result of the day. Kyrian, in the stand reserved for challengers, saw the number rise and gave an imperceptible smile. He imagined it must have been Yao. He looked at his opponent, Wang Dahai, rank 92, peak Qi Liberation. According to Yao's information, he was a specialist in heavy hammers and brute force. The bets on Wang Dahai kept growing. Baizhu, beside him, gave him a light slap on the shoulder. Hey, leader, everyone is underestimating you. Kyrian merely nodded. He began walking toward a counter on the left, one of the betting stations reserved for challengers. Nan Fengyu and the others were already there, betting high amounts on themselves. Kyrian thought. For a moment, he was completely confident in his strength, and he knew that after this first fight, his odds would drop drastically once everyone saw what he was capable of. He was not someone who liked to hold back much. Better to take advantage of this first fight to earn as much as possible. It was his turn. The young man managing the counter, a Colosseum attendant in official uniform, looked at him. Kyrian spoke without hesitation. The attendant blinked, surprised, but quickly took the stones Kyrian removed from his spatial ring. The bet seal was registered. In the sky, everyone saw the number below Kyrian rise to 25,000. Some whispered in surprise. Even so, the majority continued betting against the now already famous suicidal boy. Kyrian returned to his seat beside Baizhu. The big man chuckled quietly. 20,000? Time passed. The reserve stand was filled with silent tension. All the challengers knew that noon was approaching. The Colosseum was already practically full, countless thousands of spectators filling the lower, middle, and upper tiers. Flags waved, shouts of support echoed, and bets continued being placed en masse. Kyrian sat in silence, looking at the center of the empty arena. The Colosseum was about to begin. Chapter 228, Cloud Empire 48. Chapter 228, Cloud Empire 48, midday, arrived quickly. The noise in the stands grew like an inevitable wave. Countless voices shouted, anxious, mixing the names of favorite ranked fighters, provocations, last-minute bets, and cries of pure excitement. The Cloud Coliseum was completely packed, tens of thousands of spectators filling every visible tier, flags fluttering, spiritual lanterns blinking in patterns of support. The air vibrated with expectation. There were 10 minutes left until the official start of the fights. A man appeared at the center of the main arena. He emerged from nowhere, a step that crossed the space as if the air had opened for him. Tall, thin, black robes with golden edges, a short gray beard, and piercing eyes that seemed to see through anyone. He released his cultivation for a brief instant. Peak of the spiritual awakening realm. The pressure fell like an invisible mountain. Even the top 100 ranked fighters felt the weight on their shoulders. The crowd fell silent almost instantly. "I am today's chief judge, Elder Tian," he announced, his deep voice amplified by a formation that reached every corner of the Colosseum. "The rules are clear and known. No treasures above the spiritual level. No external interference. Death is permitted." The 10 minutes passed in tense silence. Then the spiritual bell rang, deep, definitive, echoing like distant thunder. Elder Tian raised his hand. "First challenge." A murmur rose from the crowd. Nan Fengyu stood up in the reserve stands. He turned to Kyrian, Baizhu, and the others with an ironic smile. He jumped directly from the elevated stands. His wind chi wrapped around him like a controlled gust, propelling him in a straight line to the center of the arena with impressive speed. He landed lightly, hair fluttering, spiritual fan already in hand. In the sky, information about the two appeared. The bets were balanced, but there were still more people betting on Lu Shan due to the great confidence everyone had in the Colosseum's ranked fighters. 30 seconds later, Lu Shan walked out from one of the side gates. Tall, muscular, reinforced gray tunic, a pair of spiritual iron gloves on his hands. Peak of Qi liberation. He looked at Nan Fengyu with disdain. Elder Tian gestured to both of them. Lu Shan attacked first, a direct punch reinforced with earth chi, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Nan Fengyu spun the fan. A cutting gust of wind deflected the punch, creating an explosion of dust. He counterattacked immediately, the fan opening, releasing sharp wind blades that sliced through the air toward Lu Shan's chest. Lu Shan crossed his arms. The iron gloves absorbed the impact, but he was pushed 2 steps back. He growled and advanced again, heavy punches creating shockwaves that cracked the arena floor. The fight was fierce. Nan Fengyu was fast, movements fluid, wind carrying him from side to side, avoiding direct blows while launching cutting gusts. Lu Shan was strong. Each punch made the air tremble. Each defense absorbed the wind with brutality. For several minutes, neither gained a clear advantage. The audience shouted. Then, Nan Fengyu finished it. He spun the fan in a complete arc. An advanced wind technique formed, a concentrated gust that transformed into an almost invisible blade of air. Lu Shan tried to block with the gloves, but the blade passed grazing by and stopped centimeters from his throat, the cutting wind causing blood to trickle from a thin cut on his neck. Lu Shan froze. Nan Fengyu smiled. Lu Shan gritted his teeth but lowered his arms. Elder Tian raised his hand. The crowd exploded. The first-ranked fighter of the day had already fallen. At that moment, on a large wall of the Colosseum, where the Colosseum's rank 100 was displayed, a name suddenly disappeared. In its place, the name Nan Fengyu appeared in gold. Nan Fengyu returned to the reserve stands with a light jump. He looked at Kyrian and Baizhu. "See?" Kyrian and the others said nothing, but they understood during the fight. Even the lowest-ranked fighters of the Colosseum were on par with young geniuses like them. The ranked fighters were older, with years of experience in real battles and much more time in the same cultivation realm. And because of that, everyone would have to fight with all their strength from the start. Even so, everyone there was confident in their fights. The next call came right after. Baiju stood with a fierce smile. He gave Kyrian a nod. He jumped from the stands. His heavy body landed in the center of the arena with a crash that raised dust and slightly cracked the stone. He looked at Zhang Kuo, who was coming out of the opposite gate, a robust man with partial spiritual iron armor and a double axe in his hands. Elder Tian gave the signal. Zhang Kuo attacked first, axes spinning in brutal arcs, metal chi reinforcing each strike. Baiju did not retreat. His entire body shone in crimson red. Blood veins surfaced beneath the skin, visibly pulsing. His appearance changed, muscles swelling, eyes glowing red, and a bloody aura exploding around him. The military branch technique of the blood court was at full power from the very beginning. He blocked the axes with his bare forearms. The impact created shockwaves that cracked the ground in a circle. Baiju smiled. He counterattacked. A direct punch to Zhang Kuo's chest. The ranked fighter flew backward, armor dented. Zhang Kuo recovered quickly and attacked again, the axe spinning in a storm of metal. Baiju dodged with surprising speed for his size, then grabbed one of the axes by the handle and pulled Zhang Kuo closer. A knee reinforced with blood chi struck the opponent's stomach. Zhang Kuo spat blood. Baiju finished with a punch to the forehead, a simple blow, but loaded with brute force. Zhang Kuo was sent flying out of the arena, crashing against the containment barrier with a bang. He fell unconscious, alive, but with a cracked skull and several broken bones. It would probably take days for him to recover. Elder Tian raised his hand. The crowd roared again, many saddened at losing their spirit stones, but many were also happy for following their instincts and betting on someone from the blood court. After all, they were recognized for being arrogant fighters. Baiju returned to the stands with a wide smile, someone else's blood dripping from his fist. Kyrian did not take Baiju's words seriously and judged coldly. Baiju's strength was on par with Nanfeng Yu and the other force leaders, perhaps even a little above in raw power. Then, two other names were called. Kyrian recognized them as well. Qin Luo, of the Gray Blade sect, won with his sword intent, cutting off an entire arm of his opponent. And then, He Yun, of the Celestial River Alliance. He also won. Their names appeared on the wall that displayed the 100 ranked fighters of the Colosseum, as the audience shouted, impressed. In fact, so far, no fighter from the Colosseum had won. But for the more intelligent ones, this was not something serious. After all, they were the weakest. And it was obvious that the core disciples of 4 degrees level forces would be strong. But then, a new name was called, a name that caused shouts and murmurs throughout the entire Colosseum. Kyrian of the Blood Court, against Wang Dahai, rank 92. Chapter 229, Cloud Empire, 49. Chapter 229, Cloud Empire, 49. Mei Li was seated in the intermediate stands when she spotted 3 familiar figures approaching through the crowd. Yan Ling, Kai, and Li Fun. She waved discreetly, and the 3 moved toward her, weaving past excited spectators, shouting the names of ranked fighters. You came, Mei Li said with a faint smile as she watched them sit beside her. Baiju has already won the first match. Yan Ling nodded, looking down at the arena below with a thoughtful expression. I expected nothing less from Baiju. He has always been straightforward. Kai grunted, crossing his arms. He doesn't know how to do it any other way. Li Fan merely watched in silence, eyes fixed on the center of the empty arena. Then Elder Tian raised his voice again, deep and amplified. Next challenge, Kyrian of the Blood Court, against Wang Dahai, rank 92 of the Colosseum. Immediately, hundreds of comments arose, like a wave of mocking voices and surprise. Someone near Mei Li shouted, laughing loudly. 6 degrees stage of chi liberation against peak? I bet everything on Wang Dahai. Look at his cultivation in the sky. Pathetic. He must be some spoiled disciple who thinks the name Blood Court scares anyone here. TSK. My stones. A rare better on Kyrian muttered as well, with a hint of fear. Mei Li, Yan Ling, Kai. and Li Fun heard everything. They merely smiled faintly, without responding. They knew exactly what was coming. The crowd's reaction when Kirian defeated Wang Dahai would be interesting. Meanwhile, in an elevated VIP area, a private box with translucent jade walls and a perfect view of the arena, Duke Rome was seated comfortably beside his wife and his daughter Xueyin. The Duchess held the girl's hand, who looked down with wide eyes, trying to locate Kirian among the competitors. The Duchess asked with a subtle smile. Duke Rome chuckled softly, looking at the floating hologram displaying the bets in real time. Yes, it's literally free money. Although we don't need it, I bet a little for fun. Xueyin tugged at her father's sleeve. Father. The Duke patted her head. He will eat her. What they did not know was that other nobles had also bet on Kirian. Some who had witnessed his fight against Yun Hao at Tao's banquet. Others who had heard rumors about the disciple of the Blood Court. The amounts are not high, but they were there. When they looked at the sky, everyone saw it. Unexpectedly, this fight had the highest amount bet so far that day. Kirian had reached 50,000 spirit stones. Wang Dahai, 120,000. The difference was still overwhelming, but the fact that a suicidal kid had attracted so much money already caused murmurs. Back in the reserved stands for challengers, Kirian stood up unhurriedly. He jumped down from the elevated platform. The impact on the arena floor raised a bit of dust, but nothing more a light-controlled, almost silent landing. He walked calmly to the center, his crimson robe rippling slightly. Finally, everyone saw the appearance of the suicidal kid, the nickname that had spread through the arena like fire through dry straw. Long black hair tied in a high bun, a practically perfect appearance, pale skin without imperfections, and crimson eyes that caused shivers even from a distance. Definitely a handsome young man. Some in the crowd even murmured in surprise at his beauty, but soon returned to their mockery. On the other side of the arena, Wang Dahai stepped out. Tall, muscular, tan skin, and a two-handed warhammer hanging on his back. He released his cultivation as soon as he appeared, at the peak of Qi liberation, solid, on the verge of breaking into the core formation realm, which showed that he had been in this realm for several years. He looked at Kirian with a certain disdain. When I saw who I would fight today, I thought I had gone crazy. He laughed loudly. Boy, did you come to pay to die? Kirian heard the opponent's words, but did not take them seriously. His gaze swept over Wang Dahai for a second, without much interest. He wanted the fight to end quickly. He knew that the man in front of him would not provide a fight that would leave him excited. So why waste time? That was Kirian's thought. Elder Tian raised his hand. The second the word left his mouth, Wang Dahai moved his hand to his back to grab the hammer. But before his fingers touched the handle, his body stopped. Stopped completely. Kirian's eyes shone for a second at full force. The blood intent was released, not a visible wave, but absolute and silent control. He saw the opponent's blood flow and dominated it without giving any chance for defense. Wang Dahai's qi did not even have time to react. Wang Dahai's eyes widened in pure terror. Then everyone saw it. Blood began to emerge from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Not gradually all at once. A dark red gush, thick, flowing as if all the veins in his body had been torn internally at the same time. In another second, he fell to the ground with a dull thud. Body inert, blood spreading in a pool around his head. An absolute silence fell over the entire Colosseum. For a moment, no one understood what had happened. Then the screams began. How the hell did that happen? What happened? Get up, Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai fell. A moment ago, he was so arrogant. Inalo, my spirit stones. Did he die? It was just a second. What the hell was that? Look at his eyes, crimson. An old man murmured, drawing attention. Special physique. The reactions varied between shock, despair, disbelief, and pure terror. Some shouted for Wang Dahai to get up. Others cried over lost stones, and others simply stared at Kirian with genuine fear. Elder Tian approached quickly. He touched Wang Dahai's body with 2 fingers. The blood flow was completely chaotic, veins ruptured internally, and organs collapsed, but still alive. Unconscious, in critical condition. Tian raised his hand, expression impassive, but eyes slightly widened. The silence lasted another second. Then the roar of the crowd returned, now mixed with panic, admiration, and disbelief. Kyrian ignored everything. He felt several spiritual senses sweep across his body, some from the VIP stands, others from the common ones. They were cultivators above the core formation realm, from the spiritual awakening. Kyrian imagined that those with knowledge now already understood the origin of his strength, just like Tion, who was now looking at him with surprise. A thought passed through Tion's mind, quick and almost inaudible. So that's it, a possessor of innate talent. Chapter 230, Cloud Empire 50. Chapter 230, Cloud Empire 50. In the skies above the Cloud Colosseum, the result became clear within seconds. The giant hologram above the arena flickered once, then stabilized. Victory, Kyrian, Blood Court, defeat. Wang Dahai, rank 92. Those who had bet on Wang Dahai lost everything. The 120,000 spirit stones evaporated in the blink of an eye. Those who had bet on Kyrian received an immediate return of 3 times the value. The 50,000 turned into 150,000 in moments. Cries of despair and celebration mixed in chaotic waves through the stands. Kyrian returned to the reserved stands without hurry. He walked with the same calm as always, crimson robe rippling slightly, red eyes indifferent to the chaos around him. Baiju greeted him with a strong slap on the shoulder and a wide smile that showed all his teeth. "I told you they were going to lose money. Ha ha ha." Nan Fengyu, who was beside them, laughed softly, but there was a trace of tension in his laughter. That was a little terrifying. Kyrian merely nodded, without responding. He walked directly to the betting counter reserved for challengers. The attendant, the same young man in official uniform, saw him approaching and already prepared the payment crystal. Kyrian handed over the temporary challenge token. The attendant verified it, then transferred his reward. His 20,000 stones were returned. In addition, he received the return from the bet, another 40,000 spirit stones. Along with that, there was also the prize for victory, another 5,000 stones. In total, he received 65,000 mid-grade spirit stones, all of which were instantly taken into his spatial ring. He showed no reaction. He only looked at the attendant. He placed another 15,000 stones on the counter, the exact price to challenge someone between rank 80 and 90. The attendant blinked, surprised by the speed, but nodded. "Your next fight has been scheduled against rank 85 then." "Challenge accepted." Kyrian nodded and returned to the bench beside Baiju. Meanwhile, throughout the entire Colosseum, shouts and words about Kyrian spread like fire through dry straw. He didn't even move. Special physique. Look at his eyes, completely crimson. I lost everything. It was now clear to everyone Kyrian was not ordinary. And it was common knowledge that he possessed a special physique, just like Yun Hao, the already recognized genius of the Cloud Academy. The murmurs about innate talent began to circulate among the more experienced. At that moment, Elder Tion raised his voice again. "Next challenge." Kyrian looked at the silver-haired young man, Luo Feng, the same one who had a disagreement with Baiju in Iron Bell City. Baiju saw him descend into the arena and commented maliciously. He said it sincerely. Kyrian found Baiju amusing, but said nothing. Now he calculated coldly. He had already earned 65,000 spirit stones, more than the winner of the alchemy competition. Coming to the Colosseum had truly been the right thing. In addition, he could gain another 50,000 spirit stones if he reached the highest rank among the leaders of the external forces, since he had entered the bet with them. He looked at the giant wall, displaying the 100 ranked fighters. His name, Kyrian, already appeared at rank 92, Baiju at 95, Nan Fengyu at 98, Yin at 99, Qin Luo at 100, and soon, probably, Luo Feng would be at 97. Probably also soon, the entire bottom of the ranking would be filled with new names, all of them young leaders of the external forces of the capital. And, as Kyrian expected, Luo Feng won. The fight was intense, Luo Feng used a light and fast sword technique, full of cutting intent. Chun Bao was a specialist in chi shields and heavy counterattacks. They exchanged blows for nearly 15 minutes, the arena floor cracking in several places, blood flowing from superficial cuts on both. In the end, Luo Feng landed a precise strike on Chun Bao's thigh, cutting tendons and forcing the ranked fighter to kneel. He surrendered. Luo Feng's name appeared at rank 97. Chun Bao disappeared from the list. But then something happened that Kirian did not expect. Elder Tian raised his hand again. Everyone was surprised. Luo Feng, who was still in the arena breathing heavily, looked toward the opposite gate with a confused expression. He had just fought. How could he be called again? Kirian understood immediately. Shirkang had probably also paid to challenge rank 97. Since Luo Feng defeated Chun Bao and took the position, Shirkang's challenge was automatically transferred to the new occupant. Shirkang stepped out of the gate. Tall, broad shoulders, dark skin marked by scars, heavy red robe reinforced with plates of spiritual rock. Peak of Chi liberation, almost in the core formation realm. He carried a long spear with an obsidian tip. Luo Feng was breathing heavily. He had already spent much chi in the previous fight. His movements were slower, his cuts less precise. Shirkang smiled coldly. You just climbed up? What a pity. Elder Tian gave the signal. Shirkang attacked without mercy. His spear moved like an avalanche, heavy blows reinforced by chi. Each thrust made the ground tremble and crack. Luo Feng tried to dodge with his light sword, but he was exhausted. He blocked 3 blows, but the 4th struck his left shoulder, opening a deep cut. Blood splattered. Luo Feng counterattacked with a series of rapid slashes, sword intent cutting through the air. Shirkang did not retreat. He spun the spear in a perfect circle, creating a chi barrier that absorbed the slashes. Then he advanced with a brutal descending strike. Luo Feng barely dodged, but the impact of the spear on the ground created a shockwave that threw him backward. He fell to his knees, panting. Shirkang gave no chance. He advanced with a direct thrust to the chest. Luo Feng blocked with his sword, but his arm was already trembling. Shirkang's strength was overwhelming. The blade gave way. The tip of the spear stopped inches from Luo Feng's heart. Shirkang asked, voice low and cold. Luo Feng gritted his teeth but lowered his sword. Elder Tian raised his hand. Chapter 231, Cloud Empire 51. Chapter 231, Cloud Empire 51. After the fight between Luo Feng versus Shirkang, Luo Feng's name disappeared from rank 97. Shirkang took the position. Luo Feng slowly got up, limping out of the arena with his shoulder bleeding and an expression of deep frustration. He would have to challenge someone at rank 90 or below to rise again, and would probably be last in the collective bet among the leaders of the external forces, at least at the beginning. Kirian observed everything in silence. Shirkang's brute strength was impressive, similar to Baiju's in pure power, but more predictable. Luo Feng lost because he was tired. Baiju murmured beside him, voice low and excited. That Shirkang is a brute. But if I fight him... Kirian did not reply, but internally agreed. It would be a good fight. Strength against strength, without complicated tricks. At that moment, Elder Tian raised his hand, drawing the attention of the audience. His deep voice echoed once again. Next challenge. A murmur rose from the crowd. Lin Xiao, the tall and slender young woman with long black hair and a serene expression, stood up in the reserve stands. She said nothing, only nodded to the other leaders, and jumped into the arena. Her chi spread around her like invisible roots, making the ground tremble slightly. Zhao Ping exited from the opposite gate. A thin man, dark blue robe, curved daggers in his hands. Peak of Chi liberation. Elder Tian gave the signal. Zhao Ping attacked first, movement a blur, poison daggers tracing green lines through the air. Lin Xiao did not retreat. She stepped onto the ground. Wood element chi roots emerged around her, forming a living barrier that blocked the daggers. The blades became stuck in the roots, the poison dripping uselessly. Lin Xiao counterattacked. Thick roots burst from the ground, trying to bind Zhao Ping. He dodged with agility, but one root struck his leg, cutting flesh. Blood flowed. Zhao Ping growled and threw more daggers, now infused with wind qi to increase speed. The fight was intense for 10 minutes. Zhao Ping was fast, but Lin Xiao controlled the terrain. Roots rose like walls, bound, and attacked. In the end, she created a trap. Roots closed like a cage around Zhao Ping. He tried to cut through with his daggers, but the roots regenerated with qi. A thin root pierced his shoulder, injecting paralyzing qi. Zhao Ping fell to his knees. Elder Tian raised his hand. Lin Xiao's name appeared at rank 96. Zhao Ping disappeared from a list. The crowd applauded, now with more respect than mockery. The next fights came in sequence. Han Mu, from the Earthly Forge, a robust man with a spiritual hammer, faced rank 94. He won with heavy blows that cracked the ground and shattered the opponent's defense. Han Mu took rank 94. Gu Tian, from the Radiant Sky sect, a young man in white robes with a radiant sword, fought rank 93. His victory came with light-infused slashes that burned the opponent into surrender. Gu Tian rose to rank 93. Mo Qian from the Blue Mountain Alliance, muscular fists reinforced with mountain-like qi, faced rank 91. He won with punches that created seismic shockwaves. Mo Qian took rank 91. So far, all the leaders of the external forces had defeated their opponents. No ranked fighter had won. The crowd was divided. Many were saddened by losing stones, but none stopped betting. There were still many fights throughout the rest of the day, and during the week before the auction, many hoped to recover lost money and gain even more. After the victories of the main leaders of the external forces, the pace of the fights changed. Other disciples of certain forces, not the leaders, but talented young ones sent as support, like Mei Li and the others, had the opportunity to challenge. They did not face the old ranked fighters, but the new occupants of the lower rankings, the very leaders who had just risen. Nan Fengyu was called again. This time, his opponent was a disciple from the Gray Blade sect, a young man in gray robes, long sword on his back. Nan Fengyu smiled when he saw the name in the sky. He jumped into the arena with the same wind-like grace. The Gray Blade disciple attacked with rapid slashes, sword intent creating silver lines in the air. Nan Fengyu dodged with gusts of wind and counterattacked with air blades that sliced the opponent's robe. The fight lasted 8 intense minutes, but Nan Fengyu finished with a concentrated gust that broke the opponent's defense and forced him to surrender. The crowd applauded, but now with less surprise. The new names were dominating. Kirian watched in silence. He noticed that the reserve stands for challengers still had unfamiliar faces, young members of smaller forces, and some older challengers, independent cultivators, or from small sects who had gathered stones to try their luck. He imagined that he might be challenged by one of them later. The fights continued. A disciple from the Blue Mountain Alliance faced Han Mu. Most bet on Han Mu. After all, he was ranked now. Han Mu won with some effort, using his spiritual hammer. Another, a young man from the Radiant Sky sect, unexpectedly challenged Gu Tian. Heavy bets on Gu Tian. He was known for his light slashes. Gu Tian defeated his fellow disciple with a sword of light, cutting through the young man's defense and forcing him to yield. Then, an independent cultivator faced Mo Qian. The crowd bet on Mo Qian, his brute strength known, and, as expected, he won without much struggle. The crowd shouted in frustration, but was excited. As expected, the new ranked fighters were winning, and bets against them were yielding more and more. Many spectators were losing money, but kept betting. There are still many fights. After 7 fights, Elder Tian raised his hand once more. Next challenge. Chapter 232, Cloud Empire 52. Chapter 232, Cloud Empire 52. The name echoed through the Colosseum like a stone thrown into a calm lake. For a brief second, there was silence. Then, as if a spark had fallen on a dry gunpowder, the entire Colosseum reacted. Many rose from their seats. Nobles leaned over the railings. Young cultivators pointed to the sky, where the names and cultivation levels shone in golden characters. 6 degrees stage of the Chi liberation realm, against someone at the 1 degree stage of core formation. The difference was brutal. If it were any other name, the bets would be overwhelmingly one-sided. But it was not just any other name. It was Kyrian, the boy who, with a single glance, had defeated, no, gravely injured a cultivator at the peak of the Chi liberation realm. The rumor of his special physique had already spread throughout the Colosseum. Some called him an aberration. Others said he possessed an ancient bloodline. Some exaggerated, claiming he could kill anyone just by staring for a few more seconds. The bets appeared in the skies above the arena. This time they were balanced. The odds still favored Li Shun, but not by an absurd margin. He can't repeat that again. Against someone from core formation, the noise grew. Kyrian remained seated for a few more seconds. Then he rose calmly. Before descending, he did something simple. He once again placed his spirit stones on the bet. He bet a little more on himself. He leapt lightly from the stands and landed on the stone floor of the Colosseum. He walked toward the arena under tens of thousands of gazes. The anticipation was almost palpable. Some wanted to see him win again. Others wanted to see him fall. Li Shun emerged from one of the side gates. He carried only a simple blue sword, without extravagant ornamentation. His face was ordinary but firm. His posture was straight, shoulders relaxed, and center of gravity perfectly adjusted. Kyrian observed. Even from a distance, the details were clear. Calluses on both hands. Symmetrical. Old. They were not recent marks. They marked years of training. The way he held the sword indicated absolute familiarity. The grip was not tense. There was no showmanship. He was a true swordsman. When he reached the center of the arena, Li Shun bowed slightly in greeting. He said, without arrogance or provocation. Kyrian nodded back. Silence fell once more. Then, Kyrian suddenly closed his eyes. For a moment, no one understood. Some frowned. Others whispered. But when he opened his eyes again, the entire Colosseum felt it. Something had definitely changed. Kyrian was still there. But at the same time, he was no longer the same as before. The energy around him became sharp. If before he exuded deep, cold, heavy blood chi, now he seemed like a blade about to be unsheathed. The crimson in his eyes disappeared. In its place, a deep green, dense like an ancient forest, emerged. At the center, the previously vanished pupils took the shape of 2 thin, silver swords, perfectly aligned. An intent arose. It was his sword intent. Kyrian did not hide it, but did not explode arrogantly or in an overwhelming manner. It was precise, like the edge of a blade touching skin. A shiver ran through the stands. His chi. In the challengers' stands, expressions turned serious. Nan Fengyu narrowed his eyes. He completely switched the type of chi. Lin Qiao murmured. It's not a superficial switch. Absolutely all of his chi changed again. I thought it was only blood and ice, but apparently there was more. Gu Tian frowned. Tian, who was close to Kyrian, had his gaze grow even deeper. He thought, no longer sensing traces of the previous blood chi. This is definitely the result of his innate talent. No one should be able to completely switch the path they are cultivating. In the arena, Li Shun also felt it. His eyes shone as he sensed the sharp chi in Kyrian. He smiled, not arrogantly, a genuine smile. He did not think his fight would also be against a swordsman, but just by sensing Kyrian's sword intent, he could already perceive that Kyrian was probably a better swordsman than he was. After all, even after so many years, he had still not comprehended his own sword intent. Even so, he grew eager for the fight. He slightly adjusted his left foot, settling into his guard stance. Kyrian then brought his hand to his spatial ring. A sword appeared. It had been a long time since Kyrian had held his own sword. This was his sword, made of icy metal by Old Wong. The edge had a cold, subtle gleam, a low-grade, spiritual treasure. Nothing extravagant, but sufficient for a fight. Elder Tian then raised his arm. Li Shun did not hesitate. The instant the word echoed, his right foot slid half a step forward, and his entire body surged like an arrow released from the string. The blue sword cut through the air in a clean arc, straight toward Kirian's shoulder. Fast, to ordinary spectators, almost invisible. But to Kirian's green eyes, the world seemed to have slowed down. He saw the complete flow of the movement, the turn of the shoulder, the contraction of the wrist, the exact trajectory of the blade, even before it finished descending. The trajectory was exposed before him. Kirian advanced in a straight line, deciding to test. The swords crossed with a dry metallic sound. Sparks flew. Both reinforced their bodies with chi, the energy wrapping around muscles and bones. The force collided. The ground beneath their feet cracked slightly. Kirian slid 3 steps back and stopped. Nothing more. His eyes glinted faintly. Kirian thought. The pressure he felt while defending was solid, but not overwhelming. It was not someone who would force him to fight only at a distance. A forgotten sensation ran through his arm as he felt the weight of his own sword. I'll take the opportunity to have a good fight. Li Shan attacked again. This time, it was not a single strike. Diagonal cuts, horizontal slashes, quick thrusts like rain. Each movement flowed into the next without pause, a sequence trained over years. Kirian blocked them all. He was pushed back step by step, his feet carving grooves into the stone. His arm absorbed the impact, but his gaze remained calm. An almost imperceptible smile appeared on his lip as Li Shan advanced for another sequence. Then suddenly something changed. Kirian's movements ceased to be purely defensive. At the exact moment Li Shan twisted his wrist for a lateral thrust, Kirian executed the same twist. At the same angle, at the same cadence, the blades collided head-on. The impact nullified both attacks, and the two leapt back almost simultaneously. Li Shan frowned at the sight. He analyzed the last movement in his mind. His breathing grew heavier. Chapter 233, Cloud Empire 53. Chapter 233, Cloud Empire 53. Li Shan kept his sword raised, his gaze fixed on Kirian. The thought repeated in his mind. He was not someone easily shaken. Years of training had shaped his discipline. Even so, what had just happened made no sense. In the stands, the shock spread as well. That, not just similar. Some experienced cultivators leaned forward, mentally analyzing the last clash. The cadence, the angle, the timing. There was no difference. In the arena, Li Shan took a deep breath. If it was a coincidence, he would confirm it. If it wasn't, then he was facing something far stranger than he had imagined. He advanced again. This time, his chi did not remain only as bodily reinforcement. He focused it entirely on the sword. The blue blade began to emit an intense glow, a layer of energy vibrating around the edge, compressed and sharpened. The air around it rippled slightly. Kirian watched. His green eyes captured every flow of chi being channeled into the weapon. Without haste, he also sent his own chi into his sword. The blade of icy metal responded immediately, a cold and deep gleam running along the edge. Then he advanced. Li Shan closed the distance with 3 short, explosive steps. His sword descended in a vertical slash loaded with energy. Kirian moved, in the same breathing pattern, the same shoulder adjustment and the same angle. The blades collided. The explosion of chi spread sideways, lifting dust from the arena. The impact pushed Kirian back once more, his feet scraping against the stone. But his defense was perfect. The edge of his sword deflected exactly at the point of greatest pressure, dissipating part of the force. Li Shan felt it. It wasn't just a block. He twisted his wrist and executed an upward slash, immediately followed by a short, treacherous thrust aimed at the abdomen. Kirian followed. The same twist, the same step. The blades met halfway, nullifying each other. Sparks flew in all directions. The two passed by one another and turned at the same time, facing each other again. Li Shan attacked again, in a long sequence. Diagonal slash. Turn. Low horizontal cut. Thrust. Short retreat. Immediate advance with a cross strike. Each movement was part of a set he had trained for years until it became instinctive. Kyrian reproduced everything. Not with delay, not with hesitation. Exactly at the same rhythm as Li Shan, as if he were standing before a mirror that copied all his movements. The Colosseum was in absolute silence now. The only audible sound was the repeated clang of metal colliding. Kyrian was pushed back with each heavier exchange. His footing slid but never broke. His body absorbed the force and redirected it with minimal precision of movement. Li Shan, on the other hand, began to feel something different. A burning sensation across his body. A thin cut appeared on his sleeve. Another showed at the side of his robe. He frowned. They were not direct strikes. They were effects of Kyrian's intent. Kyrian's sword intent was so sharp that, even when the blades collided, small fragments of that intent escaped, slicing through the surrounding air. A thin line opened on his cheek. A red mark appeared, superficial but clear. The audience murmured. Indeed, Kyrian had not yet initiated an offense of his own. But each defense was too perfect. There was nothing Kyrian could not predict. Li Shan advanced with more force. His chi exploded around his body, raising the pressure in the arena. He executed a full spinning slash, using the momentum of his own torso to increase the power. Kyrian did the same. The swords collided mid-spin. The shockwave was greater this time. Both were thrown a few steps back. Kyrian slid 4 meters before stabilizing himself. Li Shan retreated only 2. But now there were 2 more superficial cuts on his forearm. His breathing grew heavier. That was the most disturbing part. Kyrian did not react after the movement began. He reacted at the instant the movement was decided. Li Shan advanced again, trying to vary the pattern. He broke the cadence, interrupted a strike halfway, and transformed it into another angle. Kyrian followed the change without delay and without error. The blades crossed again, scraping so close that sparks struck both their faces. The arena floor was already marked by dozens of grooves. Kyrian felt his arm vibrate with each stronger collision. The difference in cultivation was still real. Li Shan's chi reinforcement was denser, heavier. But technically, they were equal. In fact, Kyrian was definitely superior and was always steps ahead. Another thin cut appeared on Li Shan's shoulder. His blue robe was torn in several places now. Blood trickled in thin lines, superficial but numerous. Kyrian, on the other hand, did not have a single wound. Only marks of dust where he had slid. Li Shan finally retreated several meters, breaking the rhythm of the exchange. He was breathing harder now. His gaze was serious and confused. Determined. I feel as if the years of training I had were useless. In the stands, even veteran cultivators were silent. Kyrian kept his sword pointed downward, the tip slightly tilted. His green eyes remained fixed, calm and without provocation, just observing calmly. For him, the fight was definitely interesting. Li Shan tightened his grip on the sword. If that was the case, then there was no point in continuing to exchange basic movements. He realized he would always lose. He took a few more steps back, creating distance. His chi began to condense again, but this time in a different manner, not just surrounding the blade. He circulated the chi through a specific pattern of meridians, compressing it before sending it into the sword. The pressure in the arena changed. The air seemed to grow heavier. A blue energy began to expand around Li Shan, forming countless crescent-shaped cuts in front of him. Kyrian narrowed his eyes slightly. He would finally use some sword technique. Li Shan raised the sword in front of his body. The energy around the edge became denser, vibrating with a low and continuous sound. He gave Kyrian one last look. Then he stabilized his stance and began the execution of his sword technique. He said briefly before advancing. Chapter 234, Cloud Empire 54. Chapter 234, Cloud Empire 54. Li Shan advanced in the next instant. The blue sword traced a wide arc through the air and, instead of cutting directly toward Kyrian, released the accumulated energy. Crescent moons of sharp chi shot forward. They were not simple disordered waves. Each cut had a calculated angle, trajectory, and overlap. Some came high, others low, two crossed at the center, forcing a specific evasion. The air whistled. The arena floor was torn apart even before the attacks reached their target. Kyrian did not move immediately. His green eyes gleamed. The sword-shaped pupils rotated slightly. He saw the density of each crescent. He saw the weakest points. He saw the possible paths before the attack had completed half its course. His chi flowed into the sword. The sword's intent expanded. He slashed the air. Once, twice, 3 times. Green crescents emerged, no less numerous than Li Shan's. They formed with frightening precision, each one aligned to intercept a specific attack. The waves collided in the middle of the arena. Successive explosions of chi echoed. Dust rose like a curtain. When the view cleared, neither of them had been hit. Murmurs ran through the stands. Li Shan ground his teeth. Attacking from afar would not work. He did not hesitate. His body surged forward in an explosion of speed, much faster than before. The chi reinforcement of the core formation elevated his acceleration to a new level. In the blink of an eye, he was already less than 3 meters away. His sword shone. Blue sword art. His body split into afterimages as he advanced. They were not simple illusions. They were real variations of trajectory, micro-adjustments that confused ordinary perception. Slashes came from impossible angles. From above, from below, and from the side. Kyrian remained at the center. His eyes captured each true displacement. The false trajectories were ignored. He saw the exact point where Li Shan's weight truly shifted. The first blade was blocked. The second deflected with minimal movement. Li Shan accelerated even more, the pattern becoming chaotic to most eyes. But to Kyrian, everything was clear. He was not merely defending. He counterattacked in the exact space between one strike and another. His green sword traced short and precise lines. The sword's intent enveloped each movement. One cut sliced across Li Shan's arm. Another opened his thigh superficially. Li Shan tried to twist his body to minimize the damage, but intent was not something that could be blocked with brute chi alone. He had not comprehended any intent, and against someone who had, that was fatal. The exchanges became more intense. Kyrian was pushed back twice by heavier impacts, but he never lost his balance. Each time he retreated, he responded with a perfect counterattack. The difference was becoming clear. In the stands, some more experienced cultivators sighed. Kyrian is a monster. Nan Feng Yu crossed his arms. If Kyrian wanted to, he would have already finished it. Lin Xiao nodded slowly. Li Shan realized it as well. Between one clash and another, he saw it. Kyrian was not forcing anything. His face remained calm. No tension or urgency like the one he himself was showing. It was as if he was not even in a fight. He is. The thought hurt more than the cuts. Li Shan retreated abruptly, opening 10 meters of distance. His chest rose and fell more intensely now. Blood stained his blue robe. He tightened his grip on the sword. If this continued, he would lose gradually. Then there was only one option left. His best technique. He closed his eyes for a brief instant. The chi of the core spun violently within his dantian. He channeled everything into the sword, compressing, refining, and ignoring the strain. The blue blade began to vibrate. The air around it was pushed back. A single line of chi began to form in front of the sword. Unlike the previous multiple crescents, this one was single. But its density was absurd. It grew and grew, until it reached the size of a person. Apure. Solid slash, formed entirely of sword chi. The pressure caused small cracks to open in the ground. Blue sword art. Li Shan advanced with a restrained shout and released the attack. The gigantic blade of chi tore through the air in a straight line, compressing everything ahead. The audience held its breath. Kyrian watched. His green eyes became even deeper. He raised his sword slowly. His chi flowed, not explosively, but concentrated. The sword's intent expanded, sharper than ever. Then he slashed. A single strike. A green arc emerged. It was half the size of Li Shan's strike, but it was several times sharper, purer, and more complete. When the two attacks collided, there was no immediate explosion. There was a sharp sound. like glass being pressed. Then, the blue blade began to crack. Small fissures spread across its surface of chi. In the next second, it shattered. The green slash passed through the remaining fragments and continued advancing. Li Shun's eyes widened. He tried to raise his sword to defend himself, but it was too late. The strike hit his chest. The energy enveloped him and sent him flying back like a rag doll. He flew several meters before colliding with the arena floor, rolling until he stopped near the edge. A heavy silence fell over the Colosseum. The dust settled slowly. Li Shen Kuga. Blood came out of his mouth. A deep cut ran diagonally across his chest, not fatal, but decisive. His blue sword fell from his hand, clattering against the stone. He tried to stand. He managed to get to his knees. His gaze found Kyrian in the distance. Kyrian remained standing at the center of the arena, sword still in hand, aura stable, breathing even, without a single wound. Li Shun held the gaze for a few seconds. Then, he lowered his head. The tension left his shoulders. His voice came out hoarse but clear. Elder Tian raised his hand immediately. On the ranking wall, Li Shun's name began to fall, while Kyrian's rose to rank 85. Murmurs erupted again, but this time no one doubted Kyrian anymore. He had not only defeated someone in the core formation realm, a major realm above his own. He had completely dominated the fight from beginning to end. Chapter 235, Cloud Empire 55. Chapter 235, Cloud Empire 55. Elder Tian's announcement was still echoing against the walls of the Cloud Colosseum when the initial silence finally broke completely. First came heavy breaths, then restrained exclamations. Then, like a wave breaking through a dam, the Colosseum exploded into voices. Kyrian's name shone on the ranking wall, slowly rising to rank 85. The golden light surrounding the names seemed more intense than before, or perhaps it was simply the perception of the spectators that had changed. Until that moment, many had still harbored doubts. He was talented, yes. He was strange, yes. But facing someone a major realm above, that was something else. Now, there was no more room for questioning. Kyrian had not only defeated Li Shun, he had surpassed him in technique, surpassed him in reading, surpassed him in intent. Kyrian, lower in cultivation, had crushed someone in the core formation realm in a direct sword exchange. When he reaches the same realm, that question circulated through the noble boxes and the common stands of the Colosseum. If Kyrian could already fight like this while below, what would happen when his cultivation reached the same level as Li Shun's, or even surpassed it? The imagination of many went too far. Kyrian, however, showed no grand emotion. He sheathed his sword calmly, breathing steadily, as if he had just finished an ordinary training session. Without looking at the audience, he turned and walked out of the arena. In one of the side sections, a group celebrated loudly. The bets had been heavy. The odds had strongly favored Li Shun. Many had bet against Kyrian, but those who believed in him were now celebrating noisily. Kyrian ignored all of it. He climbed the steps leading to the stands reserved for participants and returned to his section. He quickly retrieved the stones he had bet on himself and scheduled his next fight. But when he returned to his seat, he found someone who had not been there before. Yin Hao, sitting casually on one of the benches, legs crossed, immaculate white robe, a faint smile on his face. He raised a hand in greeting when he saw Kyrian. Kyrian stopped for a second, slightly surprised. Yin Hao would also be participating in the fights at the Colosseum. Kyrian said, voice neutral, as he sat beside Baizhu. Yin Hao shrugged. Couldn't miss the fun. Besides, I heard you're rising fast. Baizhu, still excited from the previous fight, slapped Kyrian on the shoulder. Leader, that was insane. You didn't even let the guy breathe. Nan Fengyu, sitting on the other side, chuckled softly. It was a little terrifying, I admit. Kyrian merely nodded, not responding. His eyes were already on the hologram in the sky, waiting for the next fight. He didn't need praise. He needed more stones. Then Elder Tian raised his voice again. Next challenge. The crowd exploded. Shouts of Yin Hao echoed through every level. Yun Hao's special physique was well known in the capital, a physique capable of controlling a portion of the ambient qi, the ability to manipulate free energy as if it were part of his body. He was a famous genius. The bets in the sky rose quickly. They were second only to Kirian's fights in volume. The odds were balanced, but slightly in favor of Yun Hao. After all, he was already in the core formation realm, and his physique was common knowledge in the capital. Gu Tian descended from the reserve stands. Immaculate white robe, radiant sword on his back. He looked at Yun Hao with a serious but confident expression. Yun Hao smiled, leaping lightly into the arena. He landed at the center, hands behind his back, posture relaxed. Elder Tian gave the signal. Gu Tian attacked first. His radiant sword shone with intense light. He unleashed a sequence of strikes, blades of pure light cutting through the air like lightning, creating brilliant lines that converged toward Yun Hao. Yun Hao did not fully move, but raised one hand. The ambient qi around him responded instantly, as if the air itself were his body. At the same time, blue lines appeared around him. His physique had been activated. The blades of light rushing toward him were halted midair, trembling, as if caught in an invisible net. He rotated his wrist. The blades of light curved, turning back toward Gu Tian. The leader of the Radiant Sky sect widened his eyes and blocked with his radiant sword. The impact created an explosion of light that illuminated half the arena. Gu Tian retreated 3 steps. Yun Hao advanced. He was not using a weapon now. He did not need one. The ambient qi condensed in his hands, forming blades of pure energy. He attacked with fluid strikes, each movement manipulating the free qi around him, creating cutting gusts of wind. Gu Tian defended with difficulty, his radiant sword shining weaker and weaker. The fight was intense for 12 minutes. Gu Tian used light techniques from his sect, luminous barriers, blinding bursts, and strikes that burned the air. Yun Hao responded with absolute control of the environment. He dodged, manipulated, and counterattacked. At one point, Gu Tian attempted a supreme technique, a condensed sphere of light that exploded into thousands of rays. Yun Hao smiled. He extended his hands. The ambient qi spun around him like a vortex. The sphere of light was sucked into the vortex and dissipated. Then Yun Hao counterattacked, a wave of pure energy that pierced through Gu Tian's defense, striking his chest. Gu Tian was thrown backward, crashing against the arena barrier. He fell to his knees, coughing blood. Elder Tian raised his hand. At that moment, Yun Hao ran his hand along the corner of his mouth, wiping away a bit of blood. Many did not see it, but Kirian, who had been focused on Yun Hao from the beginning, noticed. Kirian understood. Gu Tian's name disappeared from rank 93. Yun Hao took the position. The crowd roared, now with absolute respect. Yun Hao returned to the stand with a light leap, smiling at Kirian. It wasn't easy. Kirian nodded. Chapter 236, Cloud Empire 56. Chapter 236, Cloud Empire 56. Several fights happened after Yun Hao's victory. New challengers arrived constantly, many of them secondary disciples from external forces or independents who had gathered stones to try their luck. They challenged the new occupants of the top 90 and below them, the very leaders who had just risen. Nan Fengyu was called again twice, almost in succession. This time, he faced a disciple from the Deep Roots sect. The fight lasted 7 minutes. Nan Fengyu used bursts of cutting wind to disarm his opponent and force a surrender. After that, he fought a Colosseum-ranked fighter and rose to rank 89. Mo Qian challenged rank 82, a cultivator at the 2-degree stage of core formation, a specialist in fists. Mo Qian won with pure brute force, punches that cracked his opponent's defense and threw him out of the arena. Mo Qian took rank 82. Other fights followed, minor disciples winning here and there, ranks changing hands quickly. The crowd was no longer as surprised. The new names were dominating. But Kirian, now at rank 85, could not be challenged by them. He watched everything in silence, calculating gains. After dozens of fights. When the afternoon was nearing its end, Elder Tion raised his voice once more. Next challenge. The name echoed. The crowd reacted immediately. Kyrian smiled briefly, a cold, almost imperceptible smile. Fighting was one of the few things that truly excited him, and the opponents were getting stronger. He stood up unhurriedly. In the sky, the cultivations appeared. Kyrian at the 6 degrees stage of Qi liberation. Su Lian at the 2 degrees stage of core formation. The gap was even greater than in the previous fight, but the bets were balanced. No one knew for certain who would win. Many now fully trusted Kyrian's strength. He had defeated Li Shun without breaking much of a sweat. Others doubted. Core formation 2 degrees stage, that's different. But those with better insight knew. Kyrian had not used his full strength in the previous fight. He would win easily. Kyrian jumped from the stance. The impact was light, without dust, without sound. He walked to the center of the arena with absolute calm. Su Lian emerged from the opposite gate. Ordinary appearance. A young woman with black hair tied in a simple bun, a light blue robe, and a small sword at her waist. But her cultivation was fully released at the 2 degrees stage of core formation, solid and stable. She looked at Kyrian without arrogance or fear, only serene determination. The two reached the center almost at the same time. Elder Tion raised his hand. Su Lian did not waste time. Her water qi exploded around her, fluid, undulating like a living river. She raised her right hand. A sharp cut of qi formed a condensed water blade, thin as paper but hard as steel. The blade shot toward Kyrian's chest. Kyrian did not move immediately. His green eyes gleamed. He decided not to switch ocular pairs yet. The sword eyes were enough. He raised the frigid metal sword. A simple horizontal movement, sword intent concentrated on the blade. The water blade collided with his. A sharp sound echoed. The water blade split in two, dissipating into mist. Kyrian did not even step back. Su Lian fronit slightly. She advanced. Her body moved like water, fluid and unpredictable. She spun, launching 3 water blades simultaneously. One high, one low, and one central. At the same time, the ground around Kyrian began to ripple, water qi rising like liquid tentacles, trying to bind him. Kyrian spun his sword in a perfect arc. Sword intent expanded, a green cutting wave that sliced through the 3 blades and the tentacles. Everything dissipated into vapor. Su Lian did not stop. She leapt forward, sword in hand. A quick diagonal slash, reinforced by water qi that made the blade undulate like a wave. Kyrian blocked. The swords collided. Blue and green sparks leapt. Kyrian was pushed 1 step back. Her superior cultivation made a difference in brute strength. But he did not lose the exchange. His sword was already positioned for the counterattack. A precise, upward slash, sword intent on cutting beyond the metal. Su Lian blocked, but a thin cut appeared on her left shoulder. Blood flowed. She retreated, eyes narrowed. Kyrian advanced for the first time. His steps were light, but each carried sword intent. The ground was scratched by invisible cuts. Su Lian tried to counter with a wave of water that rose like a wall. Kyrian cut the wave in half. The blade passed through as if it were paper. Su Lian spun, launching a series of quick thrusts. Each strike created small bursts of pressurized water. Kyrian defended them all, his sword meeting each thrust at the exact angle. He was pushed 2 steps back, but never lost balance. One of Kyrian's slashes grazed past, tearing her right sleeve. Blood ran from her forearm. Su Lian was breathing heavily now. She attempted a larger technique. Water qi condensed into a rotating sphere above her. She launched it. The sphere exploded into dozens of pressurized jets, like a rain of blades. Kyrian raised his sword. Sword intent expanded into a green semicircle. All the jets were cut in half, dissipating before touching him. Su Lian's eyes widened. Kyrian advanced once more. His movements were simple but precise. Each slash was calculated to force defense, each step to limit space. Su Lian blocked, but accumulated more cuts. One on the thigh, another on the torso, another on the left arm. She was bleeding at several points. Her clothes were torn. Her chi is diminishing. Kyrian stopped. He did not attack further. He simply waited. Su Yin breathed heavily, sword trembling in her hand. Then she lowered the weapon. Elder Tion raised his hand. On the ranked wall, his name immediately rose to rank 74. Chapter 237, Cloud Empire 57. Chapter 237, Cloud Empire 57. Elder Tion's voice echoed through the Colosseum as the name on the golden panel flickered once more. Su Yin stepped down and left the arena in silence, her expression still serene despite the cuts scattered across her body. She slightly bowed her head to Kyrian before leaving. He responded with a minimal nod. Above, on the ranking wall, the names began to reorganize. Kyrian took rank 74. Kyrian's name shone intensely before settling into its new position. The crowd exploded into voices. He won again, and without any effort at all. I lost money on the first fight, but I recovered in the second and third. Haha. Kyrian ignored the shouts. He walked to the betting counter reserved for challengers. The attendant was already waiting for him, payment crystal ready. The gazes turning toward Kyrian no longer saw him as merely a strange talent. He had crossed a threshold. He was firmly within the territory of the Colosseum's true competitors. Many wondered what his limit would be, whether he could enter the top 60. The more attentive ones remained silent. They had noticed something important. Kyrian did not seem to have used everything. In fact, he was far from it. Kyrian received his spirit stones, the ones he had bet, and those from his victory in the fight. The odds had been balanced, but he had still earned a good amount. The return was generous. This time, many had trusted him in their bets. He stored the stones in his spatial ring without much expression, but he was satisfied. He returned to the challenger's stands. Nan Fengyu greeted him with a wide smile. Already at rank 74, Mo Qian crossed his arms, but there was approval in his gaze. She was strong. Baizhu shook his head, still impressed. I fought almost 20 minutes to reach 83. Yunhao merely observed. Kyrian sat down. They still haven't forced me enough. The fights continued. Other challenges were announced. Some ranked cultivators lost positions. Others climbed a few steps. The rhythm of the Colosseum did not slow down, but the daylight began to change. The golden hue of late afternoon passed through the upper openings of the structure, tinting the arena with warmer tones. The last fight of the day was intense, with two cultivators from the middle of the ranking exchanging heavy blows for nearly half an hour. When the winner was decided, Elder Tion raised his hand once more. The first day of challenges ends here. A mixture of frustration and excitement spread through the audience. People began to stand, discussing results, bets, and predictions for the next day. Among the challengers, the atmosphere was different. They had gained ground. In the challenger stands, Nan Fengyu stood and stretched his arms. He looked at the group. Why don't we go have dinner? Baizhu agreed immediately. Monta Qian Shulgit. Yunhao smiled slightly, and they all looked at Kyrian, waiting for his opinion. He remained silent for a few seconds. It wasn't a bad idea. He needed to eat, and he was fine with having dinner with the others. He replied simply. Nan Fengyu opened a satisfied smile. The nearby streets were still busy, filled with cultivators discussing the day's fights. They left together. Kyrian, Baizhu, Nan Fengyu, Lin Xiao, Mo Qian, Gutan, Hiyun, Qin Luo, and other leaders or main disciples of external forces. Yunhao was also there, walking beside Kyrian without speaking much. The restaurant was a few minutes from the Colosseum, an elegant 3-story building, with red lanterns floating at the entrance. They paid for a private room large enough for 20 people. Long, dark wooden tables, roasted spirit beast dishes, medicinal soups, high-quality wine. The atmosphere was lively, but controlled. Conversation flowed as everyone ate. Someone commented, pointing at Kyrian. Ian laughed, but not for long. Mo Qian raised his cup. Baizhu sighed. And I'm at 83. Laughter spread. They began analyzing the battles. The techniques used. The mistakes were made. The weaknesses are perceived. Yin Hao commented on the cost of manipulating so much ambient qi. Nan Fengyu discussed how cultivators in the middle of the ranking were more unpredictable than those at the lower top. Kirian listened more than he spoke. When questioned about Su Yin, his last opponent, he answered, "Her qi control was good. Her technique not bad either." He nodded thoughtfully. In fights like these, whoever does not possess the comprehension of an intent usually falls behind. The conversation continued until the dishes were emptied. The atmosphere was lively, but not arrogant. Everyone knew the true test was still to come, and harder challenges. After some time, they began to say their goodbyes. "Tomorrow will be more interesting," said Nan Fengyu. They left in small groups. Kirian and Baizhu did not return to the Crimson Lotus residence. It would be a waste of time to cross half the city to return before another full day at the Colosseum. They chose a nearby inn. Simple but clean, they paid a few low-grade spirit stones for 2 separate rooms. No luxury, but good enough. Without a prolonged conversation, the two entered their rooms. Kirian then calculated. The gains of the day had reached 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was already an immense amount for the auction, but there were still more challenges to win, and above all, he still had to win the bet with the other force leaders. He then lay down and quickly fell asleep. The night passed peacefully. Even before the sun rose on the horizon, Kirian was already on his feet. Chapter 238, Cloud Empire, 58. Chapter 238, Cloud Empire, 58. Before the sun had completely risen on the horizon, Kirian was already on his feet. He opened the window of the room and felt the cold air of dawn touch his face. The city was still silent, but there was distant movement, merchants preparing stalls, cultivators in morning training, and servants cleaning the main streets. A few minutes later, he left the room. Baizhu was already waiting for him in the corridor. The two went down to the inn's courtyard together. The air was cold, carrying a slight humidity that announced the beginning of a new day. The sky was beginning to lighten in bluish and orange tones. They sat at a simple table in the corner of the courtyard. Freshly baked warm bread and simple tea were served. Neither of them spoke much. Baizhu finally asked, biting into the bread, "I haven't thought about it yet." Kirian replied simply. Kirian had a curiosity about rank 68, who possessed metal qi. At least that was what Yao's information said. They finished the meal quickly, and when the light was already beginning to spread through the streets, they left. The streets near the Colosseum were more crowded than the day before, even so early. The news of the intense fights had spread through the capital. Names were circulating. Geniuses, unexpected challengers, rapid changes in the ranking. At the main intersection, they encountered Nan Fengyu. He smiled. Baizhu replied. They then continued together. The Cloud Colosseum was already showing great movement. A long line of common spectators was forming in front of the main entrance. Luxurious carriages already occupied reserved areas for nobles. But Kirian and the others did not need to join the line. They were now ranked. There was a specific entrance for official competitors. The guards only requested their identity tokens. After a brief inspection, they immediately opened the way. Inside, the atmosphere felt different in the morning, more spacious and colder. The arena was still empty, but there were already groups of cultivators talking in the exclusive stands. Some unknown ranked cultivators cast evaluative glances when Kirian entered. He ignored them. Without wasting time, he headed directly to the sector where an elderly man was registering challenges. The man slowly raised his eyes. The elderly man showed no surprise. He simply recorded the request in the crystal. Kirian's name quickly shone on the ranking wall, indicating the formal challenge. It was confirmed. Baizhu and Nan Fengyu did the same, each choosing their respective opponents. After that, the three went up to one of the exclusive stands for ranked cultivators. There they remained in silence as time passed. The Colosseum began to fill, and not just a little, much more than the day before. The common stands filled first, then the noble ones. Even the private areas were occupied by important figures of the capital, leaders of forces, influential merchants, and representatives of sections. The volume of voices increased progressively. In the sky above the arena, the holograms began displaying the first scheduled fights. The bets were open. The amounts circulating were greater than the previous day. Kirian's name appeared prominently on the initial list. The odds were balanced. Many now trusted him, while others still believed that rank 68 would be different. Time passed quickly. When there were 30 minutes left until noon, Elder Tion entered the arena. Silence gradually fell. He walked to the center, hands behind his back, posture straight. Waiting. The spiritual clock above the arena marked the exact moment. When noon arrived, Elder Tion opened his eyes. His voice reverberated throughout the structure. After a brief pause, the names shown on the panel. The cultivation of both appeared just below. Kirian at the 6 degrees stage of the Qi Liberation Realm. Kuang at the 3 degrees stage of the Core Formation Realm. The arena erupted in murmurs. Kirian stood up without hurry. His gaze was calm, but there was a faint glint in it. As he descended, the stairs of the exclusive stand, the gazes followed him. The gazes carried trust, expectation, and doubts, among other feelings. Kirian lightly jumped into the arena. The impact was smooth. On the opposite side, Kuang appeared. He was a tall man, broad shoulders, hair tied in a simple ponytail. His eyes were cold and attentive. A long spear rested in his right hand. Unlike his previous opponents, he did not release qi uncontrollably. The pressure around him was contained, stable and experienced. The two walked toward the center. Kuang observed Kirian for a few seconds. He said calmly. Kirian did not respond. He simply positioned his hand on the sword he had just taken from his spatial ring. Elder Tion raised his hand. The air changed in the next instant. Kuang was the first to move. The spear traced a short and precise arc, without waste. Metallic qi condensed along the blade, forming a silver film that vibrated like steel being forged. He did not advance explosively, but he took 3 firm steps. Each step seemed to measure distance, rhythm, and breathing. And then he attacked. The tip of the spear shot forward in a straight line, simple and direct. There were no flourishes, only pure force. Kirian drew his sword at the same instant. The clash rang out dry, metal against metal. A wave of qi spread across the arena floor, lifting fine dust. Kirian felt the weight behind the strike. His arms trembled slightly. Kuang twisted his wrist, and the spear slid like a serpent, changing angle mid-motion. The second thrust came low, aiming at the legs. Kirian stepped back half a step and cut downward. Sparks appeared. The two separated. Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Kirian, on the other hand, finally felt something different. A slightly greater pressure. Kuang was physically much stronger than his previous opponents. He adjusted his stance. This time, without waiting, he advanced. Chapter 239, Cloud Empire 59. Chapter 239, Cloud Empire 59, Kirian advanced. Qi flowed through his eyes like fuel and enveloped his sword, and, mixed with it, the sword intent condensed in an invisible, yet palpable way. The air around the blade seemed to compress. On the other side, Kuang also moved. Metal qi shone intensely along the spear. The weapon seemed heavier, denser, as if it had been forged again at that exact instant. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly as he propelled his body forward. They collided at the center of the arena. Sword and spear met with a dry bang. This time, Kuang changed the rhythm. He twisted his body and brought the spear down from above in a crushing blow. Metallic qi concentrated at the tip, brutally increasing the penetration and weight of the strike. Kirian crossed his sword to block. The impact was violent. The spear descended like a celestial hammer. Kirian was forced to lower the blade to absorb the blow, his feet digging into the arena floor. The stone pavement gave way under the pressure. For a brief instant, it seemed as if he was being crushed. The audience held its breath. Kirian's arms vibrated with the force transmitted by the spear. He felt Kuang's raw power pressing down, trying to break his defense. Then the corner of his lips curved slightly, a short smile. Kirian began to find it interesting. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Kirian turned the sword sideways. The spear slid along the blade and struck the ground at an angle, producing a shower of sparks. Kwang stepped back half a step to regain his balance. Kirian advanced again, but not to attack with full force. From that moment on, he entered a different rhythm of battle. Kwang then began to press. The spear moved like a metallic storm. Direct thrusts, lateral cuts, wide sweeps. The metal chi increased with each movement, concentrating at the tip of the weapon with a cold, cutting glow. Each strike carried a terrifying capacity for penetration. Kirian retreated. He dodged by centimeters. He twisted his body at the exact moment. He blocked only when necessary, and always at the perfect angle to dissipate most of the force. To the audience, it seemed as though he was being pushed back. Kwang advanced with absolute strength, dominating space, forcing Kirian to yield ground. But the most attentive noticed something different. Kirian was not panting. There was no real tension in his movements. He was reading the opponent completely, just as in the other fights, observing every muscular contraction of Kwang, every shift of the shoulder, every minimal adjustment in the wrist before the strike. And, while defending, he counterattacked in an almost imperceptible way. A quick cut to the forearm, a superficial scratch on the other arm. A precise line appeared on Kwang's cheek when the sword passed centimeters from his face. Kwang was accumulating injuries, small but numerous. Blood soon began to stain his sleeves. Kirian, on the other hand, did not have a single scratch. The difference became evident. The rhythm of the spear began to grow heavier, yet even faster, more aggressive and less calculated. Kwang frowned as he realized that, despite pressing, he could not hit the target. He snarled, his voice echoing through the arena. Kirian shrugged as he dodged another thrust. Kirian replied calmly. He tilted his head slightly. The phrase fell like oil on fire. Kwang's eyes reddened with rage. The metal chi around him exploded. The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate. He spun the spear horizontally, tracing a circle in the air. Metallic chi condensed into complex patterns around the weapon. Small fragments of cutting energy began to form around him, like invisible blades ready to be launched. It was a battle technique, and from the amount of chi being poured in rapidly, it was not a simple technique. The pressure in the arena increased abruptly. Even from the stands, many felt the intensity of the technique forming. Kirian narrowed his eyes. If he blocked that head-on using only his sword and chi, he might not come out completely unscathed. There would be damage, and Kirian did not want that. He also did not want to switch to the ice-ocular pair, in which he possessed the best defense. Kwang pulled the spear back, preparing to release the technique. At that instant, Kirian made a decision. His left hand slowly rose to his face. He touched his own right eye, and then pulled. The movement was simple, but what emerged was not. From the interior of his right eye, a sword formed. It was not metal, it was not common sharpened energy. It was pure sword intent, condensed to the very limit of materialization that Kirian could achieve. Transparent and at the same time sharp, beyond common comprehension. A sword made entirely of will. The arena fell into absolute silence. Kwang was still in the middle of forming the technique when the flying sword shot forward. It crossed the distance between the two in less than a blink. The metallic chi had not yet been fully released. The blade stopped centimeters from Kwang's neck. The air vibrated. A thin and sharp sound echoed as the sword intent pressed against his skin. A trickle of blood appeared immediately. The metal chi technique dissipated. The spear trembled in Kwang's hand. He felt it. He felt that if the sword advanced just 1 centimeter, his head would fall. Meanwhile, Kirian remained motionless, his hand still extended forward. His gaze was calm. He asked briefly. The sword vibrated again. Another thin line of blood ran down Kwang's neck. The silence in the arena was total. Kwang clenched his teeth. Pride burned in his chest. But he knew. He had lost. The spear fell from his hand. The sword of intent disappeared at that very instant, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. Kirian lowered his hand. Elder Tion watched with slightly narrowed eyes. After a brief moment, his voice echoed. The Colosseum then exploded into voices once more. Some were in shock, others in excitement. Kyrian had already risen to rank 68. Everyone wondered what his limit would be. After all, with each fight, he demonstrated that he was far above what they could even imagine. Chapter 240, Cloud Empire, 60. Chapter 240, Cloud Empire, 60. The silence that dominated the Colosseum for a brief instant after Kwang's surrender did not last. He pulled. That was materialized sword intent. Rank 68. The common stands were in complete uproar. In the noble sections, the reactions were more restrained but no less intense. Serious gazes, thoughtful expressions. In the exclusive ranked seating area, the atmosphere was different. Nan Fengyu let out a low whistle. That. Mo Qian remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. That sword. The group fell quiet. He uncrossed his arms, his expression rigid. Block it? Maybe, if I were completely prepared. He shook his head. Baizhu took a deep breath. Nan Fengyu looked at the other leaders of the external forces gathered there. If it were against you, no one answered immediately. The truth was too clear. That sword did not carry only speed. It carried absolute decision. Pure intent. Even with maximum defensive chi, it would be risky. The slightest mistake and a neck would be opened. Nan Fengyu laughed lightly. At least it's not us in danger. Instead, the other ranked fighters should be worried. Meanwhile, Kyrian had already left the arena. He walked to the betting counter with calm steps. The attendant was visibly more respectful this time. The odds had been balanced before the fight. The return was high. The spirit stones were handed over. Kyrian checked them quickly. Another significant sum. He stored everything in his spatial ring without expression, but internally satisfied. The item he wanted from the auction was becoming increasingly guaranteed. He returned to the exclusive stands. No one asked direct questions about the sword, but the looks had changed. They looked at him with even more caution, more evaluation. The fights then continued. The second day was even more brutal than the first. The leaders of the external forces began challenging higher ranks. One after another, Nan Fengyu climbed 2 more positions. Mo Qian advanced 3. He won a difficult fight against rank 81 and took his place. Baizhu also managed to advance, though with more effort. Meanwhile, the original ranked members of the Colosseum began losing ground. Their names slowly descended on the golden panel, replaced by the newcomers. The crowd roared with every change. The external geniuses were dominating the Cloud Colosseum. 2 hours passed quickly. The sun was already high when Kyrian's name lit up on the panel again. The murmur rose almost instantly. Elder Tion stepped forward. The panel displayed the names. A brief pause. The arena reacted with audible surprise. The cultivation levels appeared below the names. Kyrian, 6 degrees stage of the Qi Liberation Realm. Zhaorun, 4 degrees stage of the Core Formation Realm. The gap was even greater. But something had changed. The betting odds appeared at the side. And for the first time since Kyrian began challenging the rankings, he was the favorite. The return value for bets against him was much higher. Most were placing their spirit stones on Kyrian. The sword drawn from the eye had left far too deep an impression. Someone commented in the noble stands. If Zhaorun doesn't have something special. Kyrian stood once more. His face showed no excitement, no arrogance, only focus and a certain anticipation of facing a good fight. He descended the stairs under a new kind of gaze from the crowd. It was no longer just curiosity. It was a real expectation. On the other side of the arena, Zhaorun appeared. Unlike Kwang, he was more slender. His features were sharp. Dark garments were fitted to his body. A dense aura surrounded his shoulders. His eyes were fixed on Kyrian from the very first instant. He did not seem nervous, but he did not seem overly confident either. The posture of someone who had watched the previous fight with extreme attention. The Colosseum gradually quieted. Elder Tion raised his hand once more. The wind crossed the arena. The tension was different now. Kyrian was at the center of something greater. If he defeated rank 52, His entry into the top 50 would be only a matter of time. And everyone wanted to know, how far would the new genius of the Blood Court go? How far could he reach? Would he be a new Dongjin? Zhao Run, in the arena, did not attack immediately. He began walking sideways, tracing a slow circle around Kyrian. His steps were light, almost silent. His eyes never left his opponent. Two daggers emerged from his spatial ring with a faint silver glow. Short blades, made to kill in a single movement. He spun them in his fingers, testing the weight. There was caution in his gaze, clear wariness. He had seen the sword emerge from Kyrian's eye. He knew that if he gave too much space, that thing could appear again. Kyrian remained still at the center. He did not draw his sword. He did not change his breathing. He simply observed. Awaken, rarest. So he decided to take the risk. His body flickered, and in the next instant, he dissolved into a black shadow. The burst of speed was absurd, faster than any previously ranked fighter. A dark blur crossing the arena. The stands reacted too late. The dagger flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it was at the left side of Kyrian's neck. But it did not advance beyond that. A dry sound echoed. A crack of ice. Crystalline spikes exploded around Kyrian in all directions. Sharp tips like frozen spears. The ground beneath his feet froze instantly. Zhao Ren was halted mid-motion. His feet were trapped. His torso was immobilized. The dagger stopped centimeters from Kyrian's skin, blocked by a translucent layer of dense ice. He tried to retreat, but the ice tightened. Cracks spread through the air as if space itself were freezing. Zhao Ren lifted his eyes, and then he saw. The green, sword-shaped pupils had disappeared. In their place, sky-blue eyes shone with glacial intensity. At the center, two perfectly geometric snowflake-shaped pupils. Along with them, a silent, yet absolute, extreme cold emerged on the battlefield. Chapter 241, Cloud Empire, 61. Chapter 241, Cloud Empire, 61. The battle took another turn at the exact moment those sky-blue eyes opened completely. In the stands, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. That energy, if before Kyrian seemed like a genius disciple of a sword sect, wrapped in sharp intent and impeccable technical mastery, now he seemed like another person. His posture remained upright, but the presence emanating from him was cold, distant. His eyes were no longer green blades ready to cut. They were glacial abysses. A cold intent spread through the arena. It was not just temperature. It was something deeper, as if the very concept of movement was being slowed around him. The air grew heavy. The breath of some spectators in the front rows formed mist. Zhao Ren was completely caught off guard. The ice that had exploded around Kyrian still restrained part of his body when he forced his chi to the limit. A dark layer enveloped his limbs, vibrating intensely. With a muffled crack, he shattered the spikes holding him and leapt backward, sliding across the arena until he gained dozens of meters of distance. As soon as he stopped, he felt it. A sharp pain ran through his arms, legs, and torso. He lowered his eyes for a moment. His skin was whitish, not merely pale but burned. Small red fissures marked the points where the ice had touched him. Frostbite burns. Just a few seconds of contact had caused that. Zhao Run inhaled deeply and expanded his chi even further around his body, forming a constant defensive layer to contain the residual icy energy that insisted on invading his meridians. He let out an exasperated sigh. His voice came out low, almost to himself. At the center of the arena, Kyrian did not advance, did not run. He only watched, cold, silent. While Zhao Run tried to reorganize his thoughts, Kyrian slowly raised his right hand. The gesture was simple, but the effect was not. Ice emerged from his eyes like an invisible reflection, and in the next instant, the ground in front of him burst. Crystalline stakes shot forward in a straight line toward Zhao Run, advancing with brutal speed, tearing through the arena stone as if it were soft earth. Zhao Run reacted at the limit. His body dissolved into shadows again. A black blur swerved by centimeters from the rising stakes, fragments of ice exploding around. He reappeared to the left, then to the right, try to find a blind angle. But whenever he emerged, even for a fragment of a second, Kyrian was already looking directly at him, even hidden in shadow, even without emitting a clear presence. Kyrian seemed to know. Every time, he knew where Zhaorun would come from. Ice formed at the exact point where Zhaorun tried to emerge. A crystalline wall blocked his trajectory. Spikes rose beneath his feet. A freezing blast swept the space where he intended to attack. In the challenger's stance, Yin Hao deeply furrowed his brow. He knew those eyes. He had already faced Kyrian in that state. He knew what it meant. He muttered to himself. Even with his physique fully activated in his own previous fight, Yin Hao remembered the suffocating sensation. It wasn't just ice. Kyrian also possessed perception expanded to the extreme. It was like fighting someone who saw the entire field at once. In the arena, Zhaorun tried again. Shadows rippled across the ground as he appeared behind Kyrian, daggers crossed, aiming at the kidneys. Kyrian did not fully turn. He only tilted his gaze. A wall of ice rose behind him at that same instant, blocking the attack and forcing Zhaorun to retreat before the spikes closed over his body. The impact of the cold was immediate. Even with Qi active to protect himself, the constant proximity caused his energy to be drained quickly. His movements were beginning to become less fluid. He reappeared 10 meters away, breathing more heavily. Zhaorun was the fastest among the ranked fighters Kyrian had faced so far. His shadow technique allowed him to cross the field like a ghost. But speed was not enough. As long as Kyrian knew his exact position, he could always act first to intercept him. Whenever he approached, ice appeared. Whenever he tried to press, the cold invaded his limbs. Spikes struck him in passing. Small perforations instantly froze the flesh around them. His mobility began to decrease imperceptibly. Kyrian, on the other hand, remained practically motionless at the center of the arena. He did not waste much qi on long-range attacks he knew Zhaorun would dodge. He only reacted, controlled the space, turned the arena into his territory. The ground was increasingly covered by crystalline layers. Ice fragments reflected the sunlight, creating a scene almost beautiful and deadly. Zhaorun attempted one final charge. He forced his qi to the maximum, shadows condensing around his body like a living cloak. He disappeared completely from common perception. Even his energetic presence was compressed to the limit. The audience lost his location. For 1 second, 2. Then he appeared above Kyrian, descending in a vertical dive, daggers pointed at the top of his skull. Kyrian lifted his face. The snowflakes in his pupils slowly rotated. The air around him froze in a perfect circle. Zhaorun felt the impact before even touching the ground. The cold struck him from all sides. His arms locked for a fraction of a second, enough. An explosion of ice erupted upward, striking his torso and hurling him backward violently. He rolled across the frozen ground until he stopped near the edge of the arena. He remained on his knees, trembling. His qi was still active but unstable. His arms were almost completely white now. His legs are stiff. Small crystals of ice clung to his dark garments. He tried to close his fists, but the pain was intense. If he continued, he knew what would happen. He could lose his limbs forever. He raised his gaze to Kyrian. The opponent was still at the center, watching motionless and unhurried. Zhaorun took one last deep breath. The shadows around his body slowly dissipated. He returned the daggers to his spatial ring with a tired gesture. His voice echoed clear, despite the cold. Chapter 242, Cloud Empire 62. Chapter 242, Cloud Empire 62. A collective sigh ran through the Colosseum. The icy intent gradually diminished. The ice around began to crack and dissolve into particles of cold light. Kyrian's eyes lost their intense glow. The snowflake-shaped pupils remained, but returned to their normal state. He said nothing. He only watched Zhaorun leave the arena, walking with stiff steps, his limbs still whitened by the extreme cold. Elder Tian declared the victory. The name rose once again on the golden panel. A heavy murmur spread through the stands as soon as the number changed on the golden panel. Rank 52. Some spectators still stared at the frozen arena, as if trying to understand what they had just witnessed. First, that absurd sword. This isn't normal. In the common stands, the words were cruder. Sword in the eye, ice in the eyes. The discomfort was real. The chi that had emanated from Kyrian moments before was not merely cold. It was absolute. Many weaker cultivators had felt their meridians stiffen even from a distance. However, in the areas reserved for the more experienced, the atmosphere was different. Old cultivators in the spiritual awakening realm maintained restrained expressions. Their eyes were not frightened. They were evaluating. One of them murmured to the companion beside him. Another slowly nodded, comparable to the best special physiques. In a private room above the arena, isolated by formations, Duke Roan watched in silence. His expression, normally indifferent, carried a rare glint. He narrowed his eyes. He had given the pendant of his house to Kyrian as a wager, and it seemed that it had truly been the right decision. After a short pause, he spoke. I am certain that only the top 10 of the Colosseum, those at the peak of the core formation realm. The evaluation was clear. In the arena, Kyrian had already left the center. Calm steps, neutral expression. Whenever he switched to the eye size, for some reason, he felt his own emotions being slightly suppressed. He headed once more to the betting counter. The attendant, this time, practically bowed while handing over the spirit stones. Kyrian received the reward without any external reaction. He had not bet on himself in that fight. The odds were too low. It was not worth it. He stored the stones in his spatial ring and returned to the exclusive stands of the challengers. The gazes followed him. More than respect, there was caution. Nanfeng Yu leaned forward. Kyrian did not respond. Mo Qian merely observed, silent. Yunhao slightly furrowed his brow. He had already faced those eyes. He knew how suffocating it was to fight under that icy intent. The fights continued. The pace did not slow. Nanfeng Yu entered the arena shortly after and won his fight with broad and confident movements of Wen Qi. He rose to rank 69. Qin Luo, from the Gray Blade sect, demonstrated precise mastery of fast and calculated cuts. He took rank 70 after a clean victory. Other external leaders also advanced. Even Luo Feng, who had started last on the first day, was already back at rank 80 and continued climbing, defeating opponents with refined sword technique. The Cloud Colosseum was being rewritten before everyone's eyes. The old names slowly descended on the golden panel. The newcomers rose. The bets became increasingly intense. Kyrian watched, but did not wager. The fights were becoming unpredictable. As the challengers climbed, the opponents were more complete, more experienced. A single mistake decided everything. He trusted no one but himself. And for that reason, he would not place his spirit stones on something so uncertain. He preferred to earn every spirit stone with his own hands. Among the most talked about fights of the day, one in particular drew attention. A duel between rank 77 and a newly arrived challenger who used sound chi techniques. The battle turned the arena into a field of cutting vibrations, cracking the ground and forcing the opponent to rupture his own eardrums to continue fighting. Another brutal fight occurred between rank 63 and Mo Qian. The impact between fists echoed like the collision of giant bells until both emerged covered in blood, but only one remained standing. Bai Zhu challenged again and stopped at rank 71 of the Colosseum. The second day ended with the sunset staining the clouds above the Colosseum in orange and red. Exhausted yet energized, the spectators left the place discussing names, probabilities, and rumors. Kyrian and Bai Zhu left the Colosseum together. This time, they joined Mei Li and other members of the Blood Court for dinner. The chosen restaurant was busy but reserved in an upper space. They talked about the fights of the day, analyzed opponents, and discussed possible next challenges. Mei Li watched Kyrian with a mixture of curiosity and silent pride. He was her leader and was representing the Blood Court in the Colosseum. She did not know how far Kyrian would be able to go, but she did not doubt the strength of her leader. In fact, she was even more excited than the others about his fights. She had also earned a good amount of spirit stones by betting on Kyrian from the beginning. Not only she, but Yin Ling, Kai, and Li Fun had earned enough money to survive comfortably in the capital and buy some basic items at the auction. After dinner, they parted ways. Mei Li and the others returned to the Crimson Lotus residence. Night fell peacefully over the city. Back at the inn, Kirian entered a cultivation posture while breathing deeply. He could not cultivate, but he could calm his mind. His objective was still clear. Continue challenging higher and higher in the Colosseum, obtain as many spirit stones as possible, acquire the blood formation from the auction, and the second item, which he needed more than anything else. After that, he would return to the blood court, learn alchemy or formations, and return to the verdant sword domain after a few months, when the gathering of the minor domains would take place. He also needed to find new black masses of hostility to continue cultivating at high speed, and then head to another natural formation. Today, the mark had burned lightly, indicating that a natural formation had appeared not far from there. Perhaps, before returning to the blood court, he should stop by there. Kirian thought about all his objectives and then, after organizing them, lay down to sleep. The third day arrived. Kirian and Baizhu left early. Even so, the lines were already winding through the streets around the Colosseum. Merchants shouted offers. The excitement was greater than on the previous days. Rumors had spread. Even before entering, people pointed at Kirian. He was already famous in the capital. Kirian entered among the first through the official ranked entrance. He went to the same guy from the previous day to make his challenge. He liked to make the challenge as quickly as possible, because that way he would be one of the first to fight that day. Without hesitation, he declared his next challenge. Rank 45 of the Colosseum. Chapter 243, Cloud Empire 63. Chapter 243, Cloud Empire 63. As soon as Kirian declared the challenge to rank 45, he turned without hesitation and returned to the exclusive ranked stand alongside Baizhu. The two walked in silence. Gradually, the Cloud Colosseum began to fill again. At first, there were only small scattered groups. Then, steady waves of cultivators crossed the monumental gates. The sound of footsteps, conversations, and wagers grew like a tide. Nan Fengyu arrived accompanied by two other leaders. Soon after, Imo Qin appeared, his expression restrained as always. Yun Hao also took his place, crossing his arms as he observed the golden panel suspended in the sky above the arena. Other original ranked members of the Colosseum were already present. Some cast discreet glances at Kirian. Others stared at him directly. The atmosphere was one of expectation, but it was not a common expectation. It was an expectation directed at someone specific. Kirian's name had spread throughout the capital over the past 2 days. The young man who pulled a sword from his own eye. The cultivator who alternated between sword intent and icy intent, and who climbed into the Colosseum's top 50 faster than anyone else, and with ease. In the common stands, the comments did not cease when they found the place where Kirian was seated. For cultivators of low strength and limited knowledge, crossing a single small stage to fight someone was already a risky task. Facing someone several small stages and an entire major realm above bordered on suicide. Kirian did this repeatedly. Not only that, he won. The nickname that had arisen on the first day, Suicidal Boy, was no longer used. Now it was different. He was called by many a battle monster, an aberration, and an incomprehensible genius. Meanwhile, in the areas reserved for the elites of the Cloud Capital, the term used was already another. Innate talent. It had already spread that Kirian was merely immortal, but one possessing a legendary gift almost never seen in the world of cultivation. As time passed, every seat was occupied. The common stands became packed. The noble areas are complete. Even the private rooms above the arena lit up their formations, indicating presence. At noon, as on the previous day, Elder Tian appeared at the center of the arena with a single silent step. The Colosseum fell silent for an instant. He did not need to raise his voice, yet everyone heard him. It was brief and direct. Above the arena, several luminous inscriptions appeared in the sky, displaying the confirmed challenges of the day. Names, ranks, and cultivation levels. The wagers began immediately, but there was one fight that drew more attention than all the others. Kyrian, ranked number 52, against ranked number 45. The opponent was at the 5 degrees stage of the core formation realm. Even so, most of the spirit stones were being placed on Kyrian, not by common logic, but by a confidence built by Kyrian in his last fights. Of course, many still bet on rank 45. He was higher in cultivation, and he was an established name in the Colosseum. Even so, the volume of wagers on Kyrian's fights surpassed all the others. It was the largest amount accumulated up to that moment in the event. Elder Tion did not delay further. A short pause. The murmurs grew immediately when the name echoed. Kyrian stood without haste, without any visible expression of excitement. But internally there was a slight vibration in his feelings. He was becoming more excited to fight with each passing battle. He leapt from the stands. His body crossed the air lightly before landing near the center of the arena. All eyes followed him, especially those who were there for the first time that day. The first thing they noticed was his appearance. Kyrian was, without a doubt, one of the most handsome young men many had ever seen. Harmonious features, a naturally upright posture, and restrained and precise movements. And those eyes, sky blue, with pupils shaped like perfectly geometric snowflakes. There was something in them that caused discomfort when stared at for too long. A subtle sensation of silent superiority. Some girls in the stands shouted his name. Others commented on his appearance. But Kyrian did not react. He did not hear. Or, if he did, he did not care. His mind was focused on a single thing: the fight, and the spirit stones that would come after it. Then, from one of the large side gates of the arena, the opponent emerged. Han Shui appeared to be of similar age to Kyrian, perhaps 1 or 2 years older, but his cultivation was clearly superior. 5 degrees stage of the core formation realm, above even leaders like Nan Fengyu, Yin Hao, and the others. That alone already qualified him as a genius, at least in cultivation speed. His appearance was relatively common. Firm face, steady gaze. He wore a completely red robe, without symbols or complex adornments. He was definitely a simple young man. But when he walked to the center of the arena, something changed. Without warning, he released his cultivation completely. The air rippled. An intense heat spread. In a matter of seconds, the temperature of the arena rose several degrees. The ground seemed to vibrate slightly under the thermal increase. Waves of fire chi materialized around his body, like invisible flames distorting space. Some spectators closer to him immediately began to sweat. Kyrian observed, interested. His eyes glowed faintly. The icy chi responded. Without abrupt movement, a wave of cold spread from him. The heat that had expanded was abruptly contained. The temperature plummeted. A shiver ran through the first rows of the stands. The change was so abrupt that many felt their skin tingle. For a brief instant, the Colosseum divided into 2 extremes: heat and cold, fire and ice. Then, Han Shui released a little more chi, not to attack but to balance. The fire around him became more controlled. The climate stabilized, neither hot nor cold, but balanced. He smiled faintly. For the first time, there was genuine interest in his gaze as he looked at Kyrian. Kyrian noticed as well. The opponent's chi control was refined. It was not a simple display of raw power. That would make the fight more interesting. In the stands, the silence was absolute. Even Elder Tion seemed slightly attentive to the clash of energies that had preceded the official beginning. Without prolonging it further, he raised his hand. Chapter 244, Cloud Empire 64. Chapter 244, Cloud Empire 64. As soon as the word echoed through the arena, both released their chi almost at the same instant. There was no testing, no provocation. Half of the arena froze. The ground beneath Kyrian's feet cracked, a thick layer of crystalline ice spreading like a silent tide. Translucent crystals grew over the stone, covering every crack with a white film. On the other side, Han Shui's red fire exploded. Dense, compressed flames spread across the ground, heating the slabs until they began to glow faintly. The air distorted. Heat rose in visible waves. The point where the two energies met entered violent conflict. Hiss! Steam rose like a white wall, partially obscuring the view of the arena. The Colosseum was taken over by a heavy, humid heat. Some spectators instinctively stepped back, even though they were protected by barriers. But at the center of that elemental chaos, Kyrian and Han Shui remained motionless, without weapons and without movement, just staring at each other. There seemed to be a tacit agreement. First, they would fight using only their qi, only their dominion over their own elements. Han Shui moved his right hand. A flame immediately appeared above his palm, compressed and intense. He brought his left hand up and wrapped his fingers around the flame. The sphere of fire expanded. It was not unstable, it was controlled. He squeezed the flaming ball and elongated it. The fire shaped itself under his control and transformed. A bow emerged, completely made of dense red flames. The ends were sharp, and the center vibrated with compressed energy. He spoke softly, but his voice carried weight. An arrow of condensed fire formed on the burning string. The heat increased once more. Even in the upper stands, many felt the air become drier. Kyrian did not interrupt. He only observed. His sky-blue eyes shone with absolute focus. Han Shui pulled the arrow back. The fire was compressed to its limit, and then he released. The arrow was fired with a muffled sonic explosion. A red trail cut through the air of the arena, evaporating the steam in its path. It was fast, terribly fast, but the instant it was fired, Kyrian had already seen it. The trajectory, the force, the point of impact. His eyes shone intensely. Qi and icy intent expanded. He raised one hand. The ground in front of him exploded. 5 barriers of ice rose instantly, thick as walls. The arrow struck. The first barrier exploded into fragments. The second cracked and shattered. The third split in half from the force, while the fourth was pulverized. The fifth and final barrier endured for a single second, and then melted completely. The arrow lost momentum and extinguished itself a few centimeters from Kyrian's body. Steam rose violently. The crowd reacted with muffled exclamations. But Kyrian was already moving. His eyes shone again. Around his body, 20 gigantic ice spikes appeared floating, each over 2 meters long. Sharp tips, compressed energy vibrating along their surface. Without hesitation, he released them all. The spikes shot forward like celestial ice spears. Han Kyrian. Another flaming sphere appeared before him, larger this time. He compressed it and expanded it shortly after. And then, an immense wall of blazing fire rose around him, spinning like a vortex. The spike struck. Successive explosions echoed through the arena. The fire barrier wavered. The heat rose violently, but did not break. One by one, the ice spikes were melted, turning into scalding steam that enveloped the center of the arena. When the steam partially dissipated, Han Shui was still standing, unscathed, but his expression had changed. Even without being directly hit, he felt it. A chill suddenly arose within his body, a cold that did not come from physical ice. It came, in truth, from Kyrian's eyes. Kyrian stared at him with an impassive expression. He looked at him like something to be frozen. Suddenly, Han Shui felt the icy energy penetrate his body. His meridians trembled. He immediately released his entire cultivation. Flames enveloped his own body, covering arms, legs, and torso. It was a defense beyond his own qi, not against material ice, but against that invisible icy intent. He thought as he realized that, if he had lowered his guard for a single instant, he might have ended up like Kyrian's first opponent in the Colosseum, having lost the fight with just a single glance. Defeated without even understanding how. The fight changed rhythm. They seemed evenly matched to the spectators. At least in energy, which was definitely something incredible, Kyrian's qi was definitely weaker than Han Shui's. However, due to his eyes and icy intent, he could compare with Han Shui, who was in the middle stages of the core formation realm. Han Shui then advanced. The ground beneath his feet exploded in compressed flames, propelling him forward. He used neither sword nor spear. His fists became weapons. A flaming punch was launched. Kyrian tilted his body to the side. The blow grazed past, melting the ice on the ground behind him. He responded with a direct release of concentrated ice. A white explosion shot from his palm. Han Shui crossed his arms and received the impact, wrapped in fire. The clash generated a cloud of steam that covered them both. Inside the mist, rapid movements occurred. Muffled explosions, clashes of energy. The audience could only see silhouettes. Suddenly, Han Shui emerged, spinning his body and releasing 3 crescent-shaped, cutting waves of fire. Kyrian extended his arm. The air froze before him. The flaming waves struck a layer of ice and exploded. But the temperature continued to rise. Han Shui raised both hands. The fire above the arena began to condense. A rain of flaming projectiles descended. The spectators' expressions changed. The heat was suffocating. Kyrian closed his eyes for a brief instant. When he opened them, the icy intent became denser. The entire ground beneath his feet froze once more. He spun his arm. A circular wave of ice expanded in all directions. The rain of fire met the tide of ice rising from the ground. Steam took over the arena again. But this time, even within the extreme heat, the sensation of cold persisted. Han Shui was breathing harder now. Each technique consumed a large amount of qi. Han Shui suddenly thought. Not only he, but many had that doubt. What they did not know was that Kyrian possessed 2 dantians. He possessed more qi than anyone else in the qi liberation realm. Not only that, but his eyes could make use of his qi with perfection. Each attack used an amount exactly necessary, both to defend and to attack. In Kyrian's strikes and defenses, there was not a single waste of energy, while the others, inevitably, would use more qi than necessary, unless they were an absolute genius. My next attack will be the last, Han Shui suddenly thought as he moved away from Kyrian, positioning himself on the other side of the arena. Chapter 245, Cloud Empire, 65. Chapter 245, Cloud Empire, 65. Han Shui took a deep breath at the edge of the arena. The heat around him began to concentrate once again. It was no longer a chaotic expansion of flames. It was an accumulation of controlled heat. Everything that remained of his qi was being gathered. A large fireball appeared above his right hand. Unlike the previous ones, that sphere was dense to the point of seeming almost solid. The surface blazed in overlapping layers, like magma compressed under absurd pressure. The air around it rippled violently. With his left hand, Han Shui struck the sphere itself. The fireball exploded, but did not dissipate. It expanded and reshaped, obeying his will. The flames stretched, curved, and assumed a new form. A gigantic bow of fire appeared in his hand, much larger than the previous one. The ends are like flaming fangs. The string burned like an incandescent thread that seemed to cut through space itself. Han Shui grasped the bowstring. An immense amount of qi was released from his body. The edges of his robes began to burn. The stones of the arena beneath his feet turned red. Then the arrow began to form. It was not merely an arrow. It was a dragon. The elongated body took shape in compressed fire. Scales of flame vibrated along its length. The head formed, with its jaw open and incandescent fangs. A muffled roar echoed as the technique stabilized. The temperature of the arena rose drastically. Even behind the barriers, many spectators began to sweat. Some widened their eyes. Han Shui maintained the stance for 5 long seconds. His arm trembled. Veins bulged on his forehead. He was draining every remaining drop of qi. Then he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the entire Colosseum. The arrow was released. The fire dragon crossed the arena like a living calamity, evaporating the air in its path. The ground below began to crack. Kyrian did not retreat. A small smile, almost imperceptible, appeared at the corner of his lips. His 2 eyes shone intensely. The snowflakes in his pupils began to spin. The icy intent was fully released. It was no longer a subtle pressure. It was absolute dominion. An immense amount of ice chi exploded from within his two dantians. For the first time, he held nothing back. In front of him, a giant formation of ice emerged. Crystalline runes connected instantly. Layer upon layer of ice formed, stacking like infinite walls. The structure advanced, growing as it projected toward the fire dragon. The impact then happened. The dragon collided with the formation. A deafening explosion échoued. Steam rose in violent columns. The fire tried. It tried to melt, tried to pierce the ice. The flaming scales crashed against the layers of ice, melting some and cracking others. But the formation did not stop growing. More ice emerged. More chi was released. This was, without a doubt, the moment Kyrian spent the most chi at once. The ice seemed endless. The dragon quickly began to lose form. The flaming head deformed. The body began to shorten. The flames lost intensity. And then, the fire was completely suppressed by the ice. Steam covered the arena for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. Han Shui was panting. His body trembled slightly. He had used practically all of his chi. On the other side, Kyrian remained standing. He breathed in a controlled manner. His eyes still shone faintly. But Kyrian knew that he would also need to rest after this fight, for he had used a great amount of chi. He looked at Han Shui with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Han Kyrian understood. He had lost. He raised his hand and spoke loudly enough for Tian and the spectators to hear. The silence lasted only a second. Then the crowd exploded. Shouts, applause, exclamations. That had undoubtedly been the greatest display of strength so far in the Colosseum. Many were on their feet. Others argued excitedly. The fight had seemed balanced. To those watching, it had seemed that either one could have won. Kyrian merely nodded slightly and left the arena satisfied. It had definitely been an interesting fight for him. He collected his spiritual stones from the victory and, without hesitation, immediately declared a new challenge. He challenged rank 37 of the Colosseum. His name rose once more on the golden panel, shining above the arena. When he returned to the stands, Baiju let out a heavy sigh. "You really do seem like a monster." Kyrian did not respond. He remained silent. Time passed quickly. Other battles took place, but the audience still talked about the fire dragon being frozen. When the final fight of the day finally arrived, Tian announced, "Next and final challenge of the day." Kyrian descended calmly. On the other side, a middle-aged man appeared. He limped slightly. As soon as he reached the center of the arena, he raised his arm. Silence fell over the Colosseum. Voices immediately rose. The man's expression soured. He wanted to retort, but restrained himself. He was injured in a previous battle. Facing that aberration in that state would be foolish. Kyrian also noticed that the man was not in very good condition. Tian then declared Kyrian the victor. He rose to rank 37 without even fighting. But even so, rumors were already beginning to spread. Even a cultivator at the 6th stage of the core formation realm had retreated before him. The Colosseum closed shortly after. The crowd departed slowly, still discussing the battles of the day. Kyrian and Baiju left the place. This time, they did not stop at any restaurant. They ate at the inn where they were staying. The night was peaceful. They went to sleep early. The next day, the Colosseum would open again, and Kyrian's climb would continue. Chapter 246, Cloud Empire 66. Chapter 246, Cloud Empire 66. Kyrian woke early on the 4th day since the opening of the Colosseum. It was still dark when he opened his eyes. The inn remained silent. He sat up on the bed and felt the state of his two dantians. The chi had almost completely recovered after the night of rest. The battle against Han Shui had demanded much more than he had shown. He stood up briefly and put on his robe. Baiju was already awake when he went downstairs. Baiju asked while adjusting the robe of the blood court. Kyrian simply nodded. The two set off together toward the Colosseum. On the way, something was different. Kyrian had always felt gazes while walking through the city. His appearance drew attention. His eyes even more so, but now it was different. Very different. People were not just looking. They stopped and whispered. Some stepped aside, making space for him to pass. Others stared openly, as if standing before something rare. The whispers followed him down the entire street. Kirian kept his pace steady. He did not change his expression, but he noticed. His fame had spread even further through the city, not because of his appearance, but because of his strength. Despite his low cultivation, he was defeating cultivators in the core formation realm. And not just defeating them, pressuring them. When they arrived at the Colosseum, the line already wrapped around the block. As soon as Kirian appeared, some recognized him immediately and opened a path. He entered without saying anything. After registering his presence, he challenged his first opponent of the day. Rank 21. The name was marked. Now he just needed to wait. At noon, Elder Tian appeared at the center of the arena. The crowd roared. Zhu screamed. In the arena, everyone only saw Zhu stop abruptly. He brought a hand to his head. The scream echoed through the Colosseum. The blood-iron body began to unravel. The pulsating veins diminished as Zhu lost focus. He staggered. Many wondered, but there was nothing visible. Linja remained with eyes closed, motionless, hands raised. Kirian, in the stands, frowned. He felt something strange in the air. Zhu continued screaming. 10 seconds passed. They felt much longer. Then, suddenly his body lost strength. Zhu collapsed in the arena. Silence took over the Colosseum. Linja slowly opened his eyes. The lilac chi disappeared. Tian observed carefully. Then he spoke. Chi, an illusion technique. A murmur spread through the stands. Illusion? Kirian descended from the stands immediately. He entered the arena even before Tian formally announced it. He knelt beside Zhu and touched his pulse. The internal chi was stable. The breathing was normal. He had simply fainted. Kirian narrowed his eyes. He had never seen such a type of technique. Tian finally declared. The name rose on the panel. Linja showed no emotion. He simply turned his back and began to leave the arena. He did not look at Kirian. He did not say anything. Kirian raised his gaze and watched his back as he walked away. He helped Zhu be carried out of the arena by the attendants. The Colosseum was still murmuring. That explains. But to bring Zhu down like that, Kirian remained silent. His eyes followed Linja until he disappeared through the inner corridor. And for the first time in that Colosseum, Kirian felt a slight sense of alertness. It was not brute strength, but it was a rare type of chi he had never seen before. Despite that, he greatly doubted that such chi and technique would work on him due to his eyes. He slowly returned to his seat. His own challenge was still marked. Against rank 21. Chapter 247. Cloud Empire 67. Chapter 247. Cloud Empire 67. Other battles took place before Kirian's name was called. The arena vibrated with intense confrontations. Blade techniques collided. Explosions of chi shook the ground, and two cultivators in the core formation realm exchanged blows until one of them was thrown against the wall of the arena, defeated. The audience was excited. The level of the fights had been rising with each passing day. But even so, the atmosphere seemed to hold a different kind of expectation. Everyone was waiting for a specific fight. When Elder Tian returned to the center of the arena, the murmuring intensified. He raised his hand, and the Colosseum gradually fell silent. His gaze swept across the stands before settling on the now familiar figure. Kirian. The name echoed with weight. Kirian stood up unhurriedly. He descended the steps of the stands with the same calm as always. Neither fast nor slow. His steps were steady, his expression unchanged. But everyone knew. That was the most anticipated fight so far. On the other side of the arena, Mulu walked toward the center. The moment he crossed the entrance gate, a cold wave spread across the ground. The air seemed to grow heavier as a thin layer of ice began to form over the stones of the arena. A shiver ran through the stands. Mulu had brown hair that fell just above his shoulders. His features were well-defined and relatively handsome, although Kirian outshone him in that regard. He was young, perhaps in his early 20s. But what drew the most attention was the energy he released. It was cold, restrained, and deadly, relatively similar to Kirian. He was at the 7th stage of the core formation realm. The final stages of the realm. Kirian was now facing someone an entire major realm above him. Many wondered whether he could still advance. Mulu stopped a few meters away. He was empty-handed. Kirian observed in silence. Yesterday, it was fire, now it is ice. First an opponent with fire chi. Now he would have to face one with icy chi. He found that definitely interesting. That demanded changes. At least that was what Kirian thought. Tian raised his hand as he spoke loudly. In the next instant, Kirian closed his eyes. For a brief moment, the external world disappeared. Kirian appeared once more in a completely dark space. The inner world of his eyes. There, the silence was absolute. An infinite void. But he knew what he wanted to search for. It did not take long. In the middle of that darkness, a small gray flame danced softly. It was cold and hot. Kirian focused on it. And suddenly, everything changed. When he reopened his eyes, the sky-blue eyes had disappeared. The extreme cold vanished. In its place, heat suddenly emerged. Kirian's eyes turned gray. The pupils now became two dark gray flames dancing incessantly. A wave of heat spread across the arena. Tian narrowed his eyes immediately while the crowd erupted. That is, he really is an aberration. The astonishment was visible. Mulu frowned as he felt the heat arise, the ice beneath his feet beginning to melt. He did not hesitate and decided to act first. An explosion of cold chi burst from his body. The ground froze instantly, forming ice spikes around him. A freezing wave advanced toward Kirian, and behind Mulu, dozens of ice swords formed in the air. Each of them vibrated with deadly intent. With a gesture of his hand, the blades shot forward. The air was cut apart. Meanwhile, Kirian did not move. He merely raised a single finger. And then, a small gray flame appeared at its tip. And in another instant, it exploded into a horrifying flame that sent chills down the spine, seeming almost cold and hot at the same time. The flame touched the air, and all the ice swords were immediately melted. There was almost no resistance, nor was there a prolonged clash. They simply ceased to exist. The flame then advanced. Mulu narrowed his eyes and released even more chi. A gigantic barrier of ice rose before him, thick as a wall. The gray flame collided against it as a loud hissing sound arose. Vapor rose. The ice resisted for a second, two, and then it began to melt. Mulu clenched his teeth, pushing even more chi into the barrier. The ice wall became thicker, denser with each passing second. But Kirian's flame kept advancing. He had not moved more than a finger. And no matter how much Mulu struggled, the ice disappeared shortly after meeting the flames. It melted and vanished. The flame did not diminish. The arena began to fill with vapor. Cold and heat collided violently, the ground cracking under the abrupt changes in temperature. Kirian then raised his other hand. More gray flames appeared. They were large and pure. He began to press even harder. Mulu responded by creating ice spears, pillars, and freezing storms. The arena turned into a field of white mist. It was a direct contest over who would exhaust all of their chi first. But there was a clear difference. The gray flame was naturally superior to ordinary ice. Kirian used less chi to attack, while Mulu needed to spend much more to defend. Time passed as the stalemate continued. 1 minute. 5. The vapor grew denser. 10 minutes. The audience watched in tense silence. Finally, the flow of icy chi began to weaken. The barriers no longer rose at the same speed. The ice spears formed smaller, more fragile, and then the vapor began to dissipate. The sight of the arena slowly returned. One figure remained standing, gray eyes burning, flames dancing in the pupils. Kirian was standing. In front of him, Mulu was on one knee. His chest rose and fell heavily. The ice around had already disappeared. Only water, evaporating from the cracked ground, remained. Kirian remained motionless for a moment. While looking at his name, I think the next battle will be the last. I do not believe I could defeat someone at the peak of the core formation realm. Not now. I have decided the next one will be the last battle. I believe I've already earned enough spirit stones. Besides, none of the leader disciples like Nanfeng you will be able to climb to my rank." He turned his back and walked out of the arena as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Chapter 248, Cloud Empire 68. Chapter 248, Cloud Empire 68. After defeating Mulu, Kirian calmly returned to the exclusive stands of the rank fighters. The murmurs still echoed throughout the Colosseum. His name shone on the golden panel above the arena. Rank 21. He received his spirit stones without any visible expression. The number was high, much higher than he would have imagined when he first entered the Colosseum. Without hesitation, he declared his final challenge of the day and probably the final challenge of the Colosseum. Rank 15. The name appeared on the golden hologram suspended in the sky of the Colosseum. The inscriptions shone intensely when the confrontation was confirmed. Kirian, rank 21, against Xianji, rank 15. The bets began immediately. The arena continued to vibrate with other battles as time passed. Shining techniques, spiritual weapons, successive explosions. The leaders of the external forces also stepped into the arena that day. Nan Fengyu tried to challenge someone above him. He lost after an intense battle. He Yun was defeated in less than 5 minutes when facing a cultivator at the 7th stage of the core formation realm. Mo Qian lasted longer, but ended up being pressured into surrender. They were talented, but they were not Kirian. They could not fight an entire major realm above with natural ease. The sun began to tilt toward the horizon. The shadows stretched across the already devastated arena. The ground was cracked, burned, frozen, and slashed by blades. After a week of opening, it would need to be completely rebuilt. When the sky began to take on orange hues, Elder Tian appeared once again at the center. The Colosseum fell silent. A roar swept through the stands. Kirian immediately jumped down from the seating area. His body descended lightly, landing on the broken ground of the arena. On the other side, the gate opened and Xianji entered. He was thin, tall, long brown hair loose and falling down to the middle of his back. His features were delicate to the point they could be mistaken for a woman's, but not a particularly beautiful woman. His eyes were narrow, cold. His chi was already released. He was at the 8 degrees stage of the core formation realm. The pressure was dense, superior to any opponent Kirian had faced so far. Tian raised his hand. At the same instant, Xianji withdrew a thin, green-colored sword from his spatial ring. Wind chi exploded around his legs. He then disappeared. It was not just fast, he was extremely fast. Faster than the shadow Cultivator Kirian had faced days before. The green sword descended vertically toward Kirian's head. Without hesitation, without testing, it was a killing blow. Kirian jumped backward at the last instant. The blade grazed his forehead. It did not hit him directly, but the wind chi wrapped around the sword pierced through his defense. A thin line of blood ran down his forehead. Silence. It was the first time Kirian had bled in combat in the Colosseum. The audience was stunned. Kirian landed several meters back. He brought his hand to his forehead. He looked at the blood on his fingertips. Surprise briefly passed through his eyes. He had seen the strike, every centimeter, but his body could not react at the same speed. His perception surpassed his physical speed. That was a problem. Xianji did not give him time to reflect. He advanced again. The sword slashed horizontally, accompanied by invisible blades of compressed wind that tore through the ground wherever they passed. Kirian blinked. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had changed. Perfectly geometric snowflakes rotated within his sky-blue eyes. Icy chi exploded in all directions. The ground froze instantly. Ice spikes emerged all around. Xianji's advance was abruptly interrupted. He retreated at high speed, the wind propelling his body backward before the spikes could reach him. He was fast enough not to be struck. Kirian frowned. He could not allow Xianji to approach again. If that blow had descended a few centimeters lower, it could have been fatal. Xianji tilted his head. Slightly. If you don't take this seriously and think I am like your previous opponents. His voice was thin, almost soft, but his eyes were cold. He disappeared again. This time, 3 images appeared simultaneously around Kyrian. They were like wind clones. The 3 green swords descended at the same time. Kyrian released a circular wave of ice around himself. 2 images dissipated. The third was real. The blade collided against an ice barrier formed at the last instant. The impact generated an explosion of wind and frozen fragments. Kyrian was pushed back several meters. The ice on his arms cracked. The force was brutal. Xianji spun his body in midair and launched dozens of compressed wind slashes. Kyrian raised both hands. Walls of ice rose successively. The slashes pierced through them. Some were blocked. Others tore through the ice like paper. One of them cut the sleeve of Kyrian's robe. Another opened a small cut on his shoulder. The audience held its breath. Xianji landed lightly on the ground, as if he had not exerted any effort at all. The icy chi around Kyrian became denser. The temperature dropped drastically. The entire ground began to freeze within a wide radius. Xianji murmured. The wind around him began to spin faster. He disappeared once more. But this time, instead of attacking directly, he began to circle Kyrian at extremely high speed. A windstorm formed. Sand, fragments of ice, and dust spun violently. But despite that, Kyrian could see exactly the opponent's position. When Xianji advanced again from behind, the ice spear was already formed. It shot backward without Kyrian even turning around. Xianji twisted his body in midair, dodging by centimeters. But for the first time, he was forced to completely interrupt his rhythm. Kyrian realized, if he could not match speed with speed, he would need to control the field. The ice began to spread even further. Layer upon layer froze the ground, creating uneven terrain. Spikes emerged randomly. The space for movement shrank. Xianji landed in an area still intact. His eyes narrowed. Chapter 249, Cloud Empire, 69. Chapter 249, Cloud Empire, 69. Xianji's eyes narrowed. He said as he leaped briefly. But before his foot even touched the ground, a wave of ice spread beneath his legs. The cold advanced like a silent tide, freezing practically the entire arena. In a few moments, there was no visible ground left. Only ice. Thick, irregular, living layers. Kyrian watched, and he saw everything. The ice was not merely terrain. It was an extension of his vision. The moment Xianji's foot began to descend, the ice below rose violently like a sharp spike. Xianji twisted midair. Another spike emerged. Then another. The ice reacted before contact even happened. But then, suddenly, Xianji's chi exploded. A brutal wave of wind expanded in all directions. The surrounding ice shattered, cracked, and was hurled away like fragile shards. Still burned. It was the first time he had felt true pressure. And he knew this was his current limit. His body was not strong. His speed, even less so. Even if his eyes could follow the movements, his body would not react in time against someone even faster. He needed to increase his strength, or his agility, and he already knew how he would do that, with the item he would obtain at the auction. That was why he was anxious. Kyrian left the arena and returned to the stands. Baizhu was already awake. He watched him in silence. Kyrian approached Nan Fengyu, who looked at him as if he were seeing an aberration. I believe I won the bet. Nan Fengyu remained silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled. He removed 50,000 spiritual stones from his spatial ring and handed them to Kyrian. It was because he had reached the highest rank among all the leaders. Impressive, Nan Fengyu said. By the way, why don't we go have dinner? But Kyrian shook his head. No. Baizhu hesitated for a moment. Then he decided. Kyrian nodded. Without further words, they separated and left the Colosseum. Kyrian wanted to return home and calculate his gains and, above all, prepare for the auction that would take place in a few days. As he left the Colosseum, he met Mei Li and the others at one of the entrances. She was waiting for him with the rented carriage. Kyrian entered and departed toward the 5 Degrees district, to the residence of the Crimson Lotus. Chapter 250, Cloud Empire, 70. Chapter 250, Cloud Empire, 70. While Baiju left to have dinner with the other leaders of the external forces, Kirian entered the carriage together with Mei Li and the others. The door closed with a soft sound, and soon the horses began to move through the wide streets of the capital of clouds. The sky had already completely darkened. Spiritual lanterns illuminated the avenues, casting golden light over the tall and elegant buildings. Even at night, the city remained alive. Cultivators walked through the streets. Merchants were still negotiating, and carriages constantly crossed the districts. For a few moments, no one spoke. The silence inside the carriage was comfortable but heavy with the tension that still lingered after the day's battles. It was Mei Li who broke the silence first. She leaned slightly forward, clearly excited. "Congratulations, leader." Her eyes shone. Yin Ling let out a soft laugh. Right after. Hee hee. She crossed her arms, satisfied. Kai nodded in silence, while Ifan merely observed Kirian discreetly, still clearly impressed. Kirian remained looking out the carriage window. The city lights slowly passed before his eyes. That was all he replied. But no one seemed bothered. They were already used to his direct manner. The carriage continued for a few more minutes until it crossed the limits of the 5th district. The streets became quieter, less crowded. The Crimson Lotus residence soon appeared ahead, illuminated by red lanterns attached to the main gate. The carriage stopped. Everyone stepped down. The night air was cool and silent, completely contrasting with the constant noise of the Colosseum. As soon as they entered the residence, Mei Li suddenly turned around. She suggested. Kirian opened his mouth to refuse. The words almost came out automatically, but he stopped. He thought for a moment. In the past few days, he had spent almost all his time fighting. The dinner would be short. It would not interfere with his plans. He nodded. Mei Li's face immediately lit up. Shortly after, everyone was gathered in the main hall. The table was quickly prepared with simple but well-made dishes. Grilled spiritual meat, qi-infused vegetables, and light wine were placed before them. The atmosphere was relaxed, very different from the battlefield. As they ate, the conversation naturally returned to the Colosseum fights. Yin Ling was the first to comment. Kai agreed, but the last one was worse. Mei Li rested her chin on her hand. She laughed softly. Kirian slightly raised his gaze. Mei Li nodded, clearly amused. "Yes. Leader, what do you think of Battle Monster?" "Right single quotation mark." Yin Ling added. Kai let out a low laugh. Everyone looked at Kirian, waiting for some reaction. He simply continued eating for a few seconds before answering calmly. He took another sip of his drink. The simple response ended the subject, but no one seemed disappointed. For them, that was exactly what they expected. Dinner continued for some time, with light conversations and comments about the technique seen in the Colosseum. For the first time since arriving in the capital, the group seemed genuinely relaxed. When they finished, Kirian stood up first. Everyone nodded. He walked through the silent corridors of the residence until he reached his own room. He closed the door. The silence immediately returned. Kirian slowly removed the blood-court robe and placed it over a nearby chair. His body still felt the accumulated fatigue from the battles. Small cuts stung lightly. He lay down. The white ceiling remained before his eyes as his mind began organizing numbers. Spiritual stones, rewards from victories, gains from bets, Colosseum payments. He began to calculate. After all the fights and bets, he had accumulated approximately 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, adding the 50,000 stones received from Nan Fengyu and the other leaders. 250,000. A small smile appeared on his face. The auction was finally within his reach. With that amount, he would be able to compete for the items he truly needed. His body slowly relaxed. Fatigue won, and Kirian quickly fell asleep. The following days passed without major events. Kirian went out a few times around the city alongside Mei Li, observing the growing movement of the capital. He also visited Duke Rong's residence again and discussed the auction and the Colosseum. But most of the time, he remained at the Crimson Lotus residence. If there was something that had truly changed, it was the capital of clouds itself. The city was different, much more crowded. Cultivators arrived daily from every corner of the empire and even beyond it. Luxurious carriages crossed the streets. Rare spiritual beasts could be seen being led by servants, and powerful specialists circulated openly. Everyone had the same objective: the centennial auction of the Cloud Empire. Conversations in taverns, markets, and streets revolved solely around it. Rumors about ancient treasures, legendary spiritual weapons, pills capable of altering destinies, lost techniques. The anticipation grew with each passing day, until, after 3 days of waiting, the day finally arrived. Kirian opened his eyes early in the morning. Soft light passed through the window. A light knock echoed on the door. Mei Li's voice came from the other side. Kirian stood up immediately. He opened the door. Outside, they were all gathered: Bai Zhu, Mei Li, Yin Ling, Kai, and Li Fun. All dressed formally, clearly prepared for the event. The atmosphere was different, more serious, more anticipatory. Bai Zhu crossed his arms, smiling slightly. So, Kirian observed the group for a moment. Then he nodded. Without saying anything else, he closed the door behind him, and, together, they headed toward the auction.